Cool. Welcome everybody to day 2 of our Geoscience in Energy Transition discussion meeting. We're just going live to YouTube at the moment, so ascertaining how many seconds behind YouTube might be with regards to Zoom today, depending on which time zone, of course, you are in. So we're just waiting for that to click in shortly. Let me just click refresh this end to see if anything wants to start playing. There we go. We are live on YouTube. So good morning, everybody. I can see that with regards to yesterday's session, we've had 298 views overnight, which is pretty good going with regards to yesterday's session. Hello, lovely Natasha. Really good to see you coming in there. Hello, lovely attendees. We've got Rick, we've got Damien back. Oh, this is fantastic. We're picking up today exactly where yesterday left off after, of course, having recharged with a beautiful night's sleep overnight, I am sure. So let me just fiddle a little bit with some of the settings that are here. There we go. Oh, I've just made myself very big and large on that screen. That's horrible. So good morning, everybody. Hope you are all well. We're really excited for today's session. There's going to be lots of lovely talks with us with regards to what's happening today. And in fact, let me go and find the program for everybody. Not that, of course, you don't know where the program is already. So what do we have in store for all of you today? Well, we're going to kick off this morning's session by looking at some decarbonisation and some waste management. So this is going to be chaired by Gareth Johnson from Strathclyde University, and we're really, truly delighted to be welcoming Anita all the way from Australia. The last time that Anita and myself did a session together, her internet connection was so poor that we actually had to have her tapping in via WhatsApp. So let's hope that that doesn't happen today, but it's all good. We have the power to be able to connect lots and lots of different people, which will be absolutely fantastic. So we're going to start off with Anita, then we're going to go to Roy and then Nem. So between the three of them and, of course, the fantastic Gareth, and Stuart Heseldine is also going to sit in on that session as well. We're going to have a really good discussion with regards to what do we mean by decarbonisation and waste. Then there will, of course, be a coffee break, during which we're going to try and get some people to interview for you, of course. And then we're going to go into the second session of today, which will be energy systems, so powering the transition. Oh, yes. All puns intended, of course, as always. And so during that session, that's going to be chaired by Stuart, but he's going to be joined by Gareth again. So they're going to be doing a little bit of a double act through the course of this morning. And they're going to be joined by the fantastic Charlotte Adams, Philip Ringrose, and Gemma Sherwood. So all the way through this morning, we've got a little bit of a mixture of people taking part in these discussions from the online world versus the face-to-face world. But I think it should go down really, really well. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Then after lunch, the session we've all been waiting for, haven't we, Natasha? So Natasha, who I can see has already dialed in for this morning, Natasha is going to be giving us a fantastic keynote talk focusing in on, well, actually, Natasha, do you want to, I might upgrade you into a panelist spot, and then maybe you can give us a little bit of a preview with regards to some of what you might want to speak about today. So let me just actually promote you to panelist. We'll now lose Natasha for a second, and then hopefully she's going to come back as a panelist. Natasha, if you are there, feel free to turn on your camera. If not, feel free to stay off the screen, obviously. So we've just promoted Natasha to panelist. She's going to be giving us a fantastic keynote talk later on this afternoon, just after lunch. That will then take us into the wonderful world of another panel session, which is where we are going to talk about what sort of geoscience skills are needed to enable net zero, which follows on beautifully from a load of the conversations we had yesterday and a whole load of that wonderful material that has been pulled together in our lovely reading corner. As you can see here, it's actually been growing overnight as well. This is fantastic. You know, if only minerals were like this, they'd go really fast. So yes, and I can see that Natasha has now turned on her video and her camera. Natasha, I'm going to unspotlight myself. I'm going to unshare my screen. Do you want to give us a sneak preview with regards to what you might like to be talking about later on today? Oh, and for some reason we can't hear you. So this is good that we're testing this situation now. We're holding fire. It's all good. It's all good. It's this the flicking between the host, the Zoom and the Teams that's always delightful.
Any better?
Yay, we can hear you.
Okay.
Awesome.
Does that sound okay? Because I can wear headphones if necessary.
It's quite loud, but that's good.
I don't know if loud is good. Hang on, let me try it with headphones and see if that works. This is part of why I came on so early.
This is why we've dialed in early. It's all fantastic. See? It's all about the preparation, So, so Natasha will be speaking to us after lunch. And just while Natasha is fetching those headphones, let me go back into our program again. So what have we got here? Oh, and that is the fire alarm in the Geological Society being tested. It's just been switched off. So hopefully that means that it's working. I obviously did not move from my seat. So that particular bit of the fire alarm test obviously doesn't work. Natasha is going to give her spiel just after lunch, which we're really looking forward to. Then Ruth Allington is going to chair a session on what sort of geoscience skills do we need to enable net zero. And feeding into that, we've got the fantastic Joe Alexander from BP. Natasha obviously is going to sit in on there as well. And then Ben Lepley from SRK, which so that's going to be a really exciting and I'm sure a very fun panel to be a part of. And then finally, we go into the final panel session of the day, which is going to be chaired by our lead convener, Nick Gardner. And he's going to be joined by Paul Monks, who's the chief scientific advisor to one of the government departments, so BEIS. So that is I'm going to say business, economics, industry, and something. I will find out exactly what BEIS stands for when we get to later on today. My sincere apologies, everybody. So Paul is going to speak to us from the government's perspective. We've also got Joe Alexander again from BP. So we've got oil and gas. We've got Michelle Bentham, so coming in from the BGS, also Karen Hanhoy as well from BGS, and then Rose Clark, who has been sitting behind the scenes for all of the conference over the last few days. So Rose is going to step in and not only feed in from a mining perspective, but then also as well, perhaps somebody who is, so she's just submitted her PhD and so is at an earlier stage of career as well with regards to what does she think geoscience needs to do now to enable that sustainable transition towards net zero. So really exciting day that we've got lined up for everybody. Now, Natasha, shall we try it again?
Can you hear me now?
That is beautiful. You sound very
better
happy.
Sound.
It's glorious.
Oh, everyone hates a lame person with headphones, but here we go. So what I might do is I might just try sharing my screen now, just to make sure it works, and then I will pop off again. So let me make sure. I'm also being attacked by my cat right now, which is always fun in a Zoom meeting. Look, do you want to say hello? Cat attacker.
Hello, cat attacker.
Right, can you see that screen, Sarah?
We can indeed. That looks awesome.
Excellent. So a brief preview is that my talk will be around skills, but not just technical skills. It's going to really focus on the people and who will take us through the transition and what kind of mindset we're going to need to have to make sure that we have a sustainable transition. So moving away from just focusing on technical skills into more of a kind of holistic approach of the kind of attitude and philosophy we need to bring to geoscience into the future.
That's really, I am listening to you. I swear, I'm just dealing with multiple computers. Yeah, she's saying no, I think it's going to be awesome. And I have to say, I am loving the graphics that you have on your front page here. That's looking truly awesome.
So I am going to go off into obscurity again, but I will see you guys soon.
Brilliant. No, that is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very, very much, Natasha. Really looking forward to having you here today. Now, I know that Anita and Gemma are sitting there. I don't have the power to upgrade you at the second, but a computer that is just out of reach over to my right-hand side does have the power. So what I'm going to do actually, Rose, would you be able just to hop in and sort of fill with some banter, maybe just show everybody what the view looks like from the projectionist's room whilst I attempt to go and fiddle with some buttons on a separate computer. So Rose, if you are there and you want to turn on your camera and on your microphone to speak to people, that would be really useful right now. If not, I shall just attempt to speak to the camera whilst fiddle with buttons at the same time. So this is the art of multitasking that's going on here. So here we go. There we go. So excellent. I have made Rose a co-host of the meeting. So that means that Rose should be able to, oh, Rose is actually physically here. This is why Rose is not listening to me in the projectionist room, because Rose is physically here in the room, just to prove that. Excellent. So with regards to that, Anita and Gemma, don't worry, we are upgrading you now because we are on the super secret squirrel and highly secure Geological Society Zoom meetings. It means that Rose and myself, we don't have the power necessarily to do everything that might normally be the case. But what we do have is a Geological Society computer that's physically in the same room as me that we are gleefully manipulating now. And hey, we should have Australia on the line. This is fantastic. Excellent. It's dark, which means... And she's in her high-vis shirt. Fantastic. Anita, do you want to, let me just unpin Natasha, but pin yourself. Here we go. Anita, do you want to test your microphone? And I think we're muted at the moment.
Muted, excellent. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. It's actually really lovely to see you properly on Zoom rather than just on WhatsApp, which I think is what it was like last time.
I'm going to give you a tired arm today.
Exactly. It was quite difficult holding on to that for a whole hour.
Yeah, I was impressed. That was probably the most impressive thing, in the panel.
You were somewhere in like Western Tasmania at the time, were you not?
I was in a place called, I was in Rosebery down there.
Cool.
I was actually in a place called Tulla, but yeah, Rosebery was where we were working. But yes, but no, full connection today. I'm at home. The only thing is that I might have to go mute because my son received his school report card and he's a little bit unhappy with some of his grades. So there may be intermittent wobbling of tears. So I might quickly go mute.
That is more than okay. More than okay. Anita, do you have any slides you want to share, or are you just going to go for a spiel?
I did have slides.
Do you want to just see if you can share them? Just I realise that we are streaming live and everything at the moment, but I'm sure everybody will forgive us just doing some testing at the moment, unless, of course, it gives the game away with what's on your first slide.
Oh, wow. Gives them a name if anybody wants to know how to actually spell it, which would be nice. One. Can you see that properly?
We can indeed.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay, brilliant. So that's fantastic. Thank you very much, Anita. That's cool. Fantastic, great. And so what will be happening with regards to your session, and I know that we're just keeping a quiet eye out for Nem as well, who's going to be in that first session alongside you. So Gareth Johnson will be in the main lecture theatre. He'll be speaking to you from the lecture theatre. If things begin to fall apart, you will then see me pop up because we'll then just be able to keep things going online. It's all entirely under control and very streamlined with regards to the hybrid conferencing that's happening at the moment. But really awesome to have you with us here today. Thank you so, so much.
It's my pleasure. It's always nice to hang out with the Brits for a while. So it's my pleasure. It's such an honour.
Yeah, because how long have you been in Australia now? It's been a little while, hasn't it?
Oh, God, it's like 15, 16 years, yeah. So yeah. I don't know. I think given that we were at the RSM, we always have a special affection for the Geological Society. So it's like, so thrilled that we get to contribute. So yeah, it's just great. So thanks for the invitation.
Oh no, absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for contributing. It'll be really, really cool. Awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just unspotlight you for the moment. We're going to leave you in the panelists area. And I'm going to just carry on waffling for a little bit with regards to everybody else who's here online just now. So Damien, thank you so much for adding in yet another link into the chat. So for everybody who's just dialing in for the first time today or dialing in on YouTube, welcome back for today's session. Absolutely fantastic to have all of you here with us today. Really, really good to have you here with us. What are we going to go through today? We've got a whole load of panel sessions lined up for you again. we're going to carry on all of the online chatter, just like we did yesterday. Because, of course, what did we create yesterday? We were creating our fabulous reading corner. And again, just a massive thank you to Damien for yet more links this morning. So the reading corner, for those of you who haven't necessarily seen it yet, it's here. So here's the main conference website for yesterday and today. This will be left up online. We'll be making sure all of the material does migrate across to the main Geological Society website as well. As you can see, this is jointly branded between the Geological Society and Responsible Raw Materials, which is a small not-for-profit group that was founded in 2020, really to look explicitly at how do we make sure that all of the raw materials that we need for circular economy, for energy transition, etc., are explored for, extracted, processed, sold, etc., in the most responsible way possible. So how do we make sure all of that works? So between the Geological Society and Responsible Raw Materials, that is the partnership that brings to you the online version of this conference. As you can see in this website, you've got some nice little tabs up at the top that really give some good information with regards to what is going on today. So make sure you check out the abstracts and the biographies folder here. So if you want to see a little bit more about all of the fantastic speakers who we've got lined up for you today and whom we heard from yesterday as well. And what we've also got in here is a little micro talk section. So Umberto and Michael, who very kindly provided us with their micro talks, which we played yesterday. But if anybody is interested in them, and indeed, of course, Umberto and Michael, if you come along today, we would gladly pull you in for a live interview, just so you can maybe tell us a little bit more about your backgrounds and also the fantastic points that you were making in your micro talks. And then, of course, finally, we have our reading corner, which is what we have been contributing to on a regular basis over the course of the last couple of days or so. And as I mentioned, you can see every time you go in here and hit refresh, there's another link that has made an appearance, which is really exciting. So thank you very much to everybody who has contributed to that. Anybody can add to the reading corner, Natasha. So what you need to do is either pop the links into chat and we will then harvest them, or do feel free to email the links to myself or to Rose, and we'll put our email addresses into the chat as well. And we'll get all that information up on the website, well, in as live a time as possible, which is really quite cool, because I know that there's lots that we're missing at the moment, but it's a cool list that's beginning to be created as well. The final thing to add with regards to this, and if I just go back to the homepage, is, of course, we've got some fantastic sponsors who have enabled the conference to happen yesterday and today. So, of course, our lithium sponsor, is SRK. They've got a fantastic stand here in the Geological Society, but do feel free to go and check out their website and everything that they get up to. I think many of us know, many of the people who work for SRK, absolutely fantastic consultancy group there. Lots of really great work, especially in the exploration space, I think is where I've worked with lots of them before. So really awesome group there as well. We've also got Geologica and then Pensana. So Pensana, who have got a really exciting project where they're looking to mine and process rare earth elements in Angola, and then finish off some of the chemical processing in the UK with regards to rare earth elements. So really exciting work that Pensana have got going on there. So if you want to go and take more of a look at those sponsors, massive thank you to all of the sponsors that have contributed to make today and yesterday happen. Big thank you to all of you. Please do go and check out their websites and give them the credit that they are due. So with regards to all of this, just dipping back into the programme for today, Rose, I'm not sure if we've got any of our other speakers who are just keeping an eye out for in the first session. So I can not quite yet, we don't have them. But what would be interesting is for those of you who did dial in, yesterday, if you could just pop into chat, were there any areas that you were really excited by yesterday? So I know, Damien, you helped us by coming on an ad hoc panel session at lunchtime, which was truly brilliant. And we really spoke about especially some of the educational areas, or how do we get more people into studying geosciences? How do we attract more people into studying geosciences? This was then I guess, supported by some of the statistics that we shared with everybody just in the online part of the conference with regards to how many people are signing up to geoscience courses at university in the UK, what's changing with regards to that. And some of you will remember from the chat. So whilst the likes of medicine, for example, has maybe gone up by 3% in terms of people signing up for those kind of degree courses, the majority of things like engineering, geoscience, etc., has gone down, with actually the number of geoscientists signing up to go and study, or a number of people signing up to go and study geoscience at university, dropped by 10% between 2014 to 2019, which is not great, especially when we know that actually not only do we have an awesome topic, but we need to get better perhaps at selling that to younger people, but also as well the fact that we certainly feel that we are fairly fundamental to a responsible and a just energy transition. So with regards to that, I can see that Gemma, I think, is now with us online, which is great. Let me just stop sharing my screen, because then hopefully, Gemma, if you are there and you want to turn on your camera and your microphone, we'll just do a little test and make sure that everything is working for you. Fabulous. Excellent. It's okay. We're turning upside down. It's all good.
Yeah. Are we all right? Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic.
Okay. So please bear in mind, I am on my phone. So I've got to share my screen, and then.
Would you like us to share slides for you, Gemma?
I think I tried this last night on our regional group call, and it was okay. So.
You are doing amazingly well. And I say that
okay?
That is perfect. So we can't see you anymore, but we can see your slides.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, that's the best I'm going to be able to do on Zoom.
Yeah, no. I'm truly amazed that you've managed to do that on your phone. So that is absolutely fantastic. That's great, and we can hear you clearly, and that's all glorious, brilliant. So what we can do is when you're sharing your slides for your presentation, that'd be great. And then when we go into the panel session, maybe if we then get you back again, that would be truly delightful. I'm amazed that you managed to do that. You're going to have to teach the rest of us how to do that on a phone.
Let's look it up.
Awesome. So Gemma, where are you dialing in from as well? Because you're somewhere exciting, aren't you?
I live down in the south of France, near Marseille.
Lovely.
So I'm at the EDF offices down here, only until July, but it's been the end of a 2-year secondment. So it's sad, but it's good to come back to the UK.
Well, thank you very, very much for joining us here today. That is fantastic. Thank you very much, Gemma. Great. Cool. And then Nem, I can see that you're on with us as well. If you want to turn on your camera, hang on a second. 1 second. We need to upgrade you. Let me just find you. There we go. Oh, hang on a second. Rose has already done it because you've disappeared. See, this is
okay. Hi.
Yay!
Let me just check my video. I'm gonna how does that work? Right, I'm gonna lift myself up a bit, I think, for the actual presentation. Sorry. Ooh. And then do that. It's a bit better, right?
Yeah.
Apologies for the kind of cell aesthetic.
It does look like you are in a inspiring place.
I'm in an inspiring place. It's an early 1980s building on campus.
You are a lucky lady.
I am.
Well, there is a good map behind you, though.
That is a good geology map, in fact.
Yeah.
That is to cover up, because I need my setup like this to get the best lighting, because it's all about your lighting these days, isn't it? All about lighting. I don't want people randomly popping their faces in the glass door. So they were getting rid of the map room here at ENV, and I was like, I want a beautiful geology map. So it's Geology of the UK. See, which I hadn't realised totally works for today.
I think that is beautiful, and it also means that you don't get people kind of doing this through the window behind you as well.
Yeah. And what I will do just before we start is lock the door, because I had that yesterday. The door started to creep open, and I was like. But at least I'm not at home with kids and stuff, so that's good.
Well, as we know, I mean, kids, cats, etc., all welcome with regard to colleagues.
No colleagues. Right, I'm gonna bear with me because I'm not so great at
the old Zoom.
Well, just in terms of making, it's got lots of share screen and it's getting very stressed.
Okay.
Try sharing that. Allow. Oh, hang on. I've got to open system preferences. Apologies.
It's all good. Excellent. And just for everybody else with regards to this, I know that in the live meeting room, I mean, we're all live, at least hopefully we are, but in the three-dimensional in-person meeting room at the moment, I know that everybody is gently arriving. I'm sure they're having their cups of coffee at the moment. And I can see that our lead convener, Nick Gardner, has said that we will be starting somewhere between 9:20 and 9:25. Nick, you do realise that you're leaving the door open for me to spend 5 minutes talking at utter drivel by giving me 9:20 to 9:25. I'll keep an eye with regards to our super duper WhatsApp group, because everything is really high tech here, to be able to get it to work. Nem, how are things going?
It's not
we
going
can all
well.
share for you if you would like.
Yes. Who do I email that to?
So if you can email Rose Clark, so Rose will pop her email address.
No, I've got it on my internet.
You've got it?
I've got, yeah.
Just email Rose, and then Rose will be able to share your slides for you. And then you can just talk.
I'll just say next slide, right?
Yeah.
Just do one of them. I think that's going to be better, because it's being a bit of a, I'm not quite sure. It wants me to start the computer again, and I'm not. Let's
let Rose share the slides. I'm sure this will be good. And by the way, you are getting sympathy online where people are saying that they are gutted to hear that you've lost a map room.
No, well, it was. Well, I think we've got some of the map room stuff somewhere, but it's the cost of the map room storage off site becomes, people don't use it often enough. Blah blah blah. So we went and got to raid all these amazing maps, and I think quite a few colleagues have snuck quite a few in their offices actually.
Well, I mean, maps can be sold for funds as well. I mean, if people are looking to clear out maps, then let us all know, because I'm sure we can make donations to get our hands on some maps. Right, there are all those things that we think are awesome, and then the rest of our families are like, that is not going on the wall. Why not? They're such good works of art.
Exactly. It's the whole hallway decorated with a map. Right. I'm going to send that PowerPoint to, I've got Rose at
Starla.com.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Anita, okay, this is an amazing basically point of conversation. Okay, so in the chats, let everybody add in, and so this is to everybody who's listening in at the moment, what is the weirdest thing that you've managed to sell? So Anita has managed to sell a box waste rock for $50.
That is amazing.
That is good going. Anita, was there anything special about this box of waste rock? Or
I'm not going to lie, it was quite a sexy box of rocks. It was polysulfidic mine waste from Balgammon, and I had polished some of them. Okay. The guy was a bit of a stoned hippie, and I think he would have bought anything off me anyway. But he was like, "Whoa, cool textures, man!" And sort of, yeah.
Excellent. I'm loving that. So basically, if people have got things that they have managed to sell for money, then let us know. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there are a few of us. So those of us, and I know that not everybody here is a geoscientist that's actually dialed into the conference, and you are very, very, very welcome to come. But my sincere apologies with regards to the very strange rock chat. But so most of us, so as part of when you are studying for geology or being a geoscientist, you typically have to go and spend a number of weeks doing a mapping project. And this is kind of like almost a rite of passage for any geoscientist. And I think the stories that generally emerge during those mapping projects can be pretty special. And I know that there are a number of people, they were totally skint, or basically didn't have any money when they were doing their mapping projects. Well, we were students, weren't we? And so you'd be staying in some weird bothy in the middle of nowhere with no way to kind of keep warm, etc. So I certainly have some stories with regards to how did you get hold of some peat or something like that to actually burn in order to stay warm? And then also, especially in Scotland, where people are doing mapping projects and they have a whiskey distillery nearby, doing a deal where you say, well, hey, you want to know what the rocks are, right? Because all the water that you're using for your whiskey is coming, kind of through those rocks. So I'll give you my geological map in return for, those deals I know have been done in the past. So that's kind of selling things, isn't it? But us selling your geological map, that's not as good as selling some waste rock.
This is where my first 2 years of doing geology at Edinburgh and then continuing with my assigned geography degree makes me feel better, because I did not have to do the famous mapping trip. We got to go to Iceland and climb on glaciers instead. So it was more fun.
So did you do your undergraduate at Edinburgh then?
I did a BSc in geography at Edinburgh. My first 2 years I did geology, and I really enjoyed it, and very nearly decided to switch to geology. So that was genuinely a bit of a like, and the difference was 2 weeks in the wet in Inchnadamp or Iceland field trip. I'm going to go to Iceland and see some volcanoes. The field trips won it out, but yeah.
Yeah. And Anita, you did your undergrad at Imperial, didn't you? Is that right?
I got to map in Greece, so I think that was all right. Nem, come on.
No, so the geology students, the geology students here at UEA, they get to go to Greece or Spain, and so it's definitely the suntan field trip as opposed to like the meteorology trip to the Lake District. So everyone's like, I'm going to do the rocks and go and get a suntan. Yeah, definitely. Has Rose got my slides?
Rose, do you want to confirm if you have NEM slides? I know that Rose is somewhere in the background there.
I can see the participant.
She does. Do you want to just prove that you can share the slides, Rose, just to put NEM behind it rest?
Hey, thank you. Yeah, there's no fanciness. It's just click next. So that always perfect. Amazing.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. See, we have the power. Awesome. And then hopefully in the main meeting room or somewhere within this physical building, we will have Roy as well. So he is the third panelist that we have for the first session this morning. So Nem and Anita, you guys, surprisingly enough, are online, especially Anita because she's in Australia. So that would be a quick commute if we needed to get you here fast. And then Roy is going to physically be in the room with us. And I know that Stuart is going to sit up at the front of the room with him as well, together with Gareth Johnson. So with regards to all of that, so awesome. So Nem, you were at Edinburgh, Anita was at Imperial. See, I was at Glasgow, Nem. You see, so we had a little bit of rivalry going on there.
So for friends of mine who went to like Leeds and Sheffield and London universities, the simple story was in Edinburgh it rains every other day, but in Glasgow it rains every day. So that's why it was better.
It does. I think for the first, what was it? I think it was like for the first 188 days of being at university in Glasgow, it rained every day, not constantly.
No, but just at least once, right?
But some form of water fell out the sky every single day. I felt very dry when I went to Imperial. That's why I did my PhD. I didn't quite know what to do when I got to London.
So I came down to Norwich to do my PhD and I was like, my God, climate change is really real, because it was so I was so 4 years if you put on some form of waterproof. I mean, umbrellas don't work, right? Over the North Bridge in Edinburgh, they just pop inside out. It's only what tourist does, pops. And so, you have your waterproof jacket, and I was there, still such a mode that you couldn't leave the house without some form of its precipitation will fall from the sky today. And I moved to one of the second driest parts of the UK, and I was like, it's very dry, very warm. This is strange.
I don't know what to do. Well, this is it. This is one of the whole reasons to do something like geography or geology, because, it means that you have your really good waterproof jackets. Because
and good boots.
Because why would you have an umbrella in somewhere like Edinburgh or Glasgow or Aberdeen or something like that? It's just, you wouldn't do that to yourself. You're going to actually just have a hood. Basically.
It's like the top item that you see in a bin. In a bin in the street. It's only in Glasgow that you see that. In Edinburgh, where someone's had a cheap umbrella that's popped inside out as the wind came, and you're like, why is there so many? And you're like, oh, that's why. Just get a good coat, and then never purchase a coat in your life without, like you say, a hood. I can't bring myself to purchase a coat that doesn't have a hood still. It's ingrained that is a necessary feature.
Yeah, this is true. I'm sure there's something to do with recycling and the circular economy and umbrellas here. There's some sort of clever quip that could be made with regards to this, which I'm sure is not nearly as clever as whatever it is that I can't even begin to get out of my brain at the moment. But just with regards to that, I can see that we are up on the screen in the main lecture theatre in the Geological Society. I'm waiting for somebody to come and wave at us, because when that begins to happen, we will gently transition across to the main in-person conference that is going on. However, until that point in time, we shall keep talking, I think, about the fact that geologists go on much better field trips compared to geographers. I don't know. I'm just going to go there.
Go there with that. University.
Okay, Gemma has just gone. Yes,
yes.
It's going to be a battle of the field trips here. Gemma, where did you study your undergraduate?
I went to Bristol, and we went to Greece, Spain. I still think that's probably better than anywhere else. But then again, I had a presenter last night, Joel Gill, who you know, obviously from the committee and the council. And he, when he went with Bristol University as a PhD student, he went with the undergraduates on a field trip to Guatemala. I know. I was like, what? Why wasn't I invited?
That's a good field trip.
Sarah, I just wanted to grab myself a drink so I don't cough my way through the panel. So it's best to stop my video, or are you all right to deal with an empty?
We're okay to deal with an empty room, and we'll just comment on the 1980s architecture.
Beautiful, isn't it? Do you know the special treat, ladies? The special treat? The men's toilet is just there, and that's what you get the cistern flush. The architect who built it didn't believe in double glazing. So I'm in the climatic research unit, the famous, we have the longest global temperature record building. And the guy who read this, built the architect. It's like the worst temperature controlled building ever. I have to wedge my window open because it won't stay open anymore with a piece of metal.
Excellent. This is fantastic.
So this is not an advert for staying in academia versus going into industry, is it? So
oh, don't worry. I think from an industry perspective, we can also come out with some pretty exciting stories as well. But yeah, no, go get yourself a drink.
Thank you.
Go get yourself a drink. Fantastic. Excellence. All good with regards to that. So yeah, so Gemma, you were at Bristol, but you didn't get to go to Guatemala. That's not fair.
No, well, they changed. So we were on, I'm not sure where everyone went in Greece, but when we went to Greece, we were on one of the Greek islands and we stayed on there for about 6 weeks. I was like, it was amazing. It was a little teeny island called Syros. And I used to cycle into the field every day, not seeing anyone. It was brilliant. Loved it.
That is amazing.
Trees, olive trees, just by the side of the road, just like weeds. It's brilliant.
That is glorious. That's really cool. And Anita, since you finished university, etc., you must have been on some pretty awesome trips to exciting places with some rocks.
You know, I'd consider a lot of the places I get to go to pretty exciting. I mean, I don't know if many people find mine waste as thrilling as I do, but I think it's all right. I mean, play around in Broken Hill slag, there's nothing wrong with that. I have been quite fortunate to have a look at some weird and wonderful places in Australia.
Cool.
Haven't yet been too much in other places though. So I suppose part of this, I mean, probably for someone who's sort of done a lot of research in acid rock drainage or acid mine drainage, I suppose the mecca place for us to go is the Iberian Pyrite Belt and to the Rio Tinto mine itself and look at the AMD there. So I did go on an awesome trip there once as a postdoc, which was great. But yeah, I mean, I certainly can't complain, but there's certainly a lot more places to go and visit, which I guess as this global conversation around mine waste is changing, I think there'll be a lot more opportunities to engage with international collaborators and sort of visit some of these cool places.
Cool. Yeah, and I think, I mean, that's something there where just gently bringing this, whilst this conversation is very relevant, but bringing it back into the topic of conversation today. So what's a geoscientist's role with regards to energy transition and kind of where do we all fit? I mean, we had a really good discussion at the end of yesterday that was very much focused in on a just transition and what does social justice mean and what does that mean in conjunction with, say, mining. And I think that the sheer fact that the rocks that we're really interested in form all over the world that mean that, yeah, we get to go on some pretty cool adventures, but also as well, engaging with different members of society, no matter where that is. And I think, so I started out life as an exploration geologist. So yeah, so we're the ones that of course make the mess that then Anita goes in and goes, oh, you guys, come on. What is this mess that you lot in the mining industry actually managed to create? But I think this is something here which is really interesting from a mining perspective. And I'm sure it's the same in oil and gas and other fields as well, is when we think about the full value chain and the different value, be it the social capital, the natural capital, etc., that can be created at those different points in time. So, I mean, traditionally speaking, and I know, Anita, you're going to talk about some of this, mine waste. I mean, well, it's in the name, isn't it? Everyone's like, oh, well, that's just waste. That's got negative value, etc. Whereas actually, there's huge potential with regards to a lot of that. And it's not just the waste, it's everything else that can be done with that patch of land that we've been stewards of for a period of time. I see Anita nodding, which is really good. It's much better than yay.
And they're very pretty sometimes, some of the mine waste. I mean, we did a field trip to Cyprus, that's one I forgot actually to say, and they had the asbestos mines, and the old asbestos mines were actually quite beautiful in a very stark way, but and nature is retaining them as well. But Perhaps I shouldn't say that, but
no, you shouldn't say that. You kind of feel bad because, you know, I mean, obviously there's an impact on the landscape from mining, but I think mines are beautiful, and I think mine waste landscapes are also beautiful, which I feel bad for saying.
No. That's
Brilliant. So just to chip in here, because I know that the microphone's now being turned on in the main room. So thank you very much for the preamble that we've just been having here in the online world. So to them, Anita and Gemma, you're going to see a little bit more from Gemma later, but Nem and Anita are obviously going to be in the first session. Thank you very much to everybody who is listening here online. We're now going to go live, not that we're already live, we're going to go live to the main lecture theatre in the Geological Society in Burlington House, and I'm going to hand over to our fabulous main convener of the conference, over to Nick. Thank you very much, Nick.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Thanks everyone. Good to see you all back. As people are going to dribble in through the morning. And thank you and hello to people online. I've just got to tell you about fire exits and evacuations. So if you hear the fire alarm bell, don't stop to collect your personal belongings. There's an exit here. There's an exit out the library to the right, and there's an exit back onto Piccadilly. And the mustering station is in the courtyard of Burlington House, outside the Royal Astronomical Society. And any accidents should be reported to reception, and first aid assistance will be provided. Okay, thanks. Anyway, just welcome back to the second day. First of all, I'd like to thank our sponsors again. So SRK Consulting, a global mining consulting company, are our Lithium sponsor, which Lithium is the new platinum. I'd like to thank Geologica, who provide training in the energy industry, as our gold sponsor, and Pensana as our silver sponsor, who are looking for rare earths in Angola. And there are stands outside in the library for our sponsors, so please go and have a chat to them during the break. So thanks again to that, and also thanks to an anonymous donor to this meeting, and we appreciate your support, without which these meetings, or this meeting could not happen. So yesterday we had a packed day, both in the room and also an awful lot of online activity. We had over 100 people online, with additional interviews and things, and that's all available on the YouTube channel. But the focus yesterday was mainly on mining and metals for the energy transition. We had Miles Allen talking to us about the concept and the need for geological net zero, presenting a bit of a call to arms. We also touched on various topics, occasionally slipping into a borderline dystopian world, but there was also notes of optimism, which included things such as what metals we need, all of them. Criticality is the eye of the beholder, but also there are issues with the metal supply. Maybe the West should have started 10 years ago, quotes, and the scale of the challenge. And we also touched upon the curiosity of gold with respect to volumes and how much exploration budget it soaks up. There were discussions on the potential for UK mining and the roadblocks to achieve that, the issues of the public reputation of mining, and perhaps with geosciences more generally, and the need to reset and tell a new story, and also the issues of responsible supply and sourcing with new transparency effort, the LME passport. And we also touched a bit on the problem with geoscience recruitment and the lack of people coming into our subject, and we have a session on skills later. So, as I said, this is all available on the YouTube channel, and today we're shifting gears and we're looking at the energy system. Firstly, decarbonisation and waste, and then power storage. We'll have a discussion on skills later, and then finish with a final panel at the end of the day. So again, as I said yesterday, this is a discussion meeting. We welcome contributions and questions, both from those in the hall and also those online. Just remind you that this is live streamed, so when asked your questions, be aware that it is live streamed. And I'm delighted to hand over to Gareth Johnson, who's going to chair the first session. Brilliant, thanks, Gareth.
Great, thanks everyone, and good morning. My name is Gareth Johnson from the University of Strathclyde, where I'm a research fellow. And as Nick says, we're going to start today with two sessions on energy systems, so switching gears from yesterday. And in this first session, we're going to focus more on the back end of the energy system, so the cleanup side, dealing with waste from different parts of the energy system. And then after the coffee break, we'll talk more about the sort of the energy generation, the power generation. So we've got three speakers in this session, and what we'll do is we'll get each of those speakers to give their presentation, and then I'll invite them to the virtual and actual stage, and we'll have a discussion at the end altogether. So without further ado, I would like to invite Anita. Is Anita online?
Yep, I am.
You're there. We can't see you yet, so hopefully someone in the projection room can bring your presentation up. I'll just give a quick introduction to Anita. So Associate Professor Anita Pablica Fox is Principal Research Fellow at the University of Queensland in Australia, and she leads the Mine Waste Transformation through Characterization Group. Her research focuses on improving mine planning and waste management practices by establishing new toolkits for predicting acid mine drainage. But she also works on a number of projects characterizing a range of mine waste materials to evaluate their economic potential with a focus on critical metal recovery. So I will pass over to Anita, and the floor is yours, Anita.
Hi, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone there. So it's evening for me because I'm down here in Brisbane today. It's a great honour to have been asked to contribute to this discussion. So thanks for the invitation to the team there. And what I want to talk to you today about is mine waste. And so it's something that I've certainly been engaged with, I guess, since I left the UK 15 years ago. And it's been really exciting to see how the conversation around mine waste has changed, particularly as we've kind of thought a little bit more about cleaner technologies and the search for critical metals. And so I guess what I wanted to capture in hopefully 10 minutes, if I can be disciplined, is, you know, the role that mine waste plays in sort of contributing to the fight against climate change. And so I guess, you know, in terms of like scale of mine waste, and I think it's important just to take a step back and think about, you know, how much waste we produce in other waste streams. And, you know, I guess these are kind of some quick numbers that I put together. So, you know, they're probably, you know, to be taken with a bit of a pinch of salt in some cases. But certainly when we look at some of the other waste streams that we produce, there's a lot of attention when we think about sort of government funding and recycling efforts and public engagement around plastics, foods, textiles and furniture. But when we think about the amount of mine waste we produce, you know, a study in 2019 reported that across kind of waste rock, tailings, slag, you know, spent heat bleach materials, we actually produce in the order of about 100 billion tonnes per year, which is quite a staggeringly large quantity. And if we think about just one of those waste streams in particular, if we think about tailings, there was this paper that came out last year by Daniel Franks at the University of Queensland as well. And, you know, he kind of, you know, he looked at the inventory, him and the team, looked at the inventory of mine tailings that was reported after the Brumadinho failure. Obviously, a lot of mine sites reported, you know, information on their TSFs, their tailings storage facilities, and the quantities of tailings that we have in those TSFs. And so I guess the visual capitalists did their amazing thing, and they tried to sort of graphically sort of capture how much mine tailings that was, and they put that against kind of, you know, New York and the island of Manhattan. You can kind of appreciate there just how much, you know, in terms of just one of those mine waste streams, tailings that we produce. And as we kind of move towards this push of producing more metals, like, you know, we're going to need an increase in copper, etc. When we think about sort of producing those new technologies for the future, we're only going to produce a lot more of these tailings. So we've got to do something better in terms of the management, because if we don't do better things for their management, we're going to see more incidences like Brumadinho. And I'm sure if this video allows me to play, everyone remembers when this happened in 2019. And this is probably around the time that I started at UQ. And before, you know, maybe just sort of a year or two before that, we'd had sort of other failures in Brazil with Samarco, and then just, you know, in 2014 we'd have Mount Poli fail as well. So we've sort of, you know, we were seeing this trend of massive kind of TSF failures, which kind of spoke to the whole global community that we have a problem with our mine waste. We have this geotechnical risk that, you know, is seriously being imposed. And so it kind of was like a paradigm shift in terms of people thinking about mine waste, because they kind of started taking it a bit more seriously in terms of we really need to de-risk this. And so, you know, the global community got together after these failures, and, you know, the global tailings standard was written, and now a lot of companies sort of starting to review their TSFs and sort of try to adhere to the standards that have been outlined in that document, which is great to see, by the way. But the other risk that's sort of been ongoing in the background, if I can move my slide forward, is acid and metalliferous drainage. And as the introduction stated, I've spent a lot of time looking at AMD. Now, acid and metalliferous drainage was called by the UN as the second biggest environmental problem facing our world. And I discovered that last year, that sort of particular headline. And I was quite surprised to see it, because you know, it really is the second biggest environmental problem facing our world. And unfortunately, acid mine drainage is caused by, you know, the extraction of metals from, you know, mined materials and left, you know, the pyrite material left on the surface to oxidize, which seriously impacts on ecosystems, as you can see here from this footage I took in Western Tasmania. So we kind of need to do something different with our waste because it presents geotechnical and geochemical risks. And so this is where I guess the transition is really important. Now, I touched on the fact that, you know, as we transition to, you know, the future and looking at sort of cleaner technologies, we're going to need to mine more materials. And obviously that means we're going to mine more and we're going to produce more waste. And so when we look at just tailings again, for example, currently copper produces 46% of the global tailings that we've quantified. And so if we think about, you know, the extra additional, you know, if it's 9 times more copper that we need by, you know, 2050 or whatever the current estimate is, you know, that's X amount of times more mine waste that we're going to produce. And if we don't do something different with our mine waste, we're just going to increase that mass of material that needs to be managed better in terms of de-risking it geochemically and geotechnically. And so I guess the problem is only going to get worse. And, you know, I was speaking to someone and they told me, you know, it was someone senior in a mining company, and she said, oh, you know, mine waste is where CO2 emissions were 6 years ago. And so what to me that says is that we're at this real critical point. I mean, if we think like 6 years ago, that was Paris Agreement time, but this real critical kind of point or nexus with mine waste where we really have an opportunity to do something different, or are going to be on a really disastrous path where we see so much more, you know, so many more examples like Brumadinho and many, many more sort of examples of AMD occurring, particularly as the climate changes and we see that, you know, sulfide oxidation occurs more vigorously in a lot more areas. And so what I think is we need a systems thinking approach. We've got all of these different problems. We need critical metals, we need to do something about the climate, we need to de-risk our mine waste. So there's got to be, you know, there's got to be a one-stop shop solution. We've got to think of it as a system, because I think we are actually working towards finding that. So I'm going to talk about 2 things very briefly now. And the first one's probably one that you're all very familiar with. And I think Nem's going to be talking a little bit more about this. I'm not going to witter on too much, but certainly climate change and mine waste has had this long relationship when we think about mine tailings, because obviously many scientists, particularly out of British Columbia, have recognised the potential for CO2 sequestration using mine waste, and in particular mine tailings. And so in 2020 and 2019, Mehdi Azadi had sort of written a couple of papers evaluating how, you know, which minerals participate in that carbonation reaction. And I guess his 2019 paper really touched on, you know, thinking about what that meant in terms of Australia and Australian mining and mine waste. And so he kind of listed out all the potential minerals that may participate and, you know, how many sort of millions of tons of these particular things are mined, and, you know, what that can mean in terms of future wastes and that potential for that carbon capture. And so I guess taking that idea forward in a slightly different way, Evelyn Mervine from, I guess she's with Anglo American now, but she kind of wrote a paper where she was kind of evaluating an approach to carbon mineralization at mine sites. But she recognized the importance of undertaking really good mine waste characterization. So if we've got a new deposit, I mean, we're not going to stop exploring for copper, and I would never suggest that anyone should, but we should be smarter about how we do that upfront characterization, because we might be able to work out how we can optimize our future waste materials to participate more readily in that carbonation reaction. So obviously, you know, I guess she was kind of scoping out this passive carbonation, and there's ways in which we can access reactivity. But certainly, as we've seen sort of funding opportunities progress, and I'm just going to skip through, you know, I guess just last week, you know, thinking about how we can optimize mine waste materials to participate in those carbonation reactions, then we actually had an X Prize winner out of UBC. So Greg Dipple and his team, they were awarded $1 million to actually continue that research. And that was sort of put into also his startup company, Carbon Minerals. So it's kind of interesting to see how, you know, we are sort of starting to see serious dollars being funded into looking at mine waste as a potential repository for sort of, you know, carbon capture, and looking at sort of decarbonisation and the role it can play there, and technologies that can optimise those minerals too, because certainly they can be contained in that mine waste mass, but how are you actually going to optimise it so it will participate and do that fixing that we so desperately needed to do. So that was the first thing I wanted to talk about. The second thing I'm going to breeze through is, I hope quickly, so just bear with me. And this is kind of where we've been focusing a lot of my team's research. So I lead a team here called MyWatch, which is Mine Waste Transformation Through Characterization. And one of the things that's really sort of been a big driver for us to get a lot of funding into our team is critical metals. So recognizing that these critical metals often are byproducts to, you know, copper mining or iron mining, etc. And they're concentrated in the mine waste. So if we go back and evaluate them, we have that opportunity to think then, you know, recover these things and supplement our need to produce these future technologies. So we know cobalt's concentrated, rare earths, indium, all these things that we need, you know, in some ways are concentrated in that mine waste material. And so another sort of rip off from the visual capitalist there, but certainly that, and you've probably seen this 100 times already in this meeting, but, you know, all of these things, cobalt, indium, you know, moly, neodymium, they're all sitting there in the mine waste. And so we've been really fortunate to have, you know, multi-million-dollar funding to go through around Australia and actually start looking at the mine waste and identifying these secondary resources to help supplement the need for these materials. And so I'm not going to talk through this, but this is just showing you the diversity of the different mine waste environments that we have to explore. And they are very diverse and they're very fun to go and route through. So I guess one of the things Sarah was touching on is how do we get students engaged in it? Well, it's cool because it's like, I feel so privileged that I get to go to sites like this and, you know, apply my geological skills to understand what's going on there. And, you know, in many ways, looking at the mine waste is a really great opportunity to break that source pathway receptor pollutant linkage chain. So that, you know, I guess when we think about drivers and sort of one bird, two stone, or, you know, that sort of two birds, one stone, I should say, it really speaks to a lot of things. I mean, we're talking about circular economy here if we reprocess waste. And, you know, for Australia, it will certainly help us meet our targets in terms of how we want to grow our circular economy as declared at the World Economic Forum. So, you know, mine waste has a big role to play in that conversation. And so I'm just going to wrap up on a few examples of work that we've done. So this is a map in Tasmania, and what you're looking at here is net acid producing potential mapped on the surface of Tasmania. So Tasmania is just to the south of mainland Australia, and I've spent probably 13, 14 years of my life down there working as a geo, which was awesome. But what we're looking at is we're looking at some hotspots here in terms of that acid forming potential. And so for someone going out looking at remediation, they'd be like, right, these are the places I need to go and target. And obviously they kind of correlate to the locations of some of the major mines in Tasmania. But a different way to look at that is this is a target map of where you should actually go and look for some of these kind of new economy metals or critical metals that we need, because concentrated in those wastes, we do have cobalt and indium and other things, you know, like tin and zinc and gold and copper. All of those things are concentrated there. And so we've been working with a range of operators, and both directly and indirectly, to actually evaluate that value and look at mineral processing options to recover it. And so that's been awesome to do. But the other place where we've been doing a lot of that work is here in Queensland. So we've certainly, my team and I, we've been out mapping a lot of Queensland, looking at the mine waste. And this is a program that's going to continue until 2024. So significant funding from our state government, which is, you know, I have to say, into this type of research is often unheard of, but it's becoming quite infectious as other state governments are wanting to sort of match, if not fund, more research into this space. So we've been out, we've been sort of collecting, characterising, sampling, assaying, looking at the mineralogy, looking at mineral processing options to actually just sort of undertake or uncover if there is that option to actually grow a secondary resources business, so we can remove, reprocess that mine waste, recover the critical metals that we need for supplementing our future demands. And so very quickly, you know, here's just a quick Google Earth kind of snapshot of some of the results. And certainly we're sort of starting to pair this against the geology and sort of explore the sort of the relationships between the primary ore deposit and what we're seeing in the signature in the waste. And certainly we can see there seems to be sort of very strong signatures of high cobalt in IOCG wastes, and certainly in some of the SEDEX deposits too. So we've got a lot more sampling to do in the next couple of years, but we're starting to build a bit of a picture of that relationship. And as I said, you know, this type of approach to research is only growing. So, you know, just, you know, last couple of weeks ago, I should say, Geoscience Australia announced that, you know, they're sort of funding multi-millions into this particular area, which is great for my team and I, because we're doing a lot of that sort of boots on ground work, which we love to do. And certainly the New South Wales government are also joining this program and looking at sort of evaluating their mining and their coal mining wastes, so metalliferous and coal mining wastes, to look at what could be potentially done with that to recover those critical metals for the future. So I think it's a great time to be a geo with those types of skills. But I guess we can't just think about the characterisation, what comes next, and a lot of research is sort of ongoing here in Australia, and I know across the world, looking at new technologies for critical metal recovery, both from mine waste and primary ore materials. And so there's a lot more work to do in terms of thinking about fine particle flotation, you know, using greener reagents and some of these, you know, metal extraction, metal recovery options. And also thinking about in situ opportunities as well, and more modular technologies to help support, you know, the value proposition of remining waste in some particularly exotic locations. So I think it's an exciting time. So thanks for giving me the floor there. Just want to say thanks to a few people there. And if anyone's got any questions or comments after this session, just feel free to reach out the traditional way or on Twitter. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Anita, for that fantastic talk. Like I said, we'll hold the questions for Anita for the discussion at the end. So we'll move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Roy Payne from GDF Watch. GDF is Geological Disposal Facility. And Roy is a public affairs, engagement and communication expert working in the public, commercial and community sectors. His recent focus has been on the siting of a GDF, and he's been leading the public consultation in the screening process for that GDF and advocating for more innovative ways of engaging with communities. So Roy, would you like to come up, and the floor is yours.
Oops. How do I just move this forward? Is it the green button? Yeah, thank you. Oops, let me do that there. Good morning. As said, my name is Roy Payne. And as a communications and public engagement specialist, I'm actually feeling quite honoured to be standing in such a hallowed and historic hall talking to scientists. As we discussed geoscience and how geoscientists can contribute to a sustainable transition to net zero, I've been asked to briefly raise some issues around public consultations and engagement, which is key to taking our fellow citizens with us on the path to a just energy transition. Now, as mentioned, for the past decade or so, I've been focused on a programme many of you will be aware of, the Geological Disposal Facility for our nation's most radioactive waste. I'm not going to discuss that in detail today, we can pick it up in the questions, but a unique feature of the programme is the consent-based principle, which means you cannot simply build a facility where science and public finance deem is best. You are required first to secure the willing consent of an informed host community. Now, while this consent-based policy principle does not yet apply to other infrastructure projects, the higher standards and practical steps towards securing that community's consent for a GDF, alongside some wider changes in the in public attitudes and the socio-political environment, that experience offers useful insight into how our other infrastructure projects and how geoscientists going forward might better engage with local communities. So my objective today is to plant some seeds to stimulate some new strategic ways of thinking about public consultation and engagement by geoscientists as we move to a net zero future. Because whatever project you work on, there's always going to be a need to consult with the local people in order to secure the necessary appropriate planning and regulatory approvals. Now, of course, there's significant underlying public cynicism about consultation processes, but in a changing social and political landscape, there's also growing public expectation about how they should be engaged in the process. And a failure to recognise and address this public sentiment creates greater risks and costs to any project. So, what can you do to enhance your chances of success? Before we get started today, there's one key message I'd like you to take away from the presentation today. It's this: facts are necessary, but they are not sufficient. If you want to effectively manage the inevitable community resistance to any proposed project, please, and mitigate any costly delays, please keep this very simple overarching mantra in mind, that facts, while important, are not sufficient. Now, of course, there are plenty of recent examples of how, despite overwhelming scientific evidence and opinion, large proportions of the wider population can still refuse to accept a proposition placed before them. We've seen this through the pandemic of the past 2 years with mouse mandates and vaccines, but more generally with the geoscientific community on things like fracking, onshore wind farms. You're all going to recognise this, and you will all have your own examples. So how do we start to tackle it? Well, this morning, I want to present you with just 3 basic principles to think about. These don't only mitigate risks and costs for a project, but also start building the trust and dialogue needed on the path to a just transition for communities. First principle: listen and understand your audience. Please don't overwhelm them with science, with facts, in the hope that somehow they'll see how right you are. This is about taking them on a journey. It's about starting from their perspective, not yours, and to arrive at a shared destination. Second point is please recognise that the individuals and groups who normally intend and participate in public consultations and public consultation events often do not represent the wider local opinion, but they can form a very influential and opposed minority. So the third principle is attempt to reach out beyond this minority and more actively engage with other demographics and interests within the community. Now, there are other voices and perspectives that can be mined. So let's look at each of these points in a bit more detail. Now, we don't have enough time today to examine why humans are as they are. Suffice to say, simply talking science at people in the hope that they will come to understand is an evidently lost cause. Treating public consultation and engagement purely as a massive STEM exercise is a demonstrably fruitless exercise. Yes, of course, we need to continue developing better ways of communicating geoscience, but the objective is not to create a geoscientific literate nation. Geoscience facts are necessary, but they won't be sufficient in building wider public confidence and support. The first key step is to listen to your community and to understand their perspective, their concerns. Look at the world from their perspective, not yours. And if I can just paraphrase John F. Kennedy at the moment, you need to find out what you can do for them rather than explain what you're going to do to them. Communities will want to understand science in due course, but initially they want to be heard and understood as the first step towards building trust and dialogue. Now, if you've been wondering why I've got this rather simple image behind me, it's meant as humour and to make a point. It's an analogy. If you spend your first dinner date using data analysis to explain to your companion why you are the best life partner they could ever expect, I think your chances of a second date are probably rather limited. But if you spend a little bit more time understanding them and establishing a dialogue, you're more likely to get a chance for a second date and further conversation. So please apply that principle to how you approach your community and engagement activities as you go forward on this path to a net transition. Now, the term community can be and is often overused and is almost meaningless as a standard reference point. It's if this thing of the community is a homogeneous whole. It is not. It is a complex, three-dimensional, multiple overlapping, almost nightmarish Venn diagram of local networks, interests, priorities, and concerns. Now, this diagram is a very simplistic representation of how a community is socially structured and operates, but it does indicate that there are many different demographics and influencing forces within any community. However, the standard historic approach to community consultation tends to revolve around having village hall exhibitions and informational presentations to local groups. Now, those of you who have attended any of these sorts of public events will know that those members of the public attending the event rarely offer a representative sample of the wider local community. And if you ignore the diversity of local opinion and ambition within a community, you do so at your own peril. The problem being with organising set-piece events is that you require people to attend a certain venue at a certain time, but that automatically excludes the majority of people, those with children, those who commute, those who have day jobs, etc. So their voices are often unheard, and you end up speaking to a very small fraction and very narrow demographic of the community. That demographic and fraction of people are normally opposed to what you're trying to achieve. So you have missed an opportunity to reach out beyond that group to those who might have a different perspective and might be supportive of what you're trying to achieve. Now, there are myriad ways of engaging with communities depending on the issues and the nature of the community. And we don't have time this morning to go into the different tactical models. But if you want some strategic best practice advice or academic insight, then can I suggest these organisations as a starting point? It's not designed as a comprehensive list, but it really is just a point to signpost you to more specific advice and support. To quickly go through them, the Consultation Institute is a professional association representing the sector and offering best practice advice and support. I enjoy working with the Citizen Participation Network, who are based out of Edinburgh University. They've been advising the Scottish Parliament and others on increased community participation in decision making and consultation. And finally, an organisation I work with closely, the Nuclear Waste Services, have a research support office. Now they are engaged, starting to develop a social science research programme on how to better engage with communities. Now, while that programme is focused very much on the geological disposal programme, the research that they will be conducting will have wider value and implications. Now, of course, proactive engagement of wider groupings within the community is likely to require resource. But if you build a successful rapport with the community, that early investment will likely help save time and costs downstream. Going that extra mile up front should mean reduced stress, time and costs compared with the legal and project overrun costs associated with managing delays, planning appeals, judicial reviews, etc. But more importantly, your project will be and will be perceived to be by the community as more just. And that justness is an integral element of any successful project. Now, it's not been possible to go into detail into different the issues this morning. We can pick them up in the panel discussion. I'm very happy to talk about waste from a radioactive waste perspective. There are some interesting social issues that are common globally. And I'm around all morning if you want to discuss further with me, and you're very welcome to contact me after the conference. But for now, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roy, for bringing those challenges to this community. And I'm looking forward to the discussion afterwards and making those links between the work that you're doing and the different sectors that we all work in here. So before we get to that discussion, we've got one more speaker, last but not least in this session. We have Dr. Nem Bourne, who's a senior lecturer from the School of Environmental Sciences at the University of East Anglia. Nem is the co-lead for the Reaching Zero Emissions team at the Tyndall Centre, and her research has recently focused on carbon dioxide removal and permanent storage. Nem takes an interdisciplinary approach to her research, spanning things from expert elicitation and public perception to Earth system responses to greenhouse gas removal and quantitative assessment of integrated assessment model representation of things like BECCS, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. So I will pass the floor to Nem and we'll get going. Thank you.
Thanks, Gareth. I'm going to try and stick to my 10 to 12 minutes. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to everybody. The magic behind the scenes is that Rose is actually driving my slides, so I will do the next slide process in a minute. Just to say, I've been asked by Gareth and the organisers to talk to you today about carbon capture and storage, CCS, and carbon dioxide removal within the energy transition, and some insights into some of those societal responses. So that's what I hope to cover today. My research focus is absolutely squarely around the kind of carbon dioxide removal and how that fits and what role that has. So can I have the next slide, please, Rose? So just to clarify for those in the room, it's quite a diverse audience today, the difference between the two. I apologise for my excessive use of acronyms in this. But carbon capture and storage is a set of technologies that functionally, from my standpoint, and I care about the Earth system and the carbon cycle and climate system, what they functionally do is reduce emissions of CO2 to the atmosphere. I'm going to focus on CO2 rather than all greenhouse gases today in the talk. So they reduce emissions of CO2, and they reduce this across a range of sectors. The carbon capture and storage can be applied to a range of sectors, kind of formally understood as being applied to usually fossil fuel based power, but could also potentially be used in combination with generating producing hydrogen, or used directly in the iron and steel industry to help decarbonize that, in chemical processing, and is actually most heavily used at scale in the globally involved in industrial processing, principally through the processing of natural gas. So carbon capture and storage has been around for a long time as a concept, but carbon dioxide removal, sometimes called greenhouse gas removal, is the focus of my research and a bit more the focus of this talk. Now that represents a group of technologies and essentially land management processes or approaches that serve to remove CO2 from the atmosphere. So what they are doing is essentially either enhancing an existing carbon sink from the atmosphere, or they're creating a new one. And so we can crudely split that off into two groups we're going to talk about today. The first is things that might resonate with you. You might have heard the term nature-based solutions, things like afforestation, planting more trees, changing how we farm and how we manage our soils, so increase the carbon stored within the soil. There are processes, a group called blue carbon, which involves activities in coastal environments, so planting seagrasses, mangroves in tropical regions, or enhancing salt marshes as stores of carbon. And then enhanced weathering, which Anita touched on in her talk. I'm not going to focus on enhanced weathering here because it's still at an R&D stage, more of an R&D stage than some of the others. So of all these different types of carbon dioxide removal, there are two types that use the same essentially carbon capture and storage technologies and the same geological storage sites as you might be used in carbon capture and storage applied to other decarbonisation of the economy sectors. So the two are direct air capture and storage and biomass energy with carbon capture and storage, and BECCS, the second one, has been the focus of my most recent large research grant. Direct air capture and storage essentially tries to capture the CO2 out of ambient air. So immediately your problem is that the CO2 is in a very low concentration. So that gives you quite an energy penalty on that process. Biomass energy with carbon capture and storage. So rather than having your kind of classical fossil fuel with CCS system in mind, you use a biomass feedstock to, for example, generate electricity or another energy conversion process, and you capture and store the CO2. Just to give you a sense of the fact that these two have different roles in the energy system, one reduces emissions, the other removes CO2 from the atmosphere, and also give you a sense of the scale of that. I did some initial analysis a few years back looking at some 1.5 degrees C and some 2 degrees C scenarios. So these are future scenarios of global greenhouse gas emissions to the end of the century. On the y-axis there is CO2 stored in gigatons of CO2 per year. It's not net removal, that's just the amount of CO2 that essentially went down a pipe underground within this model of future emissions. You've essentially got three scenarios, a red, a green and a blue. With each you've got two lines. The solid line represents all the carbon capture and storage, all the CO2 being stored in that scenario out to the end of the century. This is cumulative values. And the sorry, it's not cumulative, that's on the next slide. But the dashed line, importantly, the dashed line represents the fraction of that for that scenario that is being used for BECCS in this case, so being used for carbon dioxide removal. So you can see it ends up at around up to half. So that these, I just wanted, the message here is that there are two roles for these technologies in the energy transition, and we'll unpack that a little further in the next slide, please, Rose. These future emissions, these scenarios, these are not predictions or projections. They are tools to explore. They're usually modeled on the global energy system with some representation of varying detail of the land system and the greenhouse gases that arise from the global economy and global energy system. And so these future emission scenarios allow you to explore a range of possible options of what might happen. So on the right hand side is a panel from the most recently published IPCC's AR6, the sixth assessment report, and this is from Working Group 3 and from the summary for policymakers. I put the URL in the slide if you want to go look yourself. Just focus on part of this one panel within this figure, which shows you net global CO2 emissions. The take-home messages here, we're in gigatons CO2 per year on the y-axis. Just note that the zero line, it's not at the bottom of the plot. That the red and the orange, that kind of reddy orange coloured band of possible futures, is kind of where we're headed with our current climate policies, and if everybody fulfills their pledged climate action to 2030, whereas the purple band and the blue band represent different scenarios and futures that would achieve limiting warming to 2 degrees C or 1.5 degrees C by the end of the century. And I hope you can all see that this is where net zero comes from. You'll see around 2050 to 2060, most of those lines are crossing to zero CO2 emissions. And then beyond that, there is a removal. So carbon capture and storage is used in several sectors to decarbonize power and industry predominantly. So that helps that curve turn around and be facing down towards the zero line. But it's the carbon dioxide removal that helps you achieve zero and critically helps you go below and beyond zero to get these net negative emissions in the latter half of the century. And that is needed in order to limit the damages of climate change that are and impacts associated with higher temperatures than 1.5 or 2. Could I have the next slide, please? So just to break that down a little further, Glenn Peters on Twitter has been very active in the last few days, going into the newly published scenario database and trying to unpack of all those were big wedges on those rather than single lines in most cases, showing you again, we're exploring a range of futures. So he's then looking at what those range of futures are in terms of the amount of carbon dioxide removal in this energy transition in achieving these 2 degrees C and 1.5 degrees C scenarios. So I think if I remember correctly, these are they're either 1.5 or 2, I'd have to double check. But what you've got in the top left panel, these are all the y-axis is the same, so you can compare the scale of the use of these approaches. The bottom left is afforestation. I actually covered over enhanced weathering because it's very, very small at the moment because as a contribution in some of the models, it's not well represented. Afforestation there, you can see kind of gets up to around 3 or 4 gigatons of CO2 per year in terms of its removal rates. Again, there's some assumptions made here about how tree planting is being represented in these models. But at the top, you can see BECCS and DACCS. These are the two that are completely dependent upon having carbon capture and storage infrastructure in place. You can see that BECCS is way more dominant than DACCS. Now, the reason for this is that BECCS contributes to the energy supply. It gives humans an energy service. It might be through electricity and heat. It might be through a liquid transport fuel or maybe some hydrogen provision, depending on the exact supply chain of that BECCS system. But you are getting an energy service out of it. It is useful. It has a value as well as removing carbon. There are concerns about competition for land around food and deforestation, though. Whereas with DACCS, DACCS removes CO2 without those concerns about competition for land and food and deforestation, but it has an energy demand. It requires energy to run that process. And so it adds an additional low carbon energy demand that needs to be achieved. Just for those who are interested in cumulative numbers, I popped on a little figure of some of the relative numbers about the cumulative amount of this CDR that might be taking place. Can I have the next slide, please? And so just then I was also asked about societal responses. So that's hopefully a picture and a sense of where the roles they're playing in the energy system. This is public perceptions, which is a smaller fraction of societal responses, and very much in line with what Roy just said, this very diverse community. This is a specific set of results that I wanted to show you from the Climate Assembly UK that took place in 2020. It was commissioned by 6 House of Commons select committees. It involved 108 people who were chosen to be representative of the UK population across age, gender, ethnicity, rural or urban living, level of education, and level of concern about climate change. So they were chosen to represent the UK population in that sense. The process was very much, as Roy pointed out, and engaged. It was very much a deliberative process. People came for 6 weekends together to be presented with impartial and balanced information, to discuss it, and then to conduct a secret ballot where to essentially reflect decision making. The process unfortunately happened during the pandemic. So the first 3 weekends were in person, relationships were built, etc. But the latter 3 weekends took place online. So what you're seeing here is the results to one of these ballots about specifically how electricity is generated. So how much do you agree or disagree that each of the following technologies should be part of how the UK generates electricity? And the whole thing was framed about how should the UK reach net zero. You can read that for yourself on the slide. You'll note that the offshore wind, solar power and onshore wind had a lot of support, and the least support of the options presented was fossil fuels with carbon capture and storage. Could I have the next slide, please? So just then to look at the CDR, the carbon dioxide removal, it was actually called greenhouse gas removal in this question originally. But looking then at the different methods of carbon dioxide removal, so you can see forestry and better forest management, restoring peatlands and wetlands, which is the way of increasing the carbon in those below ground environments, carbon in the soil, and using wood in construction were all more favourable, with trees and forests being the most. And the biomass energy, carbon capture and storage, and the direct air capture and storage, as I've just introduced, both very low. Some of the reasons expressed for this was concern about potential leaks from carbon storage sites, but also a feeling that these approaches failed to actually address the problem. There was a risk that they'd be seen as a way of not needing to decarbonize the rest of the sectors and economies. So as a public group, there was much more of a, rather than a kind of focused comparison of A and B, it was able to, part of the critique was sitting in a much broader context, a kind of what we'd call a kind of bigger and broader framing about how they're being used or how they could be misused or how they could be misinterpreted to be used. DAX was particularly unliked because it was seen as less natural, it's seen as costly and unproven. So that is, these are emerging technologies compared to the others. The first four on the left are things people can relate to and can understand and feel have more analogies that they can draw on to understand. The latter two is usually a very novel idea that they've not heard about before. So this unproven element is there. There was support for, within the responses, further research and development, noting that these things could be used more in the future, might be needed to mop up CO2. Could I have the next slide, please? So just to wrap up then, we've also, so that was some public perceptions work, very specifically about how the UK public perceived about getting to net zero. Work I've done on our FabGGR project, we've talked to a broader diversity of stakeholders from policy, industry, a range of different businesses and industries, but also from civil society, non-governmental organisations, and not just environmental, but those with a slightly larger remit. And across that, a number of our workers repeated this message that decisions are often, are made with a concern about an interest in what the other co-benefits are and elements that address broader societal objectives. So, for example, it's one of the reasons that the trees and the nature-based ideas tend to get much more interest is because they are also helping with biodiversity. They're also helping potentially in terms of well-being and recreation. They've got other values there rather than just the narrow focus on cost and carbon, which is often where we as an academic community come from. Just a note again that these are BECCS and DAX particularly are emerging technologies, and so often the information you get back is very much dependent on the information you gave. So larger kind of survey approaches are going to give you kind of meaningless information really, because you're having to tell them about something, they will just echo back what you've told them, and also just draw on analysis examples. And the interesting paper for those in this sector around what the impact of how fracking was handled in the UK and how that might influence how publics view carbon capture and storage, paper by Emily Cox, which is worth having a read of. Just my final point then is that carbon dioxide removal has different roles, but also there are different perceptions of the roles it has. In the near term, out to the end of the decade, most of the CDR is being framed as offsetting. So it's okay, I don't have to feel guilty about my flying because I just pay to plant a tree. And almost all of that CDR is being delivered through tree planting, which has limitations and other risks as well as other benefits. In the medium term, there's a lot of concern around this concept of mitigation, deterrence, where CDR will be seen as an argument for delaying decarbonisation action that might be seen as expensive or other reasons, and so there's some concerns there. But in that longer term, hopefully I've shown you in some of these graphs that CDR has this really critical and novel role in offsetting difficult to decarbonise sectors, aviation emissions, but also non-CO2 emissions from agriculture and food production. Can I have the last slide, please? So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a taster of what carbon capture and storage, its role in the energy transition, what CDR as a bigger group is, its role in the energy transition, and some insights into where societal concerns are at. Just to note that this is reflective of a very collective piece of work. FabGGR is an interdisciplinary project, consortium project. And so there was too long a list of names to include on this last slide. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Nem, for another fantastic talk. So can I get Anita and Nem on the screen? And Roy, do you want to come up and join me on the stage? And I'm also going to invite Professor Stuart Hazeldine up to the stage as well, who's the chair of the next session. Stuart's a professor of carbon capture and storage. We'll start the discussion. So great, I can see both Anita and Nem. I'm going to use the chair's prerogative and start the first question off and say to Nem and Anita, you both kind of touched on, but didn't speak too much about the potential for enhanced weathering. So using ground up rock to enhance weathering and drawdown of CO2 from the atmosphere. I was wondering, Anita in particular, what sort of scale of operation that you've been looking at in terms of the potential for this as a technology, and then whether, I don't know the details, but did enhanced weathering get discussed in the Climate Assembly or in any of your work, or was it really focusing on the geological storage aspects? So maybe Anita, do you want to start?
Okay, I will say I'm a little bit on the fringe of the kind of the sequestration and the mine waste work in that regard, certainly just looking at sort of the publications that have come out. But, you know, within Australia, there's been some significant funding from some of the major mining companies, particularly, I suppose, in WA, to look at the opportunities for that. So I think certainly BHP have sort of been thinking about some projects in that space. So I might hand over to Nem, who might have a bit more of a robust answer for both questions. Nem?
Sure. So I've realised now, I unfortunately covered up the slide. So in the current models being used to explore how we might get to the end of the century, enhanced weathering doesn't feature very much. It doesn't feature very much because it's at its earlier stage in terms of, you know, its research and development. There's two different levels. If you look at the kind of what scale of contribution, the tailing stuff has lots of these other co-benefits, right? But just as Anita set out in terms of, you know, you're looking at existing sites, so there's no additional environmental impacts. You know, like you're going. There's lots of reasons if you think in terms of communities who are used to those pre-existing features and kind of very much around circular economy, and so. Those kind of scales would have you much more down at probably 0.5 gigaton to 1 gigaton CO2. I would argue much lower, like at the global scale, whereas the BECCS and the DACs on those plots were more like 5 to 10. The DACs was around 5. The forestry is around 3 or 4 ish. I mean, these are very, very crude numbers because you're going so far in the future. There are some numbers out there that are massive on enhanced weathering, but when you come at it from a kind of full carbon cycle, you have to start questioning about the CO2 emissions embedded in massive trucks scooping up massive amounts of heavy stuff and moving it around. And particularly for enhanced weathering, the energy penalty of grinding it, there's a word, it begins with C, Stuart will know it, communication, it sounds like communicate. There we go. It sounds like communication, but not. That one. So what happens is you end up, there's some cool, I read a cool paper looking at what would happen in Austria, for example. You end up with this interesting trade-off between your transport and how much you want to grind it down, and then how fast you think you're speeding the rates up, what your climatology is involved in that. But also when you're going out with any of this work out to the end of the century, big decisions about how you manage to decarbonize your heavy goods transport. So electrifying cars and small things is great. Electrifying big heavy trucks, the stuff you need for mining and moving heavy things around, way harder. Way more kind of questions there about how that get done. And so those assumptions will give you, like, you know, not quite orders of magnitude, but huge differences in the uncertainty when you're trying to make those estimates. So that's why it's not currently. It's much more at the R&D phase of trying to work through those things, not just and work through those questions about what the full life cycle emissions. Because when we're talking about net zero, doesn't matter who owns it, who's responsible for it, planet Earth sees the lot, right? So it has to add up. So you can do BECCS, for example, badly enough that it doesn't remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. If you deforest primary rainforest in order to grow bioenergy crops for BECCS, then you've released so much CO2 from that initial disturbance. So it's not even guaranteed that a BECCS system gives you negative emissions. So there's lots of detailed questions about that supply chain, and it has got to add up.
And I think that really starts to draw on something that Roy touched on a little bit as well, in terms of thinking about those co-benefits and where those co-benefits exist, right? So if those co-benefits are for a global good, how does that impact the societal response, and in particular the local community that might be hosting these either mine waste sites or a GDF facility? So Roy, can I bring you in and ask you to comment on that trade-off between the local benefits and the global good?
I think it's one of our great challenges right at the moment is increasingly the challenges facing us are global, and the decisions are being taken at international levels, with national governments then having their own national targets, but the actual impacts are on local communities, and there's a big disconnect between the two. This is not just a geoscience or communications issue, it's fundamentally about also rethinking how we make decisions within our communities. But picking up on a point actually that Nem made in terms of the co-benefits, we also need to see this in broader sort of policy terms. I was just thinking, I've just been come out of DEFRA, and the recent Environment Bill requires local nature recovery schemes. This will place an obligation on local authorities related to the new planning legislation to actually consider how do you establish biodiversity net gain within any particular on a county level. Now that's going to re-engage people in a separate set of discussions. And clearly, if you are looking to replant and to think about nature recovery in any particular area, that has a direct bearing on carbon capture. If you are creating a greener, physically greener environment. So I don't necessarily have a very simple answer to that. It's an ongoing discussion that we have. I think the benefit is, as we've seen from a research that's published yesterday, unsurprising, this is generational, and we do have to look at this in generational terms, that there is a divide. The younger you are, the more concerned you are about these issues, the more likely as you age and become an adult, and we're looking over the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years, the younger generation become the hegemonic power-making group within society. And those who are probably most resistant to change at the moment are not going to be with us in the next 10, 20, 30 years' time. So this is an evolving pattern of discussion. I also recognise that actually, having travelled the world for so long, there's a greater horizontal cultural similarities between generations across societies than there probably was 40, 50 years ago. And that's going to change, because it's not just about the debate in this country, it's a debate about our generations having conversations with similar generations in other countries.
Excellent. Let's take some questions from the audience. Somebody at the back here.
Hi, thanks, Taya Torval, I'm University of Leeds. What's striking me from today and yesterday and this morning is there are very similar issues across mining and CCS and rat waste and other resources in terms of public perception, social license to operate, and all that, other benefits which Roy talked about here earlier. My expertise is in ores exploration and mining, and despite all the headlines that we get of catastrophes and problems, there are lots of companies that get it right, that do things cleanly. They interact with local communities. Somebody mentioned Kiruna yesterday in northern Sweden, which is a case in point, where the whole community is so invested that they agreed to move the whole town in order to allow the mine to expand. And I guess this is more of a comment than a question, but what were the pathways from those early exploration stages to the mining operating today that allowed that to happen? And of course, we should be looking at problems and trying to resolve them and trying to learn from them. That's without question that we do need to look at them as well. But should we not also look at what are the pathways to success, to learn, well, how do we get it right? What did these companies do from those first boots in the ground into exploration stages and early interactions with the communities? How did they get to the stage where they are today that allowed that to happen in Kiruna, for example?
Well, I'll go first then. So I just want to raise another type of word which we've not talked about in the public domain, and that's trust. Because I think if people who are resident there develop a trust in these new arrivals who want to put something underground or want to do something different, then that's a really large part of winning the verbal war and the emotional war about getting permission. And so it's always really difficult to do something underground, whether it's fracking or whether it's disposing of CO2 or whether it's extracting something. Because, and in my experience, then the information trade is often won on the co-benefits and the trust in delivering the co-benefits, because the community who happens to be resident there has no real gain about fracking something to get gas out for some other people somewhere else in the country. It's nothing to do with them. But what might win is if they either have a financial benefit, or they get extra swimming pools, or they get a different school, or they get employment in the area. When I've been around talking about CCS, for example, you can spend 10 minutes talking about all this technical, geeky stuff, and then the questions come on, the councillors want to first up, how many jobs are in it for us? And that's all they need to know. And so trust in delivering that is really important. And that's the Kiruna example must have established, I'm going to imagine, trust over decades, that these people are going to behave honestly and honourably, and they're not going to sell your community literally down the river.
Yeah, I think I can't speak about the carbon capture, but I can talk around radioactive waste management. And the pros and principles here is that the nuclear sector doesn't really trust the community because of the way in which relationships have established over the years. And it wants to be trusted by the community, but not prepared to show that trust back. And the work I've been doing recently has been actually getting communities in different countries just speaking together, unmediated by the sector, by the company or the organization. And because the difficulty is, no matter how factually correct you are and how and the benefits you can bring, there's a lack of trust in government, in corporates, in scientists, particularly government scientists, that they do trust other people just like them. And so just having, and it's quite amazing, it's almost like something so simple in our modern social media world is two groups of people from two different communities discussing their own experience, their own concerns, sharing them, and then sharing ideas. You can move much more quickly because they trust each other in a way they will not trust, no matter how many white coats, how many presentations, how many videos you do. They do trust fellow human beings. So part of what I'm trying to achieve is create this global narrative to start getting the communities who are similarly impacted in an unmediated way. So there's no government, no corporate intervention, just sharing and discussing their concerns. And that is the way, from my perspective, is how you start building the trust, the confidence. And then you can exchange ideas. So if somebody does have experience of why it worked for them, it's an idea that's coming from a fellow human being, not somebody from a government or from a large corporate trying to convince you, because you always feel like you're being sold something if you're being sold by the government. So my basic message in all of this would be to allow much greater contact between communities who are going through the similar experience, and just get them talking together. That will build their trust and also trust in you as well.
Thank you. Let's take a question from online. Ellen, have you got some questions there?
Yep, so we have a great question that came in from Barney Brennan. And he said, great set of presentations all. For CDR, it seems like natural solutions have more public support than engineered solutions, such as BECCS and DACS. Geological storage has permanence that natural solutions may not have. How do we change public opinion to be more supportive of engineered solutions?
Nem, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, so first of all, absolutely, geological storage is more permanent. There's unpermanence risks, but those nature-based solutions are more known and more related to, and they have a broader set of co-benefits. For example, if you're, an area where tree planting is also going to contribute towards flood mitigation, flood alleviation, particularly moving forward in under climate change and the kind of impacts we're going to see. I don't think it's an either or. I mean, hopefully I've clearly shown you that afforestation maxed out does not give you enough to get, you need the BECCS and the DACs. And you can see seeds of that in the responses from the Climate Assembly. People talking now, and very much now, there's no BECCS or DACs you can go and pay for now. It doesn't exist, right? So they're going to prioritize stuff that they know, stuff that gives co-benefits, stuff that, but there was seeds in that results they pulled out for you that, seeing that it has that role to mop up CO2, it could be used later as it develops. So I don't think I don't think you need to convince the public of that element. It's, as has been said before, it's about trust and fairness and transparency. And I think the UK has a much easier job to achieve it because our storage is offshore. And you see that preference, offshore wind versus onshore wind was there as a preference. So very little functional difference, except it's physically closer to me. And so offshore, we have a much easier job of it here in the UK compared to, say, the US, where your storage might more likely be onshore. Definitely Germany had some problems with investigating onshore CCS. So I think, you know, BECCS and DACs will develop. You need that, and the kind of understanding and the conversations will develop over time. And I don't think that there will be kind of massive and prohibitive pushback if trust is built, processes are fair and transparent, they take communities along with them, not just and absolutely there's a big gap on place-based, localized siting kind of communities, but also on the broader society who wants to achieve net zero. There's huge public support for achieving net zero, and the public is not a homogenous mass of people. It's everybody in the room today and online today. And, you know, if you're able to have those kind of nuanced discussions, and we'll balance up these kind of risks and concerns. You know, the public raising in the Citizens Assembly concerns that BECCS or DACs will be seen as get out of jail cards free. You see it across the board. Everyone's like, yeah, we can get to net zero because we're just going to pay for this magic technology that doesn't exist right now, and not actually look hard at how our business operates, how we work, and where we can do the decarbonisation bit. And so, you know, it's absolutely correct to spot that as a concern. It's there in academia, it's there in society that see it. So I think that as the technology evolves, as you start having it, very hard to talk to people about stuff when there's not a real thing to look at, like, you know, to point at and say, here's a thing. So as the industrial clusters develop in the northeast and the northwest, and you've got communities, you've got engagement, you've got things to talk about, which enables you to have a broader national conversation about these things and why they're needed and where their role is, then you get into some sticky questions about, should people eat less meat or pay for more DACs? And you ask that question to under 25s and they'll say, eat less meat. And you ask it to over 65s and they'll be like, pay for more DACs, I won't be here anyway, it's fine. So, you know, those kind of, they are, as Rory pointed out, there are layers of different generational perspectives, different experience perspectives. You're not going to have one answer. But I do think that from a CDR, do all of it is a bit of, I mean, we need to do all of it. You need to do all the decarbonising and then do all the CDR. So keep investing in understanding enhanced weathering, get the right trees planted in the right place for them, the compromise between all the various objectives it is trying to achieve. Between, you might take a sacrifice on the amount of carbon you remove, but in order to get more biodiversity benefits, for example, and that BECCS and DACs are progressing, they are being invested in, and as they are progressed, it is not for the public to swallow the pill, it's for communities at a local scale and UK more broadly to be taken along with that conversation where trust and transparency are essential to that.
I think a few of the comments that have come in online have started building towards a lot of this kind of, what do we do as geoscientists, right? What can we do in this, in influencing or engaging with the public around these technologies? And one thing that occurs to me, thinking about, Anita, what you were talking about these existing mine wastes that we have the legacy to deal with from the mining of the last decades and centuries. And then you just pointed out that it's quite hard to communicate with people about things that don't exist yet. So, and the comment earlier about Karuna as well, what can we learn from the engagement that's taking place with the mining communities that's taken place over the last centuries to deal with the legacy of mining that might help us talk about and engage with these communities about things that we can't see and things that are going forwards? So, I mean, Roy, for you, there's not a physical GDF in the UK that you can take the public to go and see and tell them about. How do you deal with that sort of lack of physical presence in that discussion?
Just listening to the discussion, I mean, this is always going to be dynamic. We've already seen the last few weeks with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the sudden change in perception and public debate about the use of fossil fuels going forward. Also, the whole issue around waste. The issue around waste is that we need there are certain minerals which are well sourced from Russia and Ukraine, which we may not have access to for other technologies and economic development. So then the changing dynamics and economics and public perception of the need for semi-processors and where we get these materials from. This is a continuing debate. In terms of physically taking something to something that doesn't yet exist, again, it is about establishing some very simple principles, and it seems to be fairly successful between us and the Canadians, and I just call it underground, overground. This waste is here. We have a choice. You're worried about something going wrong. You have a choice, because there's only two choices. It either goes wrong underground, 1 kilometre away from us, or it goes wrong in the air that we breathe on the surface. You don't need a PhD, you don't need to have studied geosciences to evaluate the relative risks of a radiation leak 1 kilometre beneath the ground or on the surface. So it is just taking people through, but I think the other issue coming down to waste and mining and other projects is a lot of these industries, particularly I'm looking at nuclear, have got a bad track record of they've not been transparent, they have behaved badly, and there's a recovery. We look at mining industries and their behaviour sometimes, the way in which they've not dealt with environmental remediation issues and have affected communities. So there is some rebuilding of trust that needs to be done going forward.
Anita, can I bring you in on that? You showed those, quite dramatic videos of the tailings collapse. How much of that discussion is taking place, and how much is that impacting the research that you're able to do on this legacy, on this waste?
It was such a shift in the conversation around mine waste when Brumadinho happened. I mean, whilst Samarco and Mount Poli were also, the footage, I suppose the ability to capture that footage, with helicopters and televised around the world. I mean, suddenly even my grandma knows what mine tailings is, which was incredible. But just that communication of the impacts that mine waste could have really just changed the conversation. And that, like I say, that the nail in the coffin really was Brumadinho. And that changed everything for people working in mine waste, because all of a sudden, we've seen in terms of research to either repurpose mine waste, reduce, reuse, recycle, all of those things, and just not even to improve the geotechnical stability when we do have to finally produce some sort of waste stream. It's just been phenomenal, the change in the last 3 years. I suppose when I moved up to UQ, and that was probably 3 years ago, just around the time that Brumadinho happened, I thought I was going to continue my research in terms of looking at ARD prediction methods and sort of trying to encourage companies to assess their future waste materials in terms of ARD much more effectively. But instead, my entire time up here has been talking about how we can actually repurpose mine waste and try and look for those critical metals in that waste to sort of engage in that de-risking. But I think just touching back on a point that was raised about trust, and I think certainly it's really unfortunate for the mining industry, because it does feel like as much as you can have so much positive engagement, and many companies, maybe particularly the smaller, the more agile, the juniors and the mid-tiers, they can engage in that really effective kind of engagement with communities as they discuss new mining projects. But certainly, I suppose, when it's just one person behaves badly, it just tarnishes everyone with that same brush. Thinking about Rio Tinto and the caves, obviously we'll remember that a couple of years ago. That obviously wasn't a great look for the mining industry, sort of destroying sort of Aboriginal caves. And that was obviously quite a big deal in terms of, thinking about the risks in mining that are reported by, Ernst Young. But nobody really talks about some of the flip side things that Rio Tinto have done in a positive way when it comes to waste. So, they've obviously been one of the companies that have looked kind of quite strongly at repurposing and sort of pulling out some metals from their waste materials. And thanks, Sarah, for sharing that link. That is what I'm talking about. They also backed, I think it was just after COP26, they announced that they were funding Resolve to sort of kickstart, and I guess they're a startup company funded by or led by a previous Greenpeace director, but certainly they're sort of one of their main briefs is to go out, look at mine waste, repurpose, and I guess do exactly the sort of things our research group are doing, but sort of on steroids, which is awesome to see. But people don't really sort of the mind isn't really associated with those positives that Rio are sort of trying to do. It's kind of more focused on the devastation that they did to those caves, which was obviously a very big deal and shouldn't be taken lightly at all. So I guess there's kind of an image problem to deal with, which I think Sarah was referencing before we kicked off officially this morning. But certainly conversations like this help to change that. And I know that obviously part of the conversation a bit later on, and it might be when I tap out because it's the evening here, is going to be focused on looking at future generations. I think just touching on one of the other points just finally that was made in the room just now, and I guess thinking about trust and incentivization for people to sort of establish mining projects in communities. And I think it was interesting because I suppose we think about the future and we think about, you know, the next generation of consumers and the next generation of leaders, but they're going to require different things to, you know, building a community swimming pool or a golf course. So I guess we kind of do need to sort of spend some time to sort of understand what the future desires, benefits, what the future kind of, you know, community will look like and what will be the things that will be important to them, because I suppose that to me isn't clear yet. Of course, how can it be that they're, you know, many of them are probably still in their teens or less. But yeah, I guess that's part of what we need to do. I guess when we think about future mine waste, we have to think about future consumers, you know, future citizens and what's going to be important to them. But yeah, that's probably a bit digressional, but yeah.
Thank you, Anita. Are there any more questions in the room? I think the back here has probably had his hand up first, and then we'll take a few more after that.
Hello, Ben Lepley from SRK. So amazing bunch of talks and such an important topic. I want to focus on mine waste because it's such a massive task. And Anita, your graphics were amazing. And one thing that really sticks out to me is, and something was mentioned yesterday, is gold mining. And it's not particularly critical, right? 80-90% of it is used in jewelry and stored in banks. Yes, you're on board. This is fantastic, right? Good stuff.
No, I am. My husband and I, like, my husband did his PhD looking at sort of a gold mine in New South Wales and like the controls and that. And we often talk about gold mining and mine waste relating to gold. Yeah, I don't know where you're going to go, but I think we're going to be on the same page. But sorry, continue.
Okay, good stuff. So yeah, when we look at the proportion of waste, you know, produced for each product, you know, look at iron, there's something like a ratio of 3 to 1 tons of waste compared to raw products, useful product. For bauxite, it's about 5 to 1. For copper, it's about 450 to 1. For gold, it's 950,000 to 1.
Yeah.
And you think about it, it's just because the grade of gold that's mined out of the ground is generally around one gram per ton, something like that is economic, or even less in some parts of the world. You know, 1 gram per ton is 1 million percent. So that makes sense. So there's 950,000 times more waste than there is product. Right? What the hell are we doing mining gold? That's my question.
I'm with you on that one. Look, I know I shouldn't say it because obviously at the SMI we have a range of mining companies that work with us to solve some of their key issues around sustainable mining. But yeah, I think one of the figures I had was like a gold ring a gold ring generates 20 tons of waste, and waste isn't even the lasting problem. It's the acid mine drainage associated with that waste that's the lasting problem. So, you know, I don't know if I can say more because I'm conscious of being employed at the SMI. I would like to be tomorrow as well. But yeah,
I would also be in trouble because, you know, I work for a consultancy and we do a lot of work for gold. So, you know, I'll probably be in trouble tomorrow, but I don't care. It's the same with diamonds, same with anything that's basically, you know, something we wear for jewelry or something that's not really necessary. Critical minerals, obviously, the word is in the title, and, you know, very useful. But yeah, gold for me and diamonds, and yeah. Sorry.
I think I've always wanted to write a piece in the conversation, but I might do it after I've quit my job. But yeah, it pains me, you know, like when you watch like MasterChef and someone's got like the gold leaf out and they're just putting it on there, and I just sit and think, do you know how much environmental damage that has done just so you can make your cake look pretty and win a competition? Like, it just, I don't know. I think I'm with you on that in terms of, like, you know, we have a lot of gold in vaults already. Do we need to mine more gold? Yeah, it's not critical, and we have enough. Yeah, sorry, Em. Yeah.
No, that's all right. As someone who's wearing a gold wedding ring that got melted down from family stuff. So that was family wedding rings got melted down to weigh cards. But that isn't helping. That's virtue signaling, isn't it? What we're coming round to here, actually, I'm going to go a bit bigger and a bit meta on this conversation, is values. So there was a question early on about, Anita, your work. I think I caught it. I hadn't been watching the chat. I can't do 2 conversations. Someone was asking about how do you convince companies to do it when it's not economic, right? So all of this is working against the tsunami of, so trying to include these social values, include biodiversity, include these environmental longer term things that don't fit in current economic models. There we go. I've said it. I think it's because I've got over 40. I'm now that much of a social scientist. I'm going to say that out loud in conferences. But this is what you're pushing against, right? And so some of these values, like, and these values that change. So Fukushima had a real influence on certain communities around perception of nuclear. The question from the room, somebody was from Leeds, I think, about, like all the good that's being done, and your point about Rio Tinto. But like, it does matter what the weakest link is doing in terms of not just kind of corporate image, but in terms of genuine value. And it's very easy to break that trust, and trust takes a long time to build. It takes a long time to build. And as an organization, it's fairly quick to break. I'd say maybe in communities, the trust will maintain, but that kind of wider trust. And so those values and those changing values, so if you go to younger generations, their values will be different. As you said, is it they don't want to be bought off for a swimming pool, or do they want to have climate resilient future? Right? What did you want? More shiny things to play with, or would you like to not have a 4-degree sea world? Those kind of like how that conversation evolves and how those values are changing. So energy security has gone massively up the agenda. And so I think my call would be to be aware that those, even if you can't monetize them, those values that affect people's choices and perspectives and society's choices are varied, and they change over time. So us to sit here now and say in 2021 there's going to be 12 gigatons of BECCS is almost guaranteed to be wrong. But you do need CDR at some extent towards the latter half of the century if you want to do anything about the fact. Why you need that latter half is because we have already emitted too much CO2. And so in terms of some of that trust and validity and that kind of transparency, dealing with in-house emissions, looking at supply chains, looking at better practice in terms of your mining tailings, or doing more Zoom participation at conferences, doing the change rather than just being seen to be buying it off with, oh yeah, we'll invest in a DAX company, then that'll be okay. Just because the numbers don't add up in terms of the first part to get to net zero is to turn that curve and get down, which is the decarbonisation, which is, again, I'm going to say this at Geology Society event, leave some of the fossil fuels in the ground. Thanks. That makes it all a lot easier and all a lot cheaper later on. And so these are it's the end of the panel, right? I can throw out some of those ones.
Yeah. So I'm loving this discussion. I know we're rapidly approaching the coffee break, but there's one more question from the back of the audience, and then we'll wrap up after that.
Yes, Peter Dolan, and I'm a fellow of the Society, Roy. I'd like to bring this word trust home. How do you see the Society sitting in your matrix of trust? Can we speak and make a contribution as a society?
A short answer, of course, yes. I mean, ultimately, people do want the reassurance from experts. It's really a case of who and how that message is delivered and who it's delivered through. So you do need to have the underlying science and the evidence and the facts, but it's a case of the context in which you're doing it. And I've just pointed out, that's a dynamic and ever-changing environment in which the public engage with an issue and where they place that trust.
I think on that note, what role can the Society play in this? We'll wrap this discussion up. I know we could keep going for another couple of hours, but I want to give a huge thanks to the speakers, to you, the audience, for the questions. And it's now time for coffee. We start again at 11:15 for the next session.
Fantastic. So thank you so much to all of you who've just taken part in that panel session. Anita and Nem, are you guys good to stay on for another 10 minutes or so? Or if you need to run, that is totally okay. Anita, you look like you need to run.
It's coming up to 8, so we're approaching bedtimes, etc. So I might have to tap out.
That's okay.
I've got a meeting at 11, so I can do the next 10 minutes for you.
Cool. Because I just wanted basically, if there are any final comments, because Anita, you mentioned on future generations, any words of wisdom with regards to what the Geological Society, what we as geoscientists should be doing to encourage future generations to get involved in actually taking up the challenge of a lot of the, I guess, the problems, but also the opportunities that we've been talking about this morning. So Anita, I'll come to you and then we shall relinquish you to 8 p.m. in Australia. And then Nem, if I can come to you after that.
Okay, I guess I'm not going to give you a succinct answer, so sorry. But like, I think what I've seen from the students that I've engaged with is that there's this real eye-opening moment that they've been having where they've realised that their skills as geoscientists can be applied, not necessarily for primary mining. I suppose mining still has that image problem, and whilst they can be seduced and attracted by the huge salaries that they're getting offered, I mean, they're getting offered like probably 1.5 times more than I do as third years. But certainly I think understanding that their skills can be applied for a future good is really important. So I've noticed, sort of particularly like in the last year and a half, you know, the numbers of people wanting to join our group and our team has just skyrocketed because they're just so interested in my skills as a geoscientist can actually be put to use to characterize, to like turn these, like, you know, these compromised environments into something productive and actually like find those future metals. So they're still using their exploration skills. It's just, it's a different target, right? So, you know, I think just continuing to sort of communicate as much as we can in more, you know, accessible kind of platforms. I mean, you know, journal papers are great, and it's always great to have that sitting behind whatever it is that you're talking about, but certainly making sure that we're sort of doing that, you know, more, you know, university level engagement, high school engagement, and even before that. So, I mean, you know, I've had the opportunity to go and bore my kids' classes with sort of knowledge or facts about mining and talking about mine waste. But I remember once I went to, I love this story, so I'm going to go for it. But I went to a careers fair at UQ, and I turned up, I didn't have any fancy brochures, I didn't have like, you know, nice pens to give out or anything like that. All I had was my favourite waste rocks around me. And all the students, like I had Rio Tinto next to me, I had BHP like over the way and some consultancies, whatever. But all the students were like gravitating towards me because they're like, oh, what's this rock? And oh, where's it from? And then you just sort of start that conversation about like the opportunities that could be presented in sort of, you know, just recycling, recharacterizing, removing, etc. And they were just like super, like, you know, just wanted to get stuck into it. So I think for me, I think, you know, as academics, you know, we do have that important role to sort of make sure that we're engaging across all platforms and making the science accessible and sort of really emphasizing that this is an opportunity for to make sort of, you know, a difference to your future generations, which I think sort of upcoming teams and young professionals are really keen to do.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for that, Anita. And we really, really value your perspective with regards to all of this, especially because you do have little people. And thank you so much as well for staying up late in Australia. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Have a good meeting. Thanks for the invitation and good luck with the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Fantastic. Cool. So Nem, just coming across to yourself, and then we've also got Roy here in person and Gareth, who you've just seen on the stage. So we're just talking about advice with regards to future generations. How do we encourage them to come into geosciences to actually take on some of the both the problems but also the opportunities that we've got here as well? So Nem, let's come across to yourself next, and then Roy, you could perhaps come to yourself.
Yes, just building on what Anita said, I think things like putting the time in to do a piece for the conversation because of the way it gets picked up by broader media, just, you know, like it might not be directly talking to, you know, it's part of that wider dialogue. It might be fed in through geography teachers or science teachers. I think it's sometimes hard with geoscience as to where it fits at a school program, particularly in the UK. Like there is A-level geology, but it's quite niche and only certain universities, you know, certain institutions do it. So I think it can be hard. But I think, you know, as Anita was saying, convincing people that the skills you develop as a geoscientist that can be applied in a range of ways, and a range of these like more positive, if you like, environmental ways rather than perceptions about extraction industry. I mean, you see that with the fossil fuel industry. I mean, like, again, thinking slightly longer term, you know, look at the scale that CCS is going to be needed globally and within the UK to reach net zero. And, you know, saying quietly, I'm going to go and work for an oil and gas company might turn into like, I'm going to go and work, but I'm working for the CCS bit. I'm going to go and, you know, this kind of the idea of a just transition for that industry as a whole, you know, and again, I'm not talking like next Tuesday, I'm talking about the slightly kind of in the next couple of years, which is really critical for those currently, you know, choosing A-levels, choosing degrees, choosing, you know, master's qualifications and where to go in terms of graduate employment. So there is some pivoting there to do in terms of, you know, retooling historical perceptions of what geoscience might have been about and what it can be about and its role. I mean, basically, as the conference title suggests, you know, like what its role is in the next But yeah, I mean, here at UEA in environmental sciences, we're quite broad as well in terms of embedding the social elements of those modules. So it's not like you're not on a hydrocarbon kind of track, or even our geologists do have a lot of exposure to on all their module choices around some of these questions about not just science communication, but these broader kind of societal questions about natural capital, ecosystem services, policies, policy making, effective regulation, etc. And so we tend to spit out quite well-rounded undergraduates from that perspective, and I think that's an element that is important, maybe more important, in terms of like if you want to see the social value of what you can do with your geoscience career, that might help a little bit. I don't know.
I think that scale point, it's staggering, these numbers, right? So I think currently we inject, including for enhanced oil recovery, we inject about 40 million tons of CO2 into the ground every year at the moment. Yep. And those numbers that you showed, even if you just take one of the technologies, DAX or BEX, you're talking in the gigaton range, right?
Absolutely.
So it's 100-fold scale up at minimum. And the other analogy that I draw when I'm talking about this is currently, in the last couple of years, we've extracted about 5 billion tons of oil per year. So if you take 5 gigatons as a kind of mid number that people are ballparking for how much CDR we need to do with geological storage, you're talking about the same size as the current oil industry in terms of the amount of fluid that they take out of the ground.
Exactly. And to get there, you have to turn it round. You've got to turn off all that oil, right? Because you've got to power this BEX and DAX. That below the line number on the net emissions is masking, if you like, the residual emissions, so all those hard to abate sectors like heavy moving stuff around, having to fly around, like the aviation and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like it's really big. It's really big, and it is just when you frame it from that perspective, it's why it's just a lot easier to leave the other stuff in the ground and don't do it, because it's just costing you so much later on in terms of having to take it out later. But no, the scale is massive, and even at national state, my PhD students looking at. So they have nationally determined contributions. So countries who sign up to the COP, they say what we're going to do to 2030. But there is actually a voluntary mechanism as well that says what we're going to do longer than that, out to usually 2050. It's called, stupid acronym, LT-LED. It's fine. Doesn't matter. He's looked at all of those that were submitted up until the end of the year. This is cutting edge stuff that's not published yet, team. And then at a national planning level, it's not registered yet. It's not registered, the challenge of actually getting to net zero, what that means in terms of your residual emissions. So you've got some good examples, handful of European countries. The US has done a good job, the UK. I'm not going to put Australia on that list. It's in there, but it's not a good example. But looking at how you get, because it's part of this scale point, Gareth. So I mean, right, in order to really understand what you need out of CDR, you need to understand how you get there and what the limits are on getting there. And then actually, when you understand the limits on the CDR, you start to think, oh, actually, we need to work even harder on the decarbonisation. And a lot of places just going, oh yeah, we'll do some forests and some soils, because we've, that's what's in their plans at the moment. It's just forests and soils. A couple of coastal places are like, oh, we'll do some blue carbon, because they're seen as easy wins. They're winners in terms of public perceptions. They're like, yeah, that's great. They tend to be historically not achieved. The UK's planting rates for the last decade have only achieved half of their target.
Now, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Undergraduates, do geoscience undergraduates see what they're doing as, for what about a word, environmental? A lot of the young people I know look at marine biology, they're looking at the natural environment. They don't actually see the contribution that what they see as dead rocks beneath their feet might actually make to actually preserving the planet and maintaining life on it.
So I don't think I'm in a great position to answer that. So I did my undergraduate at Edinburgh. I did geology for the first 2 years and actually did graduate in geography. But I have worked since 2005 in the School of Environmental Sciences at UEA, and we were established to take that holistic view. We're not historically, like the geology department dislikes the geography department in a number of universities I've experienced. Let's not name names. We all know they're there, right? That kind of tension doesn't exist here, because so we have an earth sciences kind of fraction of our cohort, colleagues who are geophysicists, volcanologists, people who work on, geochemists, and a couple of colleagues who work on sedimentary base and fossil fuel stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, and yet they sit in a school of environmental science with all the colleagues who do ocean and atmospheres and all the colleagues who do social science, values, public perceptions, really quite hardcore social science, like really theoretical, conceptual stuff. And so I'm so like unplugged from other graduates' experience, because here we do it awesomely, and you are embedded. If you are interested in the rocks or the volcanology, or if you're interested in the fossil fuels, it's part of, and you are getting this diversity of perspectives because you're transcending the different disciplines. I mean, they choose between their modules, but even the modules that compulsory do, they're exposed to all of this. And so I think that's not reflective of the common experience of a geology undergraduate. So our geology undergraduates, I think, have quite a unique experience because they are exposed to that. The rest of their cohort are environmental scientists or geographers or BA geographers, so they've got that mix. And I think that that is a challenge. And so if it was me and I was in charge of this kind of stuff, because everyone likes to do that now and then, I think it's an interesting question for geology degrees that are sitting in kind of historical legacy geology departments to review where that wider perspective is fed into their degree program, other than a bit of tokenistic first year stuff that people are a bit too hungover to really listen to. Do you know what I mean? Like, where is that? Because we all know that's the truth about first year, right? Where is that feeding in? And that's actually, I think the Geology Society, the person who asked right at the end, a very strategic question, but I think the Geology Society has a higher level of trust and respect than a Rio Tinto representative. I mean, yes, people will trace back where the funding comes from, who sponsored the events, but you have more trust as particularly as a collective. You know what I mean? And I think there is a lot of power to feed into and change that narrative, and to feed into, whether it's through educational programs, whether it's for you being involved in reviewing the accreditation process that the GSL has, part of the accreditation process, aren't you? Yeah, because we're accredited to. And so there are mechanisms there already at a range of levels. And I think the GSL has more power because it has more trust, and it can take a more neutral stance than kind of government policies or other national government policies or individual organizations. Actually, I think I think it is really well placed to take that reframing of what role can be played in the, what does, environmentally positive geology and geoscience look like, and you're always going to fight hard against the financing, the come and earn a lot of money to dig stuff up gang. Like, you're always going to, that's always going to be a challenge. But I think you will, with the changing concerns of younger generations, who are the ones who are going to live to see whether we hit 4 degrees or 3 degrees or 2 degrees, so they've got kind of vested interest. They're going to see whether I think I've worked out my kids are going to make it to 2100 if they go average UK life expectancy. They get to see what temperature it is. I won't, but they will. So when you've got that level of vested interest in what the end of the century looks like, then I think there's a lot of power. I think there's a lot of power in the opportunity that GLS has to make that change, to change some of the historical narratives around geology and geosciences.
Awesome. I just know that Nem, you had a hard stop at 11, didn't you?
I know, but it's a school meeting and this is much more fun. So just don't tell me ahead of school.
Excellent. Right over to you. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's actually picking up that point you just made, that last question, which I didn't answer as well as maybe I could have done. Now I've thought about it subsequently. But the role of the GSL, to the extent that it can evolve and develop partnerships with a whole raft of civil society organisations. I'm not talking Greenpeace, but there are people like Groundwork, Local Trust. These are organisations involved in community and environmental development, discussing these issues, so that these issues are placed on the table not by the Geological Society or by Geoscience community, but are placed on the table by trusted third parties who the community trust, but then working through that and to explain the geoscience issues behind that. And the whole issue I've been dealing with, I've only just started work on it, but it was interesting, Anita's take on waste.
Yeah.
But clearly you've got so many rare earth elements which are so important to renewable technologies.
Yeah.
At the moment, the economics keep raping the earth and creating environmental problems. We need to find ways in which we can intervene that actually make the recycling of those issues. Because we all want electric vehicles, we want those batteries, we need the very technologies that we're looking to save our future depend on rare earth minerals, which at the moment, the only way of making that is to keep destroying the earth.
Yeah.
And there is no economic case.
And I think it's a multifaceted problem, isn't it? Because it's a case of, we've designed, say, the batteries and the wind turbines to actually work in such a way that they require really quite complicated alloys, etc. In order, so to start with, we're creating difficult materials which are very difficult to recycle or difficult to replace. But yet we're still striving for efficiency. So it's almost like, what were the KPIs that we set ourselves when we made those batteries or the wind turbines or whatever it was? How can we generate as much electricity as possible and be as efficient? But I don't know, I'm speaking totally from a point of ignorance here. Where were the KPIs with regards to, and how are you going to recycle this, or how are you going to repurpose elements within that? My impression is that though that wasn't part of the spec.
And that's a big issue, actually. I mean, having worked in nuclear waste, which quite regularly is heavily regulated, I then look at the renewable sector, and there's absolutely no regulation of waste. So I just picked up on solar panels. The first mass generation of solar panels are just coming to the end of their life cycle, 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
And so the issue of their disposal is now becoming an issue.
Yeah.
And solar panels contain many elements. The one that keeps sticking in my mind is cadmium, which is eternally toxic. And at the moment, most cadmium taken from solar panels is kept in oil drums, stored in an industrial unit on the outskirts of Lagos, which is neither a safe nor permanent solution to dealing with that. And I do find, again, it's an important debate, but the environmental sector want to discuss regulation of nuclear waste, but seem to shy away from a discussion about, well, what about the waste from renewable technologies? There is, because it would actually undermine the cost base, because if you have to deal with the costs, it would change the current economic benefits of moving to renewable compared to nuclear. And I find that rather sort of...
No, I just think that's fascinatingly radical, because as a nerd who thinks waste is important just in general around all things, but I appreciate that I'm in a minority in the general population. I think it's radical. I mean, if every product, not just renewable energies, right, but to really engage. I've got a couple of colleagues in the Tyndall Centre at Manchester University who are really hot on these circular economy stuff, and I know it's one of those buzzwords like, oh yeah, sustainability, oh yes, circular economy, but it's really good fun to get into the nitty-gritty of circular economy, right? And just as you said, changing the design brief on what you're chasing, right, Sarah, so that what you're trying to get is something that can then be undone and can be equal. Like somebody tried to sell me my little kids' school shoes the other day with a flashy light in, and words out of my mouth. No, combined plastic and electronics, no thanks. It's a nightmare to recycle. Right, because you can't put it in the wee race, because for some reason they've stuck a flashy LED in the heel of my child's shoe. Like, I'm pretty sure the shoe needs for running.
So you can find them in the dark.
No, it's not. It's just unnecessary. Literally, I'm there like enraged by the unnecessary problem you've created for what is the end point. So what Roy is actually suggesting there, rather than just nuclear being the only ones who've got to think about it, if everything that gets consumed and produced was responsible for where it ended up, I mean, wow. Yeah. Wow, there's so much smart, cool, whether it's like coffee waste to do this, and there's so many great ideas. It's just like, it's an amazing, every shade of engineer and every shade of geoscientist can be like, wow, we could do this, we could do that, we could do the other, right? But it is interesting, like the mine-tailing stuff is really getting traction because societal values, society more broadly, even if economics doesn't say it's worth you doing because your responsibility stops when you've sold the ute out of the door, society more broadly cares about piles, recycling, and cares about landfill, and cares about sending our plastic out to another country for it to pollute their waterways. You've seen that with the plastic one. And so it's almost like societal values are well ahead of some of the structures that we're sitting in, right, that make that hard to change.
Yeah, and I think just with regards to that, because I know that we've got Francis Wall listening in on this, so I'm going to try and grab Francis into a panel session later on today, because with regards to circular economy, obviously down at the University of Exeter, they're leading on lots and lots of research into that area at the moment. The other thing as well is with the Responsible Raw Materials Conference that's happening during the week of the 9th of May, which is entirely free for everybody to sign up to. So please do come along. That's a case there where we've got the likes of Corey Reynolds from Biffa coming. So, of course, that's one of the main companies in the UK that looks after a lot of the landfill, and actually saying, well, is it landfill or is it long-term storage? Because yeah, there's some things that we can't recycle at the moment because we just don't know how to do it. But actually, if we store that in such a way so that when we do know how to recycle those plastic wrappers, because they're not going to biodegrade naturally very quickly, then actually we know where to go and dig them up again from those piles of waste. So all of that kind of thinking, and also looking at the value in the waste. So what is that total value, and measuring that in different ways. I think is a really interesting concept to look at.
And bringing that into the initial, so Anita talked a little bit about the initial mine planning being an important stage, right? So considering what the waste is going to do at the end, but also not just the waste, but that hole in the ground, right? So there was a question earlier about whether there'd been any research on the use of coal waste for CCS, and I can point you to, there's a guy called Phil Renforth at University who's done lots of work looking at various spoils, so from shale bings to slag heaps, and the potential of that for enhanced weathering across the UK, and he's crunched the numbers on that. But also, like, that's the stuff that came out of the ground, but that hole in the ground is a massive asset too. So in the next session, actually, we're going to hear from Charlotte Adams from the Coal Authority, who's going to talk about using the legacy mines, coal mines in the UK, to extract warm water for heating, right? So decarbonising heating. I'm doing some research in Strathclyde at the moment about whether we can use these old mines to store heat, so we can use them as, basically we've got pre-made hot water tanks, like just sitting under 9 of the biggest cities in the UK have extensive coal mines under them, and they've got these pre-made hot water tanks under there that we're just not using. That water is there, it's flooded in after they closed the mine, and all we need to do is drill into it to extract that heat and help to decarbonize. So there's all these, there's these links that just need to be made, so we think about the as Nem was just saying, that holistic use of that resource, and make sure that, when we're talking to students, when we're talking to other people about the role of geology, that, it's thinking in the round that's going to get us to some of these solutions. And actually, yes, we've got some legacy issues that we have to deal with, but there are some opportunities in dealing with that legacy as well.
Picking up on that, the whole value propositions. I mean, if we just look at the moment, post-pandemic, global supply chains, we've had an economic system which has been driven on efficiency, brutally driving out costs, looking at the bottom line. We just said, right, the cheapest place to build microprocessors in China, 2 large factories. What happens if those 2 factories go offline? The whole world global economy. So the whole issue was already being addressed of how do we decentralize? Do we think about? Now we've got the war, energy sources, raw materials, whether that be food or minerals. How do we diversify the supply? And how do we collectively, because there is pressure on the supply of energy, we're going to have to think about how do we share that on a more rational basis. It's forcing, very early days yet, but I do think we're at a point of transformation in terms of we cannot go back to the just-in-time supply chains. We're going to have to rethink how we do an awful lot of things, which opens up the opposition, value propositions about how we use waste, how we consider waste, and make more value out of it.
So I think with that, I've just heard the bell go by the way this ends. So that's our signal to say that actually people want to progress, gently progress back into the room. Thank you so much, Roy, and Gareth as well for coming and joining us. You're more than welcome to come back and join us later on during the day, but thank you for coming in to the online conference in person. Nem, thank you so much to yourself, and thank you as well for being 12 minutes late to your next meeting.
That's fine. It's only about admin to do with teaching. I'm not that interested. I have to turn up. I'm like, oh no, I was held up having a really fun. There's been really interesting conversation. It's weird with these Zoom ones because I feel like I've just talked to 4 or 5 people, like you guys and Anita, and I haven't even engaged with looking at the kind of amazing collection of people who have taken part as well. But hopefully that's all very interesting, that you have a really enjoyable rest of the conference.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much, Nem. Absolutely brilliant. A round of applause to all of you. There we go. Excellent. Now, I know that we've got both Gemma and Charlotte. You guys have been upgraded to panelists. I think it's just actually being slid sideways into the panelists area. Thank you very much, guys. That's fantastic. If you guys want to maybe turn your cameras on, and then we'll be able to just check that everything's working whilst everybody's filtering back into the main area. Awesome. Thank you very much for that, Charlotte. Lovely to see you.
Hi.
Glorious background. that you have there. And Gemma, who's on her phone, who is basically just showing the rest of us up with regards to ability to do a Zoom call whilst on her phone and share slides, etc. as well. I'm sure you guys were listening to some of that discussion that we carried on through the coffee break. I can see that everybody is just filtering back into the main room again, and they will give me a little wave with regards to saying when they are ready for us to hand over into that main session. So really exciting discussion, I think, today, building on a lot of what we discussed yesterday. And something that I'll certainly be asking later on is, we as geoscientists, we want to be a part of the solution. We think we should be a part of the solution. And sometimes it's quite difficult for us to kind of muscle in and get a seat around the table. So something, for example, at COP26, it was fascinating to, like mining was actively told not to come to COP26. And it's just like, okay, yes, we know that we've done some horrific things in the past and we're really, really sorry and we are learning from it, etc. But actually, we're very much part of the solution as well. So one thing that I would be interested to hear later on in the day, perhaps, is how do we make sure that we really are getting as many of the solutions as possible around the table for discussion? Because at the moment, perhaps, we're not necessarily getting into that room and we don't quite know how to do it. So I'm just looking at the main lecture theatre. Whenever you guys are ready, just turn on that microphone and we shall pass across to you. Gemma and Charlotte, I don't know if you guys have got any initial answers to that question. I don't want to steal your thunder before you go for your talks. Charlotte, do you have any thoughts with regards to how do we get more engaged with that conversation with regards to the solutions that can be brought?
I think some of the comments that Roy was making earlier are really good about, when you set things at certain times, you automatically exclude certain people. I think that's something that, you're aware that happens, but I hadn't thought about it as much. And I think you're saying, excluding certain groups from things like COP26, it's the wrong thing to do because you should be approaching that sector and saying, we appreciate there may be issues with that sector, but can you come and join us and either learn from other people or put forward some of the things that you are doing, because there are lots of good things happening as well. So I think it's trying not how do you include everybody that needs to be there. Often many events you get the people that are interested there, and often you're preaching to the converted, so you're wanting to do the conversion, aren't you? So how do you get into those audiences? That's the key thing, isn't it? And I guess that they talked about conversation articles and the media and all of those things are maybe valuable for that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, because I think it's very easy for us to get stuck in our own bubbles in terms of who we're actually listening to. And I mean, one of the purposes of this conference here today and yesterday is to try and broaden that scope of thought and say, well, actually, who don't we know about? Kind of what are those areas where there's huge amounts of research being done, perhaps as entire industries, and yet we're just unaware of them actually existing. So I think with regards to
that's a good time to segue into the actual main room.
Beautiful. You didn't want me dribbling on anymore.
No, you're on double Duracells this week, so that's good.
So, ladies and gentlemen, over to Stuart and to back into the main 3D conference again. Thank you very much, Stuart.
That's great. Thank you for holding the attention. So I'm Stuart Hazeldine from University of Edinburgh, one of the conference co-organisers, working for Nick, which is good. And this session really is now continuing with the energy type of theme and looking a little bit at the overlap between generation of different types of energy and different types of storage. Maybe we've got 3 speakers. Like Gareth did, I'm going to go through the 3 speakers, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll have a general discussion at the end. So don't feel shortchanged if you just get thrown off for the next person on. We'll go from Charlotte to Phil to Gemma and then have a general discussion. And just an observation made during tea break, is that we're getting very exercised about geologists not being able to do all this engagement with people and everything. And I'm relatively relaxed about that because geology is a science and it's a STEM subject. And if we all wanted to do arts and humanities, we would have done arts and humanities at university and training. So actually we need to recognize we've got an edge to our skill base and we actually have to engage with other people rather than expect ourselves to do everything. So that, with that simple observation, I'll pass on to ask Charlotte to talk. And so Charlotte works for the Coal Authority, which in the UK is responsible for trying to look after the legacy of extensive coal mining and maybe even make some money out of the legacy of coal mining. And Charlotte is the Principal Manager for Mine Water Heat at the Coal Authority and has received the Aberconway Medal from the Geological Society for her work. And she will now talk to us about decarbonising heat with mines. So over to you, Charlotte.
Thanks very much, Stuart, and thank you to the organisers for the invitation to be here. I really enjoyed the discussion. I was listening this morning, and I think it's been great to listen to it. So thanks for putting such a great event together. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the work we're doing at the Coal Authority on using abandoned mining infrastructure for the decarbonisation of heat. So a little bit about the Coal Authority. We're a non-departmental government body, and our sponsoring department is BASE. And we were created in 1994 by the Coal Act, and effectively we own and manage the majority of the disused coal mining infrastructure in the UK. And we do that for purposes of protection of both the people and the environment. So we deal with things like subsidence events, and we also deal with mine water as well across the coal field. Thinking about heat, we've got around about 25% of the population living on the coal field, and 9 out of 10 of our largest urban areas by geographical size are also located on the coal field. So we've got a really good overlap between where the demand is and where the resource is located. And that's not surprising, as many of those towns and cities were born on the wealth of the coal that was beneath them. And just linking kind of what we're doing back to the event today. So obviously it's focusing on the energy transition. And maybe I'm a little biased, but the Coal Authority has been quite forward thinking on this kind of transition, and also in creating value from this disused infrastructure. So several years ago, we developed an R&D program to create value from the mines. And this was driven by both the fact that we're having to do certain things across the coal field to protect the environment. So we have around about 75 mine water treatment systems where water is pumped or drains to surface by gravity, and we treat it. And so, as well as having that environmental driver, we also have, being a publicly funded organisation, we're driven by effectively delivering savings for the public purse as well. So we thought about how we could turn this legacy that we manage into something that has value. And this has been achieved by looking at the water that we produce. So we handle quite a lot of water at the mine water treatment sites. So we're looking at alternative uses for that. Can we supply certain industries, or can it help in areas where there's water shortages? Some of it's of variable quality, but depending on the use, we can match the quality with the end user. Also, the treatment systems produce ochre, and that has value as a product in water treatment and in land treatment, and also as a pigment in things like cements and bricks. And then heat, which we'll be focusing on today. So we're basically I'm going to run through some of the stuff we're doing on heat, but we have been quite successful, I think, in looking at repurposing this legacy and transitioning from what was a dirty industry into something that could be used as a low carbon heat source in the future. So just thinking a little bit about the source of the heat that we find in the mines, and that's sourced from naturally occurring radioactive processes taking place at the Earth's core, and that heat generated by those processes radiating out to the Earth's surface. And we're tapping into that along that route at relatively shallow depths. And it's to make the distinction between that and ground source heat, which is derived mainly from solar warming of the Earth's crust. So we're looking more at deep source geothermal heat in the mine system. And why we thought about using mines, before I joined the Coal Authority 2 years ago, I worked in academia for 11 years. I was assistant professor at Durham. We did a lot of work on geothermal there. And the thinking was, although we know because of the geothermal gradient how hot the temperature gets with depth, we know less about whether we'll find water, and water is the key. as the energy carrier to get the energy to the surface. So we thought, well, let's use these systems that we know were designed to flow water, because water had to be managed when the pits were operating. So that although the depths are shallower and the temperatures are cooler, we've got a greater chance of getting the water, i.e. the energy carrier. So the temperatures we're dealing with are generally around about 12 to 20 degrees. Our deepest mine's at 1.4 kilometres, and that's at 40 degrees, but that's very much an outlier. So we're looking at that kind of 12 to 20 temperature degree range generally, but that's constant as well. And using that with a heat pump, we can expect to see coefficients of performance of between 3 and 4. So for every kilowatt of electricity that's going into driving the heat pump, you'd expect to get 3 or 4 kilowatts of heat output, which is why it's an energy efficient process. And also the other point I would make is that it's technology ready. This is something we can do now. It's all using fairly standard borehole techniques that have been developed in both oil and gas, and also probably more similarly with the water industry. And heat pumps have been around since the 1950s. So it's just a new deployment of existing technology. So it's something we can do now at scale in mining areas for heat decarbonisation. So there's a couple of ways we can access it. I've mentioned the 75 or so treatment schemes we have across the UK, and this is one of them. So this has been focused on TV. We've had quite a lot of comms on this. So our Dordon mine water treatment scheme, the colliery here shut in '93, and that is now the source for a new village to be built. There'll be a big heat network there. So the idea is the water that we continually pump from the mine, and we do offset some of our pumping costs at places like Dordon and some of our other sites with PV as well. But the water will be pumped, and before it goes through the treatment system, it'll run through a heat exchanger where the temperature, which is currently at 20, will be dropped by 5 degrees, and then it'll run through the treatment system and be discharged at sea as normal. The heat exchanger will interface with an energy centre which will have a heat pump in it, and that will then supply the heat network. So the mine water doesn't flow around anybody's house. We just use it before we treat it, just to take a bit of heat from it. So this project's being led by Durham County Council. There's 1,400 homes to be built. Half of those will be affordable. That will be around about a 2 megawatt scheme, which will be operational hopefully in the next few years. The houses are about to be built. And there was a comment this morning about, what have we got that we can see? We have got the treatment system there, so you can see that and have a look at that. In terms of also what you can see, we have another project that will soon be operational. So this is the other method for accessing the heat within the mines. So if you haven't got a shaft available or water's not being brought to surface anyway, you can drill boreholes. The things we're looking for is that you've got several seams available beneath the site. They need to be full of water, and the depth to the water table needs to be within 100 metres of surface. So you're not using a lot of electricity to lift the water. So here you can see that we've got a selection of boreholes. One is drilled to the deeper seam to abstract the water from. It then runs through a heat exchanger, just the same as in the other system that I showed. And then the difference here is it's returned back underground, so it's not treated and discharged because it's not one of our existing treatment systems. So we abstract from the deeper level, re-inject to the shallower level, and then again the heat exchanger interfaces with the heat pump, either in a decentralized system where each connected load would have its own heat pump, or a centralized system where you've got energy centers, which is what this example is from. So the example I've based this on is some work we're doing at Gateshead. So this is very much again led by the local authority, and Gateshead Energy Company, which has been set up from the local authority to deliver this project. They've got funding from the government, so there's quite a lot of funding for heat network projects, and they do offer, the mine water works really well with heat networks because we can deliver heat at scale. They had an existing 3 megawatt heat network that was fired by CHP. They wanted to double the size of the heat network because they had 6 megawatt of peak demand, but they didn't want to increase the carbon emissions. So the way they've looked at that is to consider whether the mines beneath the site that were abandoned 150 years ago could be used as the energy source. And that's what we've been helping them with. So they've drilled 2 boreholes for abstraction down to the deeper seam at 150 meters. Temperatures there about 16 degrees, and they'll be re-injecting to a 50-meter seam higher up. So that will be the first mine water heat network, and the heat that should be operational by the autumn when the heat demand's needed. Not far from this, there's also the UK's first and currently largest geothermal scheme at Lanchester Wines, which is not a heat network, but it is using the mines to heat 2 warehouses, which bonded warehouses where wine is stored at optimum temperature before delivery. So there's quite a cluster of activity happening at the moment. So there will be things to actually look at and go and see, which does help to show people how it works and explain the technology. So the reason we're considering this is it aligns with so many government strategies that are around at the moment, and as I've mentioned, it aligns very closely with intentions to supply more heat through heat networks, and it's very much being enabled for local authorities to lead the way and start this process. It's using existing technology, and it's also kind of repurposing a legacy. And when we talk to people on the ground who either were miners and live in these areas or their family were miners, they're very positive about the fact we're reusing all this infrastructure that their relatives or themselves worked so hard to create. They think it's quite novel and interesting. And there's opportunities, obviously, to share this with other mining regions as they transition and move away from coal mining as well. One thing I will say is it is a very site-specific type of activity, so it's very difficult when somebody says, how much does this cost? It depends, because in some places the mines are deeper, so your drilling costs are higher. Your on-site, your configuration, you might be using centralized or decentralized system. Your loads are different, so it is quite bespoke and quite site-specific. But globally, there's around about 30 projects operating, doing a load of different things, serving many different loads, which shows how versatile it is. And from our point of view, and just thinking again about the theme of the conference, I think if we can do this for disused coal mining infrastructure, which I think is probably has lower value than some of the oil and gas infrastructure that remains, I think the possibilities for the other sectors are really exciting. And I will say this has been very much driven by the local authorities who've been able to access the support to do this. And we've got lots of inquiries from local authorities in all the UK countries. And I think there's also opportunities as well for skills and technology transfer from fossil to geothermal. And we're seeing that with this as well. So with that, I'd just like to say thanks very much for listening, and happy to take questions later on in the panel session.
Great, Charlotte. Thank you very much. So really clear, lots of good examples, different type of developer, and I'm sure we'll come back with some good questions later on. And thanks for keeping to time. So next up, I'm going to have Phil Ringrose in full 3D, a living, breathing version, which is paradoxically the person in this session who's travelled furthest is actually here, whereas the people who are closer are electing to come online. So Philip is British originally, Scottish, studied in Heriot-Watt, studied in Edinburgh, went over to Norway, found the good life and has stayed there ever since, and is a senior technology scientist, both in Equinor, which as you'll know is the greenest Norwegian oil company, and also has a joint position, an adjunct position at Norwegian Technical University. So Philip, over to you.
Thank you, Stuart. You're dead right. The only thing you're wrong about is it's the biggest energy company, Equinor. It's no longer an oil company. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a brief sort of taste of hydrogen, where our hydrogen energy system, how it might work, and link that to saline aquifer storage, which is the main thing that I work on. It's lovely to be at this diverse meeting. I very much like the mine water talk we just focused on. So, you know, they're complementary systems, but I'm going to give a very strong pitch for hydrogen. There's a lot of misinformation about hydrogen. So the first 2 slides, I'm just going to try and state the facts. It's the most abundant substance in the universe. It's naturally occurring on planet Earth. The Greeks used the chimera, which is found in Turkey. There's about 10% of hydrogen coming out the ground regularly right now in that location. It's a naturally occurring substance, but mostly on Earth, it bonds with other substances. So we find it as water, which we're very familiar with, and with methane. So the main way we get hydrogen, there is interest in natural hydrogen. It may grow, but the main way we get hydrogen is from manufacture from water and methane. The other thing is that ammonia is a very important energy carrier. You can either use ammonia to transport hydrogen, or you can combust ammonia. And Equinor is actually funding one of the first supply ships to run on ammonia. So hydrogen shipping could be ammonia or could be pure hydrogen. Currently, global hydrogen production is about 70 million tons per annum. It's mainly for hydrocarbon refining and fertilizer production. It would have to grow by a factor of 10 or 1,000 to be a useful energy source. But anyway, currently 70% of that comes from methane reforming, nearly 30% from coal, and only 1% from electricity. And then there's a history as well, because town gas in the 40s to 70s in USA, in Australia, US, and UK was used, and that's 50% hydrogen. So actually, we have a history of handling hydrogen in domestic power supply. The main ways of producing hydrogen are methane reforming and electrolysis, and you see there the two basic chemical reactions. And my main pitch is we have to use both. Because I work for a fossil fuel company, we get a lot of criticism because people think that green hydrogen must be good and blue hydrogen from methane reforming must be bad. But I'm trying to give you the facts. At the moment, we have the largest installed capacity from methane reforming in Qatar. A 2 gigawatt plant is in operation currently, whereas electrolysis plants are an order of magnitude smaller, 100 megawatts or even 20 megawatts for polymer systems. And obviously they could both grow. In terms of energy demand, you need 6 times as much energy to split the water molecule to get hydrogen as you do to split the methane molecule. So there's a bigger energy demand for electrolysis. The carbon footprint, which is much debated, we would argue that the carbon footprint for blue hydrogen or methane reforming is 1 to 2 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per kilogram of hydrogen. Electrolysis hydrogen is not zero. It can be under ideal conditions if you can have a completely zero emissions electricity supply, but ultimately it depends on the intensity of the electricity you're using. So actually electrolysis currently would have much higher emissions. The freshwater consumption for electrolysis is about twice as that for methane reforming. And the capital costs are about the same, and they're obviously changing as investment goes. So those are the basic facts about hydrogen. To explain this dilemma between blue and green hydrogen, I'm plotting here the European Union facts, which included the UK up to 2016 or 18. Basically, emissions in Europe have been dropping. Pure power generation is around 200 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. That's the scale we're using here. But when you add heat and power, it's twice as much. So that's the current footprint of our electricity. And if we were to use that to do electrical reforming, to electrolysis to make hydrogen, we would adopt that footprint. There's very little information on US emissions, but I did find one paper showing that US electricity generation is about where European heat and power is. So US heat and power is even higher. So the USA has a bigger challenge, and I currently work on a hydrogen project in the US, so that figure is relevant. And where blue hydrogen comes in, if we look at the actual emissions for methane reforming, it's around about 100 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. So if you take your current system and replace either coal or gas-based power and use hydrogen from methane reforming, you dramatically cut your emissions to about 100 grams per kilowatt hour. Over time, towards 2050, we could see that getting lower. So the difference is blue hydrogen causes a dramatic drop in current emissions from current power systems, whereas green hydrogen gives you that longer term benefit if you have a green electrical system. If you lived in Sweden, which is my next door neighbor, their emissions are already very low. So the argument in Sweden would be the only thing that makes sense would be green hydrogen, because you currently have a very, very low emissions power supply. That's why I put the Sweden case in there. So the argument I would make is that blue hydrogen is faster and quicker and better than green hydrogen to decarbonize our world in the next 2 to 3 decades. If you look at the EU taxonomy for sustainable activities, their threshold is 100 grams, and both green and blue hydrogen should be able to come under that. And in the long term, I think we should get all of those power systems down to less than 50 grams of CO2. So the message is both, but you cannot actually have green hydrogen until you get green electrical power supply. To support the blue part of that, so if you're going to do methane reforming to produce hydrogen, the only way that it makes sense is to capture the CO2 and store it underground. That's why there's a strong link to CO2 storage. And I've been mainly working on that. How can we dimension CO2 storage to support multiple capture sources, including hydrogen reforming from methane? We published just before the pandemic, Tip Meckel from the University of Austin and I, a global study on CO2 storage. And I'll give you the very, very short version today. We used historic petroleum industry development and well rates to understand what the future carbon storage industry could look like, focused on offshore saline aquifers. But we acknowledge that onshore saline aquifers could be used as well. And our main conclusion is to decarbonize our world according to the IEA and the IPCC reports, we would need about 12,000 CO2 injection wells in operation by 2050 to meet the 2-degree scenario. If you think 12,000 wells is a lot, it's tiny compared to the worldwide fossil fuel industry. Currently, there are 500,000 wells in the United States alone, probably 1 million globally. So we're talking about a relatively manageable industry to store all the CO2 from direct air capture, from BECCS, from industry, and from methane reforming, from all sources. For the geologists in the room, the way we approach that is look at basin analysis, look at classical analysis of the Gulf of Mexico data and Norwegian North Sea data, lithostatic gradients, hydrostatic gradients, fracture pressure, to try and understand the pressure evolution of a CO2 injection project. And all I will say is that there are some projects in the top there where there are pressure limits to CO2 injection, particularly in confined fault blocks. But many of these saline aquifers are very extensive, and we think that you could inject large amounts of CO2 without significant pressure depletion, pressure increase. And we did a kind of pressure analysis using a stochastic approach in this study. And to show you how it would work, I often use this one of the continental cluster idea. And that's actually happening right now in the North Sea. And it so happens that the Norwegian drill rate over the history of the oil sector in Norway is approximately 1/5 of that global need for the future. So the green dots are Norwegian drilling rates, pretending we started at 2020 and projected into the future, just as a proxy for a maturation of an industry. And then we use a mapping from known CO2 injection rates to estimate on the right-hand side the cumulative CO2 stored. So that gives us a template. And so 5 continental clusters, 1 in Europe, 1 in North America, a couple in Asia, is what we're looking for. So what would a continental cluster look like? In the next 10 years, we'd need 200 wells per cluster. And by 2040, we'd need about 1,000 wells per cluster. Again, the argument is this is very, very doable. The resource is there. It is a highly credible option, despite some public opposition. How are we actually doing so far? If you look globally, we have about 10 CO2 injection wells in Europe, and globally about 50. So we've started, but we're right at the beginning of that development scale, and we need to significantly increase that. UK has now got Endurance and other projects like Acorn starting to drill and starting to prospect. So I could imagine certainly 10 wells in the UK sector in the coming years, but we need to get up to 100 by 2030 if we're going to be realistic about this. So this is dimensioning the problem. And I would say it's very realistic. So 5 to 50, sorry, is what I've argued for the North Sea, just to get my numbers right. So that's my pitch. Have I used my 10 minutes, Stuart? Good. So then I'll use 2 minutes on hydrogen. Another part of the hydrogen value chain is cyclic storage of hydrogen. At the moment, the projects I work on assume that we're going to use salt caverns for cyclic storage. There are 2 commercially operating hydrogen storage facilities in the world. So it's proven technology, and it is certainly an important future. The other alternative is to use saline aquifer porous media formations, and I know Stuart's group at the University of Edinburgh is looking at that a lot. So both of those are possible. Co-location of hydrogen storage with CCS and hydrogen energy systems is a problem. Do you have everything in the right place? You need a salt store, a geological store for CO2, and your surface facilities semi-co-located. And one of the biggest challenges is the pipeline infrastructure that would be needed to link all those systems, but it's certainly doable. So to summarize, I would argue that hydrogen energy really is a very key part of the solution. The value of hydrogen is that it handles the parts that the Heineken or Carlsberg argument, parts that other beers don't reach, because renewable electrical power supply is likely to power our homes and power our cars and small scale activities like computing, whereas heavy industry, steel, cement, and shipping and manufacturing industry, they need intense heat, and hydrogen is a significantly credible alternative to coal and gas for those industries. The sources for hydrogen will be both electrolysis and reforming, and I would argue that methane reforming is cheaper and faster in the short term. In the long term, we could expect electrolysis to dominate. So it has a very diverse set of applications listed in there. And I've tried to argue that in support of the blue hydrogen part, methane reforming with CCS, there's ample capacity for CO2 storage, and give you a portrait of how big that capacity is and how we could mature that industry. So I realize we have a very challenging world ahead, but I do think the solutions are there. We just have to use them. And it's nice to see the UK's got, what, 3 hydrogen projects moving already? Maybe more? More. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Philip. Again, thanks for keeping to time. And again, as I mentioned, we'll do the questions in bulk at the end. So now I'm going to move on to our third speaker in this group of speakers, Gemma Sherwood, who's representing, in a way, the nuclear power industry, because Gemma is a senior geologist at EDF, which of course is the French national company. Graduated from Bristol with an MSci in geology, so she's got a good geological background and has spent a lot of time looking at, to me, what looks like geotechnical and foundation engineering, I suppose. So, but Gemma, I guess maybe it sounds like you might be sitting in France at the moment. So, hope this connection works. Thanks very much. So, over to you to explain what you're going to tell us about EDF nuclear power.
Thank you. I'm presenting on my phone today, so I hope this goes well, but I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, hopefully you can see that. So today I'm going to talk to you about the role of nuclear in the energy transition, and particularly the roles of geologists and geoscientists in the nuclear industry. So I've worked in the ground investigation industry as a ground investigation contractor for a company called Structural Source. I've worked as a geotechnical consultant at Atkins, and now I'm working as a client at EDF Energy. And I've worked in the nuclear industry from all of these different roles and perspectives. And I've worked on 3 new nuclear power stations in the UK, Wilver B, or Wilvernuid, which is in Anglesey, Hinkley Point C in Somerset, and now Sizewell C in Suffolk. And I'm going to use my experience to raise awareness about the different roles that geoscientists play in the nuclear industry, but also about nuclear as part of the energy transition. So nuclear is going to be a very important energy source to help plug the gap in the energy transition. So we're trying to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and importing energy sources from foreign countries at a time when energy consumption is increasing year on year. For example, changing from conventional cars to electric cars and changing to electric boilers versus gas boilers. All of these things require additional electricity. And nuclear is going to play a vital role in supplying the base load energy requirements until renewable energy sources are fully sustainable. Now, there's many pros and cons of nuclear, as we all know. Just quickly, pros for nuclear are it is a carbon-free electricity once it's built, and that is a massive caveat. But nuclear power has a carbon footprint over the lifetime of the nuclear power station of about 15 to 50 grams CO2 per kilowatt hour. In comparison, a gas power generator is 450 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour, and then a coal power station is 1050 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour. So it's still a lot lower than conventional energy sources. It will produce stable and reliable source of energy, a stable base load energy, and for the small land footprint it takes, it has a high energy output, and also there's sufficient fuel availability. Now, the negatives are that it is a very high initial cost. We do get nuclear waste, and it's still not renewable because we have to mine the energy source. But because nuclear power is reliable and it can be deployed on a large scale, it can directly replace fossil fuel plants, avoiding the combustion of fossil fuels for electricity generation as part of the energy transition. So just using Hinkley Point C as a case study, Hinkley Point C was the first new nuclear build to be built in over 25 years in the UK. And it's the first of its type, which is a European pressurized water reactor. And one of the beauties of the Hinkley Point C HPC project is that once all the designs have been fixed, which they now have, the specifications, the contractors, the knowledge, the supply chain, the lessons learned from building HPC, that can all be directly replicated and duplicated at other sites. And hopefully that's going to happen with Sizewell C. Now, Hinkley Point C is going to cost £23 billion to build, and it will generate 3.2 gigawatts of energy. That will power almost 5 million homes. And overall, it will continue to produce reliable and clean energy for over 40 years. And one of the things to bear in mind is that the original fleet of nuclear power stations were built in the 1950s to 80s. And since then, the design of the power stations have become more efficient, safer, and easier to decommission. But due to this hiatus in building nuclear power stations, we've ultimately lost our UK knowledge base. So as I said, with HPC, we're trying to slowly rebuild it. But if I go back to this slide, nuclear is that slice at the top in like the orangey brown color. One of the things that hasn't been made or isn't necessarily in the general public awareness is that a lot of the reactors from the first generation of nuclear power stations that were built in the 1950s and 1980s have been decommissioned or are about to be decommissioned. And we haven't been building them for the last 25 years. So actually we could be in a lot of trouble because nuclear is perfectly placed to take over and be part of the energy transition, but we haven't been investing in the infrastructure and the energy. Now, when you think of the nuclear industry, you don't really think of geoscientists. In fact, when I'm on the council of the Geological Society, and we were talking about COP26, and I asked why nuclear wasn't being represented. And one of the responses was that, well, geoscience isn't really involved in the nuclear industry. Well, I couldn't disagree more. Geoscientists play a major role in the nuclear industry. And there's hundreds of roles for geoscientists. And I tried to come up with a list, and it got a bit messy, so I created this mind map. And this is just the things that I could think of. I'm sure there are a lot more. And the most important thing is a lot of these roles for geoscientists in the nuclear industry aren't new. For example, we've got ground investigations, good old-fashioned ground investigations. Every new nuclear power station needs a major ground investigation. And as I said, I've been involved in 3 power stations, and they all require onshore and offshore ground investigations with supervision at goes with that, and then need preliminary and detailed design for onshore and offshore. And due to a lot of design changes that happen early on in the project, we get multiple phases. For example, when I was at Wilver and we were doing the preliminary onshore ground investigation, the designers were actually moving the location of the reactors, as well as the orientation of the entire nuclear power station while we were drilling the boreholes for those reactors. Now, it doesn't make those boreholes redundant because we still got great information about the ground, but we did have to then do another phase of ground investigation. And just to ram this home a bit more, for example, at Wilver B in Anglesey, there's been 11 phases of ground investigation, and between 2011 and 2018, over 35 kilometres of core was recovered. And then at Sizewell C, we've drilled, or we've created over 1,600 exploratory positions at Sizewell since 1957. I've never known a site with more ground investigation that's occurred. And of course, when we have all that core, it needs to be logged. So we need geoscientists, fully trained geoscientists to log this core, and then for geotechnical lab testing to be undertaken, so geoscientists for lab technicians, specialist testing, and then specialists from universities. For example, at Sizewell C, we had specialists from Dundee University and Southampton University undertaking advanced lab testing. We also need specialists for in situ testing, such as geophysical surveys, downhole testing, pumping tests, and then field technicians for and geoscientists for groundwater sampling and gas and water monitoring. And it's also worth mentioning here that we have oversight from the Office of Nuclear Regulation, and they have their own dedicated team of geoscientists who have oversight in all aspects of a nuclear power station and the life of a nuclear power station. Then we move into geotechnical design. And obviously, once we've got all of that information from the ground, from our ground investigation, we need to do something with it. And I've just listed a few things here to do with geotechnical design, but there are probably loads more. These are just the ones I happen to be looking at the moment with Sizewell C. We then have construction design. So looking, for example, at the excavation specifications, all the material that comes out of our giant excavation needs to go somewhere, and we need to consider how we excavate the site. And that we need to understand the ground conditions in order to do that. For example, the picture on the right is for Sizewell, where we're excavating in sand. It's very different from the picture on the left, which is Hinkley Point C, where we're in soft rock and we can excavate using stitch drilling and mechanical excavation. And then that, once again, is very different from Wilver, where we're in hard metamorphic rock, so it'll probably require blasting. And then we also need to do hydrogeological assessments for dewatering. We then need to understand how we're going to get to the base of these massive excavations. At HPC, we had a whole team of ecologists or geoscientists designing the temporary slopes. And then we had a whole team in the field mapping and logging them to verify the design assumptions and the ground conditions. Now, the funny thing about these temporary works, these slopes at HPC, they're considered temporary works because once the backfill is completed, there is no permanent, they're not part of the permanent design. But some of these slopes are up to 24 meters high vertical faces, and they're going to be left open for 4 to 10 years. So it brings, these projects are absolutely massive and makes you reassess terms such as temporary works. And then we've got material reuse. So these massive excavations, we're essentially having to do a cut and fill exercise and reprocess all the material that comes out of the ground because we feasibly can't dispose of it and shouldn't dispose of it off-site. At Hinkley Point, we excavated and processed over 5.6 million cubic meters of material. All of that material had to be assessed in terms of material design, what are the performance criteria, and what can the material actually be reused for. And then we've got construction supervision. So at its peak at HPC, we had over 40 geoscientists on one of the contracts alone, and that was the earthworks. We still had other contracts such as main civils and tunnelling that all required geoscientists. And that's not to mention the geoscientists are also involved in the design in the back office and also answering technical queries on site. And as I said, they were used for slope mapping and also for formation mapping, which is the mapping of the geology beneath the footprint of the nuclear power station. And these require lifetime quality records. As I said, also mapping and logging of the tunnels, and then also looking at the dewatering and slope monitoring. So at Hinkley Point C, we had 83 kilometres, 62 piezometers, 45 total stations, and over 1,500 prisms, just monitoring the slopes and looking at the dewatering. And all of that information had to be assessed and interpreted on a daily basis. And then we also need trained geoscientists on site who can interpret the ground conditions in real time to know what to do next if we have unexpected ground conditions. And I've already touched on this a little bit, but we need geoscientists for internal quality control and oversight to ensure that the works are reaching the required standards of quality. As I mentioned, the ONR has oversight on all that work, and they have their own dedicated team of geoscientists. But the designers, the ONR, the client, we all need expert advice on certain aspects. And so, again, require geoscientists. Now, I'm just going to touch on other areas of nuclear just to create a complete picture. But we also need geoscientists are also heavily involved in nuclear fuel, mining and exploration, radioactive waste and storage, and also decommissioning of existing power stations, so the legacy of nuclear. And the future for nuclear is also really exciting. So here in France, Macron's planning to invest 30 billion euros in small modular reactors. And also just down the road from me, here near Marseille, I'm based down in Marseille, but just down the road from me is the ITER, which is a new nuclear fission station. Now, if small modular reactors, the nuclear fission becomes commercially viable, we're going to require so many more geoscientists because these are going to have exactly the same process as what I've just explained for Hinkley Point in terms of the areas that geoscientists can be involved in. And the future is really bright for nuclear. I don't think anyone at this conference has missed Boris's pledge to speed up the planning and the building of 8 new nuclear power stations in the UK. Now, based on one of my earlier slides, you could argue that it's a little too late, considering that we're decommissioning most of our nuclear fleet by 2035. So we are going to have this energy gap from nuclear, where ideally we need to start increasing our nuclear output. But it is a start. And one of the things to point out here is that we're already struggling with our supply of geoscientists in the nuclear industry. For example, at HPC, when HS2 started, we already had people moving away onto that project because personal reasons, mainly because it's closer to home. But if Sizewell C also started, we've also got a massive requirement for geoscientists there. So what I'm trying to say is geoscientists are definitely going to be in demand, particularly with potentially 8 new nuclear power stations being built. So just to conclude, there are so many opportunities for geoscientists in the nuclear industry. It is a growing sector. And the examples that I've shown just quickly have just been for one nuclear power station. Potentially we've got 8. And nuclear is a key player in the energy transition. It's going to help plug the gap as we move away from fossil fuels. And I believe that nuclear is still not the best option due to its cost and due to its CO2 emissions to build it and the mining for the fuel source. It isn't a green energy source, but the technology is getting better, more efficient design, safer and easier to decommission. And I think it's one of the best ways to supply the UK energy grid with baseload energy requirements. So I think it's one of the best options for the energy transition, and I think geoscientists will be a very large part of it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Gemma. That's terrific, very clear. Just for your own information, whilst you're on your static image, so we had a very good picture of you, and your slides though work perfectly, so that's fine, and the voice did perfectly. So you're now live again on screen. So can I invite up people for the panel, Philip, Ringrose, and just to reverse the flow, Gareth Johnson, who chaired the first session, will also come up just to reverse the favour. And we've got 20 minutes or so to have questions and answers from the audience. And just whilst you think of your questions, I'll start off with one to Charlotte, if Charlotte's hopefully still online. So what I noticed in Charlotte is you've got a very different developer in the sense that your local authorities are often the developer or intimately involved in the process. And you've got a resident community who've got a in many cases, got a family connection or a multi-generation connection to the site. And do you think that gives you then an inherent advantage in getting permissions to go ahead with these multiple projects?
I think in some ways it does, because obviously the local authority generally owns the land, so all of the planning side of things is easier. But that said, when you think of the largest scheme in the UK was done by a private company, the Lanchester Wines Project, and that was done purely because that company made huge efforts to decarbonise across their business. So they started off with, they've got a couple of sites. Their other site, they've got wind turbines and PV, because this site, the heating demand was a big thing. It was just a commitment they made, and at the time when they did it, it was a big cost, but it was something they wanted to do. So I think obviously it is easier for local authorities to do it. I think it's good that they are accessing the funding to do it, because they can be exemplars as well. So they are supported as we go through the learning process on doing these projects, because you can't, it's like with any of these kind of geo projects, you don't know exactly what you're going to get until you start breaking ground. But I think they have a really good role in providing some working exemplars that we can kind of learn from.
Good, because again, portability sounds like a really good ambition here in all these projects. So is there, take a question from the room now, you've had a little bit of time to think. So, yeah, gentleman at the middle there with the tie, and then there's somebody else was over there. Yeah, okay, do you in a minute.
Yes. Yeah, Pete Carragher, I had a question for Charlotte. Have you any experience in pressuring up those coal seams and having any, shall I say, fracking faults occur or fracking events occur? Thank you.
From re-injecting water, or?
Yes, from re-injecting the water into the shallow seams.
Yeah, we haven't. We're generally not, they're generally not that pressurized, the ones we've been looking at so far. So yeah, we don't envisage anything like that occurring. I mean, really, we wouldn't want that to happen, because if we're going into something like room and pillar workings, we wouldn't want to do anything that would compromise the integrity of those workings, so that they might collapse internally and heal up, and then we get no water out of them. So that's something we'd avoid, and generally they're just kind of fairly low pressure systems. We've got one where we've got a seam that is slightly under pressure, but we've actually developed novel solutions to kind of vent that seam to equilibrate it with the overlying seam to make both abstraction, because abstraction from it was difficult. It was like pulling on a plugged syringe effectively. But that, again, it's why these projects are very site specific. We wouldn't expect that to find that in some of the other places, but when we did find it, we were able to kind of come up with a solution for it and depressurize by connecting the seams together, which you need, because effectively you need your abstraction and re-injection to connect, but with a sufficient flow path between them that the water you re-inject can be heated up again in time to use.
Thank you.
Okay. So on the pressurization, if you take the microphone back to the second person, and then I'm going to ask Philip a question on pressurization and depressurization for the hydrogen storage and salt you talked about. Has Equinor done any simulations of, will there be any seismicity generated from that type of?
Yeah, I would say more on the well integrity. We have geomechanical models of the salt cavern behavior, but we're more focused on the well integrity, like what happens near the well. I don't know of induced seismicity for salt caverns.
That's because there aren't any.
Yeah, well, no, there are 2 in operation.
Yeah.
So I think that's a kind of unknown at the moment and needs more work. Yeah, we mainly worked on the
saline aquifers.
I could guess that seismicity in your case will be unacceptable to the public residents, whereas seismicity in the Coal Authority case seems to be able to be dealt with. It's quite an interesting
could be
contrast.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, there was a question back there, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Matthew Grimshaw. It's a question about the hydrogen kind of debate. Yesterday, we heard a really compelling talk about CCS and how basically we just need to get on with it and do it. The technology's been there, but oil and gas, energy companies aren't really doing it. So when we come to producing the blue hydrogen, is there a risk that companies just won't bother with the sequestration part of that?
I think there's definitely a risk, because if you want to sell hydrogen blue or green to the market, it's more expensive than the market will tolerate right now. So you need some kind of incentive. Very simply, we can currently produce hydrogen for about $3 a kilogram, but that's clean hydrogen, but the market can tolerate about $0.50. So there has to be some way of bridging the gap. And it's the same with CCS. You can criticize the oil companies for not doing enough, but they're selling a product to market. And if nobody wants to buy the more expensive clean product, they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. So the reason why CCS and hydrogen has progressed so fast in Norway is there is a tax. In Norway, if you emit CO2 from the oil and gas sector, you're paying 60 euros per ton. And so that creates the economic incentive. So I would say industry needs the economic incentives. If they're there, they can deliver. If there are no economic incentives, they will probably back away.
Okay. Do we have an online question at all? Are you?
Yeah, we've loads of online questions.
Have an online question. I can't see the online at all because I'm an amateur.
Okay, so this one is for Gemma, and it comes in from Mads Hoos. Nuclear is often accused of being overly expensive compared with wind and solar. Does the security of supply adequately make up for the price differential?
I think definitely. One of the things I said about was supplying the baseload for the UK energy grid. I think that's the baseload energy needs is what the nuclear energy needs to be considered for. Just buying a stable energy source. We all know that wind and solar, we don't get energy if wind's not blowing or if it's blowing too much. Particularly in the UK, if the sun's not shining, we don't get any solar. I do think that energy is the best, or one of the best sources for supplying that baseload energy, and until we can get to a point where the technology for wind and solar are fully sustainable.
Comment back to Mads that although nuclear may seem to be expensive electricity, then it's a lot cheaper than having no electricity, which is quite difficult. Okay, anybody else got a question from in the room over this side? Yeah, back there. Whilst the microphone's going around, I'm going to ask Gareth then, do you have any reflections or commentary that you've noticed in this section?
Put me on the spot. I think
that's why you're on the stage.
I think, and it's kind of come through from the last session and the discussion that we had online in the break, is that, and Phil made this point very clearly, we have a lot of these solutions. You know, there are no technical barriers, and a lot of these solutions have been around for a long time. What we're struggling with is those markets, those incentives, that regulation to trigger investment in these technologies. And I think, you know, watching the CCS cycle in the UK over the last decades, you know, we've gone through a number of failed competitions in terms of trying to get CCS off the ground, but we're finally seemingly getting to the point where the government is really grappling with the nitty-gritty of those business models that are needed for the different deployments. So there will be a different requirement and set of business models for somebody that wants to make blue hydrogen with CCS from somebody who's dealing with industrial emissions from a cement plant. And so it's been heartening to see this range of technologies that are around that we have. I think we just really need to flex our collective muscle as a geological community into pushing those policymakers to speed that process up and get us to the place where we have that set of incentives to get these off the ground.
Thanks. So I'll feed back on that as well, that from experience of this over several cycles, again, that blockage isn't actually based. The blockage is usually the Treasury in terms of value for money and how much they're prepared to spend over short timescales. And that's why we've only got 2 CCS projects at the moment rather than 4. And it remains to be seen if any of those survive the austerity we're heading into. But anyway, fingers crossed. So we need to talk to economists and business people as well. So let's take a question from the room now. Say who you are, please.
Hello, yeah, I'm Martin Cohen, a consultant geologist. And my question is addressed to Charlotte. Thanks very much for a really interesting presentation, Charlotte. My question is in connection with, if you like, the relatively low temperature of the water coming out of the mines and the use of heat pumps. Is that going to present issues with heat pumps that have already been discussed generally in the media, that they're more suitable for more modern homes that are well insulated? Is that an issue to be addressed?
I mean, it's a good point, and I think, just between ourselves and our team, we've been doing. I've got a house with underfloor heating, so mine runs at a low temperature. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a heat pump, but some of my other colleagues had the traditional heating systems knocked back to the lower temperatures, and quite often radiators were sufficiently oversized that you can run them at lower temperatures, and you still enable your room to be heated enough. The other alternative is replacing radiators. So if they're older fashioned ones, the more modern ones, you can get more heat output for the same kind of space that they take up. So, I mean, it is a bit case by case, and obviously new build is easier. But I think, the general rule is obviously buildings need to be well insulated. The biggest thing with heat pumps is drafts. So you don't want a drafty building, but I don't think it rules out. And the project in Heerlen in the Netherlands that's been running for a decade, that serves a mix of new build and retrofit. So it has been done. We haven't done it here. We're quite interested in, encouraging the local authorities to think of maybe using the new build scheme to help fund a retrofit as well. So both types of load could be connected to a heat network. So that's something we're talking about at the moment to see if that could work. But yeah, I think heat pumps, they're probably not the answer in all cases, but I think a lot of homes could be heated by them without too much amendment.
Good, thanks, that's clear. Is there another question in the room? And then, so we have to go there. And then can you read us a question from online while we're getting that sorted out?
So we've got a question online, and this one's for Phil. So yesterday we heard that we need CO2 storage capacity ready. Currently it's not available on the basis of comparative costs for about 2040. How does Phil think this capacity can be made ready and visible to politicians and investors given the high costs at present?
Yeah, really good and tough question. We have to remember that the capture cost is about 80% of CCS. So in a way, what we're doing now is offering CO2 storage at of the order of 10 to 20 euros per ton as a facility. And then say to the emitters, if you can find a way of funding your capture, we'll take your CO2. And if you split the economics, I think that helps. So right now, the offer from the Norwegian Northern Lights project is we've got a facility mainly paid by the Norwegian government to store CO2, and we can offer you a way of getting rid of your CO2. And then we would see other incentives like the European Sustainable Energy Fund driving the cost reduction for capture. But ultimately, it's going to cost a sum of money. It's approximately 100 euros total value chain, depending on, it varies a lot according to the industry. So you've got to fund capture and storage. And I would argue that CCS is a social good. We're doing it for the benefit of reducing emissions in our society. It's not going to cost zero.
Thanks.
Don't get nothing for nothing. Okay, so I have the question from in the room there.
Yeah.
Can you say who you are, please?
Thank you. Yeah, Jake Morman. I'm on the Nuclear Graduates Programme sponsored by Magnox. It's a question for you, Gemma, as you might have guessed. So you talked about HPC and Sizewell C, and then also mentioned the investment in SMRs for the future. It's kind of a two-part question, but How do you see those two kind of trading off in the future? Do you think we will definitely need both in terms of the large scale nuclear power stations and the SMRs to work together? And how does that affect the need for geoscientists in the industry? Would one be more, provide more opportunities for a geoscientist, or what would you say about that? Thanks.
Okay. I think any energy source, cleaner energy source is good. So I don't think that if it's a toss up between a small modular reactor, nuclear fission, or the conventional EPR units, Hinkley Point C, I don't see it as a problem. I think if small modular reactors can be proven in terms of the efficiency of building them, because as I said, that they're going to have the same level of, like, the same earthworks, the same design requirements, the same oversights, but it's all the same process. So in many ways, they need to balance whether or not it's worth it for small scale, or just choose one site and do a larger version. But I think small modular reactors will make the industry a lot more mobile and can get it to more remote places that wouldn't necessarily benefit from one of the larger projects like Hinkley or Sizewell. So I think they're going to balance each other out as long as the technology works for small modular reactors. And in terms of geoscientists, I think there's going to be an exponential demand for geoscientists in the nuclear industry. And as I said at the beginning of my presentation, it's not really something we associate geoscientists and nuclear energy, but I think it's the demand is already there, and I think it's going to keep growing as long as the nuclear industry keeps growing. So.
Job waiting at the end for you.
I'm sorry. It's harder on doing these sorts of things online.
Another question from in the room. Nobody's asked anything from this side of the room, so you're all a bit sleepy. Okay. Anybody else got a question, or else I'll have to threaten to ask one.
Hi, I'm Rory Chang-Lang. I'm a student. Question about nuclear. How much of a global solution is nuclear, given that I don't know the fraction of countries that use it, but because of various concerns, it's not widely used throughout. And then because of concerns such as what happened in Japan, some countries are taking it offline. So for the future, how much of a solution can it be?
So I've grappled with this a lot. Actually, when we were at HPC, at the peak of the earthworks, so we had the most geoscientists on site. We actually had the HBO series about Chernobyl came on Netflix, and it opened up this whole discussion about the safety of nuclear and whether or not it's something we should be participating in as geoscientists. And I'm still behind it, because I've seen behind the scenes, as it were, about the nuclear safety, the level of nuclear safety that goes into the designs, that goes into the construction, the amount of oversight. Some people would call it wastage, but it's not. It's all about building safer designs and learning from our lessons of the past. So, for example, what happened to Japan, Fukushima, already had massive impacts on HPC during the design and construction. So we were making changes to the design based on those lessons learned during construction and putting in additional safety measures. And so every time, I think, I'm not saying we should have the disaster in order to learn the lessons. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that we are learning our lessons from everything. And I'm saying that the design is becoming more efficient and safer, and considering the what ifs and taking all of our knowledge, and particularly geoscientists considering the risks and taking that forward. So I still think it is it's imperative to have for the future of the energy transition, and I think it is a safe source of electricity generation. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion about that, and people with opposing opinions about that, but I think we should. I think it is the future.
And it's well known that coal mining kills more people than nuclear power as well. Anyway, take a question from online.
Okay, thank you. This one comes in from Rachel Brackenridge. And Rachel says she is a believer in blue and green hydrogen. However, public perception is that blue hydrogen is really negative, that it will just prolong the oil and gas exploration. Phil, any thoughts on what companies like Equinor can do to change this perception?
That was the question I was expecting all along. So in our report we published with Northern Gas Networks on UK hydrogen, we did a detailed analysis of greenhouse gas emissions associated with blue hydrogen. And we showed and demonstrated that the Norwegian gas supply network has extremely low fugitive methane emissions. And we've done a lot of work to document that. You get a lot of, if you like, false propaganda on excessive methane emissions from the oil and gas industry. Some of it is historic and some of it is picking up sort of high emitting points. But in a well-managed gas value chain, we can show that the greenhouse gas emissions upstream is about 1.5 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. So it's tiny. So the answer is we can make the case for a very low emissions value chain for blue hydrogen if you put the facts out there. And there's a number of academic papers now working on trying to give a balanced picture of that. And then the other thing is that, I also agree, both green and blue are valuable. And you have to be honest about the green part, because green electrolysis, it doesn't exist currently unless you live in Sweden. Because you'll be taking vast amounts of renewable electricity from a supply system which is undersaturated with green electricity. So let's be honest about both green and blue hydrogen. But ultimately, the value of hydrogen, it's a very energy intensive molecule which creates heat for our homes and for our industrial systems. So I think the biggest argument is the value of hydrogen as a complement to renewable, nuclear, and geothermal. It's part of the energy mix, but it's focused on heavy industry, which is the hardest thing to decarbonize right now.
Okay, so we're into injury time. Right, more online. We're not going to get through all the online. Well, it's now technically lunchtime, but we carry on for another 5 minutes then. Chair's direction, okay.
Another one from online.
Online, there, please.
Okay, so this one, I don't know who it comes in from, it's anonymous. And it said, "Hi Gemma, thanks for a great talk. Are you placed to comment on the role of geoscientists in building an environmental safety case?"
As in a safety case for nuclear?
Yes, I'm presuming so.
We'll take that as the safety case for building the reactors, which you'll know about, but I guess there's also the safety case for radioactive waste disposal, which we touched on previously.
Okay, so I'm not best placed to talk about radioactive disposal. I'm sure, I believe Roy probably is better placed than I am. In terms of the actual construction, as I said previously, the lessons learned and the designs for the nuclear power stations have improved exponentially over the last 10, 15, 20, 40 years from all of those lessons learned. And so there is a strong safety case. Does someone else want to discuss radioactive disposal?
Do that. I'll do that. Right. Okay. So, radioactive waste disposal has got really, really high safety standards as well. So the risk, it's got to work to a legislative risk of 1 death in 1 million of the exposed population during the next 1 million years or so. And so that's a really high safety standard. You take 100 or 1,000 times more risk in driving around. And so these are astronomically top standards. And that's why it's been one of the reasons why it's been really difficult to produce disposal sites. But Finland, of course, is the furthest ahead in actually constructing a site because they go at that for a 20-year timescale to build the trust in the country, to build the trust in the community, and to take a careful and long duration construction. And that's what the UK is still starting on, because we failed on establishing the trust several times. And but I've no doubt that can be done safely and securely. So the disposal of radioactive waste can be done by putting it underground in engineered tunnels. And there's actually a very good, compelling technology program in the United States now to dispose of radioactive waste in wide boreholes, which will be a tenth of the price. So again, that can be done. So in this theme, this second session of the day, we're all talking about things we believe can be done. It's just a question of getting somebody to pay for it. Whereas in the first session, we had quite a blockage about getting permission to do it. So again, contrast in where the edge of our expertise is. I'll take one online and then I'll come to you in a moment.
Okay, perfect. So this last question that we have from online is for Charlotte. And Pauline was wondering, are new builds always needed to use the geothermal heat recovered from mine water? And how much, or is it possible to retrofit to use this technology in existing housing?
Yeah, I think it has focused on new build. There were some retrofit projects in Scotland which were done by housing associations at the time. So there were developments, I think each one was a development of like 12 or so blocks of flats, and they were very successfully refurbished to work with the heat pumps. They're not running now through no fault of the heat pumps, other issues that happened, but they ran for quite a few years. So of course with these things it is easier if you're starting from scratch, but I think if you've got sets of similar house types and things like terraced houses, you know, former mining terraces, there's been a lot of really good work going on in County Durham on external wall cladding that looks like the original fabric of the building, so it either looks just like brick or stone. You really can't tell it apart. And the houses themselves are then fairly similar inside, and then they're obviously closely located, so you've got clusters of demand. So I think when you've got properties like that, I think looking at retrofit in those instances, especially, we talked to them about whether you could embed the heat network pipes into the cladding as well. So I think there are opportunities. It's just getting people to get over that, you know, there are a lot of things, you know, people automatically say retrofit is more expensive, and I guess in a lot of cases it is, but I don't think you should rule out having a good look at it, because obviously that's going to be needed as well as new build in order to meet carbon reduction targets in domestic emissions.
Clear to me. Question from in the room.
Yeah,
Ruth, last questions now as well.
Ruth Allington. This is more a sort of wrapping up reaction, really, rather than a question. But it seems to me that this session, well, many of the sessions, but this session has really started to focus in on the complexity, where we've got technologies that are ready, science that's at the forefront, but a mismatch between that and public policy, public acceptance, and capacity, and particularly person power capacity in the geosciences. And somehow we need to manage that complexity and bring it together to delivery. Because it's all fine to say, you know, there are brilliant technologies to dispose of nuclear waste safely, but when will they be available? So this timing, I think is really challenging. But lots of opportunities for geoscientists, as Gemma was pointing out, and that takes us right back to encouraging more people to see this as the science that will unlock the solutions. So thank you for a very interesting session.
That's a good comment. And so just to go to Megan at the back of the room then, is there a role for the Geological Society to communicate that, in contrast to the cratering of student enrollment in universities, we actually should be thinking strategically that we will need more geoscientists in 5, 10 and 50, our continual role. It's just that we're going to switch from oil and gas extraction into this panoply of other energy sources and deliveries. So
yes.
Good. And with that succinct summary, break for lunch then. So we come back in about an hour. I can't remember exactly when, but I guess we've got a whole stash of sandwiches outside. Back at 1:30, 13:30, about an hour. Thanks to all speakers again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very, very much to everybody for that panel session. Gemma and Charlotte, if you want to stick around for a quick final discussion online, please do feel free to stay with us. If you need to run away, though, we will not hold it against you because you've already given us lots of your time. Gemma, are you running or are you sticking around?
No, I'm sticking around. Actually, I wanted to, you asked a question just before we went on about how we sort of try and implement some of these things. And I was thinking about it, but I didn't quite get a chance to say anything.
Go for it.
It's quite controversial. Oh no, the first point is, and I've strongly believed we always should aim at our youngest generation and make them more aware of these future energy sources, where their smartphones come from. I believe not 10-year-olds had smartphones, but I think we should aim really young and try and encourage geoscientists, but also try and encourage like the awareness of nuclear, the awareness of hydrogen, the awareness of carbon capture storage, and sort of so that they come up through the generations knowing that information, and it doesn't come as such a shock when Boris says we need to do this. And the other thing is, I think we need to, this is the controversial bit, I think we need to do a little bit more of the stick. If the government said we have to do this for our energy security in the future or something, and we put tariffs on and we put in place sanctions and things, I think that's what really needs to happen to drive some of these new energies. Like, yes, they're expensive now, but that's because it hasn't been invested in. If we're not going to invest in it, the government should take steps to encourage it by making other energy sources more disadvantaged or more expensive.
So actually, basically what you're doing is you're using government policy, etc., to drive those market forces to make sure that the market comes in the right way. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert, but after discussions about it, and this is my personal opinion, I think it needs to happen at a high level. And I mean, for example, I never thought I'd see like diesel prices and petrol prices reach £2 €2 in France, but people are paying it, and they're grumbling, and I mean, it's very hard for some people, but people are moving on and they're accepting it. Now, if we did that with something that was actually very important to our energy future and energy needs, like developing hydrogen energy and developing nuclear energy, we'd like it and lump it, we'd really complain, but in the long term, it would have a lot of benefits.
No, so I think with that, and so I'm just going to come to Francis quickly, because Francis, I know that you need to physically move locations at some point in time this lunchtime, don't we? So Francis is one of the go-to people in the UK when it comes to circular economy. So I just want it's a very ineloquent segue here from thinking into the future
from nuclear energy
into circular economy stuff. But Francis, I don't know if you just want to quickly give a bit of an overview there, and then maybe we can grab you later when you've done your relocation, and then I'll come to you.
No problem.
On you go, Francis.
Okay, right. What shall I say? Well, I guess so what's my credential, if you like? So we do have a UKRI interdisciplinary circular economy centre for technology metals. So how about that? And that's one of 5 centres and a hub, which is a UK response towards decarbonisation, so towards the energy transition. And it's thinking about all the stuff that we use rather than just how we generate our energy. What are all the materials? And, you know, that's nearly half of our carbon footprint comes through all the embodied carbon and so on in materials. So we're in there from the, and the other thing I should say about that centre, out of the 5, we are the only one that actually has geologists in it. So there we are. So that's a very good statement for today's meeting. And so often we know people introduce me and then they immediately expect me to start with a product and talk about recycling in that, because that's often what people think of circular economy. And of course, what we're saying, and I'm sure Damien's going to come and agree with me as he's got a nice circular economy label on his name there in a minute, is that you need to think about circular economy as the whole system. So I think that's where we need to get in there as geologists and say, this is the whole system for these metal flows, whatever they are, whether they're major metals or our specialist technology metals that we're dealing with in the centre that I'm involved with, is right from the start. So you don't have geology and mining hanging off the edge there as things to be got rid of. You actually have them really well integrated, and we as geologists start understanding much better where the metals will go from, and whether there are ways that even mining companies keep hold of the ownership or keep being stakeholders in the lives and multiple and long lives of those metals. And then the other view, we had a really nice talk this morning all about mine wastes, Anita, and that's, you know, what we're finding in working on a Cornwall case study about circular economy is that you can think so much wider right from the first stages of exploration. And we're all geared up in our geological codes and things that we use in exploration to be thinking about the major metals that are coming out. You know, is this a gold project? Heaven forbid. Is it a tin project? Technology metal, hooray. And, you know, and that's what everybody's looking for, is the headlines. And yet when you take circular economy eyes to it, then you're looking across the pitch at all the metals, co-products, byproducts. You know, how can you minimize and reuse the waste? And I think that view is a very interesting one that we can all learn from as geologists as well.
And so with that, Francis, are you seeing, because obviously, I mean, we spend most of our lives with sort of the mining and metals, that bit of the sector. Are you seeing the circular economy being applied in the same way across into hydrocarbons, CCS, etc.? Is it the same? Is it an integrated discussion, or are they separate discussions that are going on there?
I think what we found is in technology metals, it's such an enormous ask to get your head around, if you like, this full value chain. Can you go sideways as well? We've found geothermal energy is very easy, obviously, from metals to go sideways into, because of whether it's energy from legacy mines or the skills that you use for deep geothermal energy. I think in CCS and so on, it's coming in slightly different ways, but maybe that holistic way of talking about things. So where you have an industrial cluster, and of course we have the industrial decarbonisation program in the UK. So you need to think about that industry in a more holistic way, don't you? With different industries there, has one got waste heat that another one can use? So it's not just about capturing CO2 emissions or something and get rid of them, but what can you really pass most efficiently from company to company? And then how do you deal with that energy? And so I guess once you're doing that, then that's a real nice circular economy approach. And I think that's certainly coming, maybe not always with a circular economy label, but that's, you know, no matter. I think that's because that's definitely the way that we need to get more efficient.
Yeah. So I just wonder, I mean, Phil, coming to yourself, because I know that you need to go and have some lunch as well. So I'm sort of grabbing people. So Francis, if you need to run, by the way, you're not being rude by dropping off. But Phil, what do you reckon?
I'll just drop. I'm going to listen to Phil, then I'll drop off.
Yeah. Thanks, Francis. I mean, my segue from what you were just saying is, I think geoscientists in all of these energy systems have a vital role in explaining how it works. Transparency. We live in a world which wants more information. So let's provide that and add that sort of those hidden value chains, like mining or whatever. We should add more transparency to that. I think that's the first thing we should do. And the other thing I wanted to say in that wrap up, which I didn't get to say, is we talk always about the cost of the transition to low emission society and the risks, but we don't talk about the benefits. And so we must make a bigger statement about the benefits. And a very simple example of that, which I often quote, is that in the Northern Lights project, when the Norwegian government funded this first CCS facility, the local communa, which is like the district that houses the facility, had a raft of interest. So now it's a sort of hub for interest for different industries wanting to locate their things like fisheries associated with low carbon. And then Google and Microsoft have now been in touch. We have a deal with Microsoft because we use huge amounts of computing resources in our world, and they want to be associated with carbon capture and low carbon energy. So there you see the benefits. So my statement is, whether you're talking about, you know, low temperature geothermal, you know, nuclear or circular economy, or the hydrogen CCS, which I work on, you should look at the value proposition. If you have either a national society or a local region which has a good source of clean energy, it will act as a stimulus for your society. We need that sort of positive benefit to be made. Otherwise, we're always going to be on a back foot saying, I'm trying to sell you something that's more expensive than what you've currently got.
Yeah, and no one wants that.
And nobody wants that.
Exactly. I mean, that's something there where, so despite my incredibly English accent, I actually grew up halfway between Aberdeen and Inverness.
Yeah.
And so Aberdeen, the North Sea, what do we do when we run out of oil and gas in the North Sea has been one of, I mean, all the way through my life, that has been the perpetual problem in a way. But where is the flip in terms of, no, actually, we should be really proud of where we're at, because look at this awesome technology and skills that we've got right here on our doorstep. Is that kind of mirroring what you're
I think
saying?
so. And I think, you know, we often kid ourselves how important the fossil fuel industry was to our society. If you go to any nation, we're fossil dependent mostly. Sweden's the exception, right?
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get that activity, which is a lot of oil and gas, and in Asia, coal mining, and turn it into something else. And that's partly why I'm so enthusiastic about hydrogen, because if it's a way of converting your current fossil fuel economy to something else using the same facilities and infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
And Aberdeen's a good case in point. You've got this Acorn project, which is saying, you know, we've got this old gas pipeline. Couldn't we use it for hydrogen?
Yeah.
Couldn't we use it for CO2?
Yeah.
You know, and they're asking the right questions.
So is that something there, Phil, where, I mean, so there's a huge amount of work that's been going on into batteries, etc. But in a way, the beauty of oil and gas is it is a really easy way to transport and store energy.
Yeah.
That's much better than a battery.
And that's forgotten, because a tank, you know, your car filled with petroleum.
Yeah.
It's a high intensity energy source, which keeps you going 500 miles, right? And that's very hard to replace. Okay. You can replace it with a lithium battery if you're going really top end technology. So I'm very in favor of electric cars. But when you're thinking about goods transport and shipping, you know, there's no way electricity is going to do that. So you need another high intensity fuel in our system. It could be gas with CCS, turned into electricity or whatever, but it could just be hydrogen, because then you have a very portable fuel. And the energy intensity of hydrogen is something like 5 times that of oil.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact number, but it's high intensity fuel.
So final question then, before I let you go and grab those fantastic sandwiches, which I bet you're all jealous of, by the way, on the other side of the cameras. So given the current infrastructure that we have here in the UK, so just bring this back to the UK rather than on a European or a global scale. If we said, right, actually, we need to be not placing bets, but from a strategic position, kind of going, okay, do we go more into hydrogen? Do we go more into batteries? What kind of infrastructure do we need to put in place? Would you be encouraging, say, the government to say, well, no, actually, we've got a load of the infrastructure for hydrogen. So actually, let's excel at that, because we're strong in that already, rather than going, let's double down on the battery side, which needs a whole load of its own infrastructure to be put in place?
Well, I mean, first of all, UK is already leading on hydrogen with these new initiatives. So, you know, I mean, obviously the funding might be pulled again, but assuming that these projects go ahead in energy clusters, you know, UK is already can be proud of what it's doing. And what we're doing with the offshore is using those previous gas field areas for CO2 storage to create a facility to enable low carbon. The low carbon is a mix of hydrogen, which Equinor is involved in, but BP is also developing this gas combustion plant up at Teesside. So I think it's a mix of users of the offshore storage, but the offshore storage creates a whole bunch of associated technologies. So it's a complex matrix, but I think that the bid to what I would say to the UK government is, you've done very well with offshore renewables, with wind. You know, do it just as well with offshore CCS, because that will enable all of this other industry to happen. And UK's got fantastic potential to have both.
Cool.
Because I'm not arguing hydrogen instead of renewables. I'm regarding maximum renewables and hydrogen for those other industries where you need it.
Yeah, fantastic. You got off lightly, by the way, in terms of this one or that one, because yesterday we were talking about what is better or worse, deep sea mining or a 9-year-old down a mine. So, I think hydrogen or renewables is a safer territory.
It's definitely a safer territory than deep sea mining, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Phil. Yeah. I know that we've got other questions that have been coming in for Phil, but we'll feed them through to him.
Yeah, feed them through and I can try and answer them online or whatever. But
fantastic.
Thanks for letting me get a sandwich.
Pleasure. Excellent.
Bye, guys.
Francis, do you have any final words you'd like to share with everybody before you disappear off to relocate? And then I might just come back to Charlotte for any points from herself.
Yes, no, I don't think so. I've really enjoyed listening to the talks. I think that's what's really important about these conferences, that you have, I can get out of my technology metals comfort zone and learn probably better about nuclear energy or carbon capture and storage. And maybe that's what is a lesson from the circular economy world as well, of course, is that you need to get out of your comfort zones and talk to other people. And there's certainly super lessons coming this morning about public perception and how to communicate much better with the public. I thought that was, I could take every word out of that talk this morning. I was trying to write down really fast and think we can apply that straight away, even right next door to where I am in Cornwall. So Roy's talk was great. Yeah.
So just by the way, for everybody, if you want to go back and refresh your memories with regards to what was said this morning, then the YouTube channel, which of course is currently streaming live, you can go backwards and forwards with it. Obviously, you can't go further forwards than we're currently at for very obvious reasons, but you can go back in time. And as soon as we finish recording this afternoon, it is up there, and our ambition is to leave it there as well. I know that there were some interesting comments in the chat, but I think we've, for the moment anyway, managed to deal with some of those in the YouTube channel. But hey, I mean, it's always good when we get different people engaging with us, which is fantastic. Catherine, I know that you wanted to say something about Aberdeen, but I'm just going to go to Charlotte first, because I did promise to go to Charlotte. Charlotte, do you have any comments with regards to circular economy and that particular general discussion, or just comments in general before I go to Catherine?
Yeah, no, I agree with everything Francis just said, and also Gemma's comments about the education side of things as well. I think that's really important, just on the general points that have been made. On the specifics on the circular stuff, I think that's what we've tried to do with our work. Obviously, we've got the mines, we've got the water coming out of them. That's either going back in or it's being treated and discharged. By the treatment, we're producing products, so we're looking at markets for those products. The energy we need to use in getting the water out, because we've got to pump it for environmental reasons. We're looking at offsetting that with PV. So we've got PV running at several of our sites, and always looking for ways to optimize both the treatment and the energy consumption associated with that. So we have been trying to take that circular approach, and I think it is a fairly circular story. Then we're taking the energy out, the water's going back underground, and it can be reused, whereas before it was purely about extraction, and also the kind of local benefits as well are much greater. I think there's more opportunities there because the coal was mined, sent away somewhere else, traded, burned, and what did the people locally get? Yes, there was some employment for them at the time, but the kind of all of that wealth and benefit of it wasn't always realised locally. Whereas because he doesn't travel so well, I think there is an opportunity for much more local benefit, and especially as some of these areas are still very deprived since the closure of the mines. So I guess that's how the circular thing fits in me, both on the technical side and more widely as well with the social side. Then I do have another meeting as well at 1, so we'll have to disappear soon just to grab a drink before that starts.
Brilliant. Well, I mean, thank you so much, Charlotte, for joining us here today. Absolutely fantastic to hear from you. And yeah, I mean, I think that we tend to forget in the UK often because, like, for example, a lot of the discussion yesterday around, what is the social benefit with regards to extracting a raw material out the ground? In our minds, we all start thinking about the, Democratic Republic of Congo or something. But actually, some of the best case studies are right here because we did it in many cases many years ago, and we're left with these case studies that actually involve all of us, and we almost it's weird, isn't it? We kind of forget that we're part of that story as well, and so therefore, what can we be learning in the UK? Shipping that into the rest of the mining sector to say, hey, here are where things went really well, so let's learn from it and emulate it. And here is where it was a total disaster. So let's not copy and paste that across the world as well. So awesome. Thank you so much, Charlotte. Really appreciate you coming in and joining us here today. So feel free to drop off whenever you need.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you for the invitation, and I really enjoyed your talk as well, Gemma, so thanks for that. It was great to listen to a talk from a different sector from my own, which is also key, I think. So thanks, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your discussions.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Fantastic.
Happy to do any follow-up as well if there's anything comes in later on as well.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, we will definitely be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Catherine, now I know that we're going to start off with Aberdeen. Are we going to start with Aberdeen?
Yeah, it's really interesting, Sarah, because we've talked about all these different aspects of the energy transition, you know, mining and critical metals. We've talked a little bit about geothermal, hydrogen, CCS, all these different things, nuclear as well. I'm not going to reference nuclear with Aberdeen in mind, I have to say that. But,
it does glow in the dark.
It was really interesting, though, that Phil mentioned, you know, Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire and the amount of infrastructure that could be used for offshore CCS. Because actually, Aberdeenshire has been mentioned a few times already. So Mike Armitage yesterday talked about the UK's resources of critical metals. Now, the one thing we do know about, there are resources of nickel and potentially cobalt in Aberdeenshire, in mafic ultramafic rocks. And in fact, that's one of the areas that is being explored at the moment. But then Anita talked about the potential for mineral carbonation in mine waste, in material that you've extracted the metals from. And of course, mafic ultramafic rocks are what you need for mineral carbonation. And also Phil mentioned that serpentinization of these types of rocks can be a natural producer of hydrogen. So actually Aberdeenshire has all the ingredients to have this kind of almost amazing circular energy transition system, to have so many parts of what we're talking about. So yeah, it's a really kind of important area at the minute, I think, for the UK in terms of resources, infrastructure, skills, all sorts of things.
I think that's really so. As somebody who very much was born and bred in that neck of the woods, and hopefully I'm heading up there this weekend to go and stay in my my little off-grid hut, which was constructed during lockdown. So I basically. For everybody here, living off-grid, as we know, because lots of us, you know, have spent lots of time camping and everything, it's okay doing it for a short period of time, but try doing it for like a year and a half that includes Scottish winters, when you suddenly realise that actually solar panels don't really work that well in the northeast of Scotland. Wind turbines are great when the wind is blowing. Batteries, you have to keep them warm. They do not like cold temperatures, and the water freezes. So, you know, in terms of hydropower, you know, and it's on a small scale as well, it gets quite difficult. So you have to be fairly imaginative. But the good news is that people want to build some big wind turbines just out the back of me. So I'm just going to tap into those. It will be great. With regards to all of this, Gemma, perhaps if I come back to yourself, because I'm sure that you need to go and get some lunch, because also you're an hour ahead of us as well at the moment in the south of France. Have you got any other comments, maybe tapping into the whole circular economy discussion we've just been having?
I find it difficult to discuss circular economy when it comes to nuclear, because I'm not really sure what you can do with nuclear waste. I mean, that is a really massive. I mean, nuclear is just one of those things. It's massive. It is a dangerous energy type if it's not used correctly. So it does produce nuclear waste, which is difficult to dispose of. It's not really something you can reuse, and it is, in terms of construction, it is a massive construction site, massive amounts of concrete, but like it has massive outputs as well, massive positives. And in terms of circular economy, I'm not really sure how nuclear fits in.
But that's fine, because actually, if we say, you know what, the last thing we want to do is try and squish nuclear into a circular economy model, because if it doesn't work, and that's fine. I would have thought.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not advocating nuclear as like the end and end all. It isn't, and it has many flaws, and I'm sure it's quite a controversial energy source. But I think for the short term, I'm saying short term, the next 40, 60, 80 years, I still think it's one of the best options that we have for a stable source of energy. Mm-hmm. But I don't think in any stretch of the imagination that we should just be relying on that. I think this we're using it as almost like a stopgap, a band-aid, as the Americans say, to sort of move into fully sustainable and get our solar panels better, so that they're more efficient. So when it is a bit cloudy, they still work, and when it's too windy, our wind turbines still work. I think all of that still needs, all of those teething problems with fully renewables still need to be improved. But I just think that nuclear is just going to be that stopgap while we try and make those things happen. And I do think that we're moving into a better position where we're not going to have the problems, the legacy issues that we've got with our original fleet of nuclear power stations and some of our other industries that we've used, for example, coal mining with acid mine waste and things like that. So yeah, but in terms of circular economy, I think you're right. I'm not sure we could squeeze it into that sort of template.
Yeah, and I think that so long as we recognize that and we all go, okay, well, that's cool. Excellent. That's one less thing that we need to worry about when we're trying to get this integrated circular economy or whatever to work. Fabulous. That makes it easy for us, or easier, I should say. Gemma, I've got one more question for you before I then come back to the lovely Catherine, because I know that she also needs to go and grab some lunch. See, this is all very dynamic and fluid. It's fantastic. So with, yesterday we were talking a lot about so the just transition and working with communities and building that trust and that respect. And I mean, a lot of that then translated across in today as well. Somebody told me 2 days ago that one of the things that happens in France, so when a new nuclear power station or whatever is being built, anybody, if you can see the nuclear power station from your house or where you live, you get free power. That's like one of the deals to try and actually work with communities. Now, A, is that true or is that just a myth? And B, if it is true, I'm totally up for that with regards to wind turbines on my doorstep. If I get free power, I am well and truly supporting absolutely everything with regards to that. But it might mean that nobody in the UK ever has to pay for power again, because we can all see something. But Gemma, is this fact or fiction?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was fact. The EDF employees here get massive discounts on their electricity bills, like massive subsidies, just by being an employee of EDF. So I really wouldn't be surprised if you can see a nuclear power station, whether or not you get free energy. And I mean, even here in France, I mean, nuclear is still a really controversial subject, even though there is so much nuclear, there's that history. And there's a lot more acceptance. You still have those outliers of people that just don't agree with it. So I will ask my French colleagues, though, if that is true. If you can see a nuclear reactor, is it free energy?
Yeah, no, please do, because I think that is just genius if it's true. And it's maybe something that we need to gently suggest to our government here in the UK.
I think it's a fantastic idea. And I think, what we were saying about deep earth storage for radioactive waste, I remember there's probably people who know more about this than me. I'm just thinking on the top of my head, but it's interesting about the community interaction. The community I can't remember, up north somewhere, wanted the deep earth storage because they recognized how many jobs it would develop and like long-term prospects for the community. And actually it was the council and the government that actually put a hold on that project. And so it's one of those disproportionate, if you can, I think it's more important for the community to sort of make those decisions in some way. And if you can incentivize it by free energy, or I don't know, at HPC, they're actually going to give all of the campuses away afterwards to help with the colleges for accommodation and teaching space and things like that. I mean, if you can make the community and engage them and bring them along the journey, I think it's going to be so much easier.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to this fact or fiction with regards to free energy in France.
I'm going to ask now. Skype's a brilliant thing.
Excellent. Thanks, Gemma. Brilliant.
Thank you. Cool. I'm going to go and grab some lunch.
Awesome. Thank you very much, mate. Brilliant. Lovely, Catherine. I know that you wanted to speak about Aberdeen, but there was also something else that you wanted to speak about.
Well, I think, Sarah, you were kind enough to offer that I could advertise ES Cubed, which I've been doing in the chat, but just to give everyone a bit more information. So Earth Science, Systems and Society is the Geological Society's new open access journal. I say new, it's been in existence just over a year, but the first papers were only published a few months ago. And what it aims to do is to kind of touch on subjects where geoscience is the main part of the story, but it's really focusing on some of the big challenges that are affecting society today. So it's a kind of interdisciplinary journal, if you like, although it was very much rooted in geoscience. Everything that we're talking about at this meeting is the kind of work we'd really like to publish in ES Cubed. And the exciting news is that the Geological Society has just decided, because of course it's an open access journal, it has article processing charges, although they are relatively low because it is a not-for-profit journal. But the Geological Society has decided for the next 3 months, it will fund all EPCs, all article processing charges itself. So they are waived for the authors. So in other words, if you would like to submit a paper to ES3, get it in the next 3 months, and you won't have to pay those open access fees. And we would really love to hear from anybody who wants to, who is interested in submitting to ES3. We've got a nice website with all the information, escube.org. And Natasha, who is keynoting in the next session, is one of our editors, as are a couple of other people who are coming up on the online chats and in the room. So yeah, but definitely get in touch and let me know, or indeed just go to the website and submit a paper. We'll be delighted.
Fantastic. So you've all been given the opportunity, everybody, and we will. The website is in the chat, but I shall find it again and repost. Or maybe Catherine, if you can just.
Thank you, Rachel. One of my excellent editorial board, Rachel Brackenridge, has stuck it straight in there. So thank you very much.
Excellent. And well, Rachel, if you would like to join the panel as well, you know, we'd be truly delighted, because we need to take it in shifts. So Catherine, you need to go and have lunch as well. Is that correct?
Well, I need to feed the cats as well, Sarah. This is very important.
Very important, very important. But yeah, Rachel, just let me know if you'd like to be upgraded. It's not upgraded; it's just slid sideways into the panel session so that we can see what is going on now. And we have the fabulous Damien and Pauline, who were with us yesterday, and that was a really good look, mate. As you can see, we've been joined by a very lovely gentleman here live in Burlington House. Would you like to introduce yourself to everybody?
Yes, hello, I'm Ben Lepley from SRK, and I'll be speaking in the next panel session. I was a geologist and now an environmentalist, essentially. So.
Fantastic. Excellent. So this is something here, Catherine, do feel free to go and rescue those cats, by the way, if you want to. We will not hold
I will, Sarah. Thank you.
Fantastic. And Rachel and anybody else, if you want to hop into the panel session, just give us a big wave in the chat and we'll be able to bring you in on board. Damien, perhaps if we come to yourself first. Oh, sorry, Pauline, she's waving. So Pauline's really good, by the way, at using both the electronic hand up and the physical hand as well. It's very exciting. On you go, Pauline.
This is a bit of another sideways move, but I just wanted to say a real big thank you to you and to the others who have facilitated all this fun stuff for us people online, because I can see, I know how much effort it takes to really get people to feel included when you're doing online stuff. And I know that what you're doing, you're helping to replace some of that, you know, waving sandwiches at each other that we're not getting to do. So I just want to thank you and BGS, etc., everybody who's organised it, because it has made it so much fun.
so brilliant.
So thank you.
Well, no, thank you. But
I can clap you now. Every time you're waving and clapping, I'm doing it in there. Well, but nobody can see you. But I'm like, it doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't matter. No, exactly. I mean,
feel the love.
I think we were all feeling that. Thank you so much, and I'll pass it on to the team that's working immensely hard behind the scenes as well. Every so often you see them coming in and out or being mentioned, but yeah, massive thank you to the team behind the scenes as well. So as you can probably tell, this is probably one of the first times that the Geological Society has really done a full-blown hybrid conference, and so there is quite a lot of experimentation going on. But so long as you are all enjoying yourselves and hopefully things are being learned, ideas are being shared, that's exactly what this is all about, isn't it? So I think with that, yes, so Damien, I was going to come to yourself. Any thoughts with regards to this morning? And then perhaps I will come to yourself, sir.
Yeah, I was just saying I like Phil's talk. Well, I know Equinor because I used to work with them we were just down the road from them when I used to work in Oslo for 7 years. And then I've lived in Orkney as well, which I believe actually, because when Phil mentioned Sweden, I think we're using green hydrogen. I think I need to check, but I think Orkney, they have an excess of energy from wind, which they convert to hydrogen using electrolysis, as far as I understand. So I think they have 115 or 100, something like 115% because the interconnector can't take the current. So they make, as far as I understand, they make hydrogen to power the generators to keep the Orkney ferries on power when they're tied up at Kirkwall. So, and I think they have a fleet of vans that run around on hydrogen as well. So, it may be Orkney. I think there's another project. So Orkney may be one to add to the list, but I'd have to check whether they use green or blue. I have a sneaking suspicion it's green hydrogen they generate because they have so much energy, but they don't know what to do with it.
Don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, and they also have a tidal generator in the Pentland Firth as well, which is fascinating.
They should set up some of those, kind of Bitcoin cyber currency farms. If part of the Earth has too much energy they don't know what to do with, surely that's where we should be doing all of that highly useful.
Well, I think there's again in Auckland, I think it was a project where they were putting a whole bunch of servers in the water for cooling, because the air conditioning costs so much.
Yeah.
But the tidal power hasn't been mentioned much. But there's places like the Severn Estuary and Orkney, they have phenomenal tidal races.
Yeah.
Which generate. So that was one point. It was very interesting to get some figures actually on the CO2, which in Norway, because Norway does tend to be progressive like that. They're very good. So that's what the UK government needs to do. They need to put the business models in place to enable carbon storage to be done at pace.
Yeah.
That seems to be the problem. And one of the questions I was going to ask Phil is, if all this carbon, we do need all this carbon storage, is how to upscale the monitoring, which is my background, which is for seismic. How are we going to do all that?
Question come in. Don't worry, we'll pin him down for you, Damien. We'll find out about seismic.
And Francis, I think of circular economy as taking in everything that can be. That's what it encompasses, anything that makes everything sustainable. That's what I think about. So, and I completely agree with Francis, her comments, and it needs to be a holistic approach, that sort of stuff. Yeah. Or the other one was maybe thinking about Dounreay, which is up at the northeast of Scotland. They have a repository around there, which I met people who were doing the geology for that as well.
Yeah. Fantastic.
So awesome. I think that was sort of it at the moment. Yes.
Great. See, we've got these natural raconteurs feeding in our online session. I know exactly. Yeah. Where did that word come from?
I think I mentioned I was in France, so we're EDF here, but we have the solar panels, which then have a feed-in tariff, and I think I said I had a heat pump. So we have have electric, and actually have a wood burner, but we have 6 acres of mixed woodland, so I use the wood from we have here to feed the wood burner. So hopefully that's being a bit more sustainable than bringing oil and gas onto the property.
Cool. Excellent. So I think with that, and sorry, I'm just typing a few. You can tell that you're on the laptop. I'm typing a few messages.
I don't know how she does this at the same time. It's amazing to watch. Yeah, sorry.
I'll tell you what would be. Be useful to have your I know you mentioned your email address, but I didn't see where it was. That would be quite useful to have, actually.
Oh, we can put that in, but maybe while I'm typing. So the only problem, I need a keyboard that I can. Yeah. But then perhaps, do you want to? I mean, I know that you introduced yourself, but well, actually, I mean, you've got oars in many pies, just to mix metaphors there. On you go. Pick a topic. Go for it.
Well, I like where you picked up there on tidal, because they're so underutilized, particularly I live in South Wales, and I look out onto the Bristol Channel and think, why are we not harnessing this power? It's ridiculous. Yeah. And I know there is a small scale trial going on in Swansea. I don't know if it's started or not yet, but that kind of thing for me makes so much sense. And I know that the entire Severn barrage has so many issues and flaws, mainly, from an environmental and ecology perspective, but smaller scale, but multiple versions. Similar to the whole smaller nuclear reactor idea, where you create it smaller but more mobile and more agile. That makes sense to me. But and the other thing from the talk this morning was the coal water, the old coal mine water energy, and I love that idea. I love that concept. But why is it only coal? You know, so down in Cornwall, obviously we've got God knows how many tunnels underneath most of Cornwall for the old tin and
that's right, yeah.
So many tunnels there, which obviously are being explored for critical metals at the moment. But yeah, there's huge opportunities there to use that water as well. And some of those mines are very deep, and there'll be a similar kind of geothermal gradient there. So I know there's a lot of geothermal activity down there anyway, but those mine waters in particular could be another source of heating in another deprived area as well. So it just so happens that a lot of the coal areas are in deprived areas, not for a reason, I guess. But yeah, that's similar to Cornwall as well. So yeah, that's fascinating to me.
It's really cool, isn't it? I mean, there's so many different ideas, and what I really, so I mean, well, of course, there's lots of stuff we love about geoscience, but I mean, it is so diverse in terms of all of us coming together. We all work in slightly different fields, and I think this is something here we're like, of course, that would be awesome to bring that into what we're doing. So why just drill into coal mines? Why not drill into, you know, the old tin or whatever mines?
Needs more collaboration, more talking between the different teams. But I think we got too pigeonholed a while ago. Hopefully, it seems like now we are talking a bit more to each other.
So with that as well, Ben, because you do a huge amount of work with regards to sort of like the perception of mining and things like that. Is there anything you want to share with everybody around some of those thoughts?
Not enough time. There's not enough time.
I can see I'm opening up that particular trapdoor.
Yeah, it's not covered itself in glory, has it? Mining over the years. I think that's an understatement. But several people have mentioned the fact that mining has a lot of negative stories come out and very few positive good news stories come out, even though there's a lot of good going on in the background. They're just not, a lot of the mining companies are not willing or maybe not able to promote that because of they'll just get shot down. And I think there needed to be given a bit of grace by the public, and hopefully that's part of my work is through the CMA, the Critical Minerals Association, is trying to help just educate people a bit more and power people through knowledge, as we like to say, rather than just saying, yeah, mining's great, actually give some good news examples. So that's what I'd like to see more of, for sure.
And I'm just going to post the Critical Minerals Association website into chat there at the moment. We'll make sure that it goes up on our little reading corner page as well, because it is something, so the Critical Minerals Association, I know that we've had Kirsty and Olympia here in person at the conference. It's only been going a couple of years, and yet because of their links into government, they've managed to actually open conversations and doors that previously didn't exist for many different parts of the mining sector. So that is one example where the CMA has done something where there's just been a brick wall before, or perhaps it's been a case of we weren't even aware that those conversations even could be had. And I think if there's one thing that we can take away from today is actually identify other areas where there are either brick walls or gulfs of just, we didn't even know that those other worlds existed to have those conversations, because then I think we can waltz through and we can say, no, this is really cool, this is exciting, let's talk to one another.
Absolutely, get the conversation.
Yeah. Yes, so she's only got the electronic hand up at the moment, oh no, we've got them all now. See. Pauline, let's come to your lovely self, and then I would love to introduce Maeve to everybody as well, because we've been quite UK centric, and Maeve is dialing in. Oh dear. I think I might need some coffee.
I think it's time for a drink, I think.
I think I might need that now, exactly. Sorry, Pauline, over to yourself. Then we will go to the island.
I was being polite just to show that I can do this while Ben was speaking. And what you said, Ben, about why not other mines, it just reminded me, and I think we talked a little bit about this yesterday, that I think a lot of the solution to all of this, it seems that a lot of the rhetoric, what you hear on the news and stuff, everybody's looking for one solution that will tick all the boxes, whereas actually I think the answer, and I've been thinking for a long time that geothermal is a real key to kind of to the justice issues, because I'm like, it may not always work as we might want it to on a large scale, but in terms of small scale community projects, it is so, you know, there is a geothermal gradient everywhere in the whole of the continental crust. So basically every single community of people could actually plug in to geothermal energy in whatever ways on a localized scale. And I don't know, it possibly already exists, but is there some, you know, cheap equipment that, you know, can we donate, you know, millions of geothermal pump sets, you know, to Africa, you know, that sort of thing. But it is just this thing that in the UK, and I think this is why I'm excited about the mine waste as well as sources, is like there are so many of these small scale projects. And I think the smaller it is, it's got to be community driven. And this is kind of what I've learned from reading John Hopkins, who I think I also mentioned yesterday. It's this thing about getting the communities, if as a community we can get free power, potentially that would get people off their sofas. You know, we don't just need it from the big power brokers. If we've got some local activism that can say to the community, right, if we get together, we could perhaps do this, and this. You know, there are things that we could do to kind of help ourselves, and just leave the government doing whatever it chooses to do, and
having parties.
Yes, and let's just start, I don't know, just start taking some of that initiative ourselves. Yeah. And that would be something, I know I'm probably giving myself 26 jobs to do now, but I'm like, that is something that an individual geologist or geoscience professional could do, because we all live somewhere. So if we have a look, you know, like you say, even in your little hideaway up in, you know, the wilds of woolly Scotland, it's like, they, you know, have you got strontianite in your back garden? Are you that far west or something? But it's that thing that we probably all have some kind of awareness of our local geology, because that just goes, you know, and we just need to go and find out, you know, where's the nearest mining? You know, is there something that we can do to tap into that? Is there somebody already doing something, or is it something that we need to initiate?
Yeah.
On that note, maybe just quickly, sorry, I get so frustrated when a new housing estate has been put up. There's one in my little village, big housing estate being put up, digging massive holes in the ground. Do they put in district-wide heat source pumps? No, of course they don't, because there's no incentive for them to do it.
No grey water systems.
No, nothing.
That annoys me. Solar panels for the last 30 years.
Yes.
I worked for, you know, in consultancy, and most of the stuff we were doing was for housing developers. I'm like, nothing. And it's because it's not in any of the stuff that they have to do. So nobody's going to do it off their own back, because in effect the developers would be then paying for it out of their profits. And it's like, oh, so angry.
but that right there, okay, so that is a conversation which we need to open the door and have, is actually say, by the way, there's all this opportunity whenever you are doing any form of earthworks, etc., you know, what is the full value that could be realized with regards to that? At the moment, it's a case where, you know, we know it, but do they know it? Maybe yes, maybe no.
I asked the question in one of these conferences last year. That's how I got to know Jen quite well, because we were emailing about it afterwards. They had somebody in from the funders, one of the is it BEIS, the government?
Yeah, BEIS, yeah.
And I asked that exact question, and the gentleman fudged it, and I was like, that is the problem. It's like, do something. So I'm with Gemma on this, that like certain things like that, it obviously, you know, there is a stick that is needed for things like that. And I'm like, if all the new housing that's been built, like I say, in the last 30 years, if it had solar panels, we'd be in such a different place.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
The beauty of doing it, you know, when you've got a blank plan for a housing area, you can put all the housing so that the roofs are facing the right way, and, you know, all of those kinds of things. It's like, hello.
So I think, I mean, these are absolutely fantastic. I mean, they're great ideas. We need to make some of them happen. So there's no reason why we can't get planning professionals, etc., in rooms to actually discuss with them, okay, how do we work together? How, you know, where are these ideas? But I'd really like to bring Maeve in, because we sort of bullied her, well, I didn't bully her into coming on the panel. But Maeve, do you want to well, introduce yourself? And I do actually have the iCrag website teed up already into chat. Oh yeah. But yeah, Maeve, do you want to introduce yourself, and then maybe just any general commentary on the madness that we're now discussing?
It's overwhelming. Not the madness, but the number of things you're discussing, which is absolutely fantastic. So anyway, I'm Maeve Boland. I'm a geoscience policy, communications and public affairs specialist at iCrag. And I've had a long and winding path to get here, from being an exploration geologist to ending up being director of geoscience policy at the American Geosciences Institute and representing 250,000 US geoscientists in Washington, DC. And now I'm back in Ireland. So I'm at iCrag, which is the SFI Centre for Research in Applied Geosciences, which is a big research centre based in University College Dublin. And we cover a lot of the aspects of applied geoscience. So many of the topics you have been talking about over yesterday and today, from Earth system change to Earth resources, pivoting from our initial focus 6-7 years ago on hydrocarbons to completely away from that, since Ireland banned exploration for hydrocarbons and we would not get funding for that. But you can repurpose. There's an immense amount of the skill set that was accumulated there that is applicable to, shall we say, politically acceptable forms now. And we also have our third challenge is Earth Science in Society, which is the interface between the earth sciences and society, both at the geotechnical level, where people actually see it, like those housing estates you're talking about, or tunnels that collapse or whatever, but also social science and getting social science research integrated with geoscience projects. And we live all the experience you've all been talking about. There is so much to do, both from a research side and from a practical side at every scale, from the global to the personal, as we've just been talking about. And I think we have to figure out kind of what we want to do. I was really struck by Roy's comment this morning when he was talking about the nuclear community doesn't trust the public. So how can we expect the public to trust them? Well, the same applies to the geoscience, to large sectors of the geosciences. We just don't have the self-confidence somehow that we believe in what we're doing, and we haven't. I know an awful lot of people go into geology in particular because they never have to talk to a person ever again. Well, that's very valid, and not all of us have those skills, and there are a great many geoscientists who should never ever be put in a public forum. They won't help matters. But if you find the right people, you have to play to your strengths and recognize who has them. You know, there's a certain amount you can train people to do. And that's one of the things that we do in iCrag, SFI centers. We have to do EPE, education and public engagement. And the goal is to get at least half the participants in the center, which we have about 150, to do at least 2 public engagement activities every year. And we have metrics and we have to report on this. And it's a great way just to institutionalize the idea that you can actually, in a safe environment, in a small little, one-off thing that's not going to create havoc, even if it goes wrong, learn some of these skills and to build them into the professional development of both the active professionals and the ones we're training for the future. And I'm going to do one shameless plug for a workshop, a summer school we have coming up this summer, the Restore Summer School. It's completely full, but it's an initiative we have with UNESCO and IUGS, and we have 50 young career professionals coming from all over the world. We had applications from 47 countries, and we are balancing as best we can about half social scientists and half geoscientists. We're putting them together for a very intense week to address 5 specific challenges in workshops that they'll be allocated to, and we're just throw them in the deep end, mix the 2 skills sets, mix developed country, the people from developed countries, developing countries, with an immense range of experience, even though they're almost all under 35, and see what comes out of it. And the discussions the last time we did this were just eye-opening, and they give you great hope for the future. But these are the kind of initiatives we're trying to build here, and they dovetail very well with a lot of what we've been talking about here. But I think a lot of it comes down to knowing ourselves and figuring out what we want to achieve, and then aligning the skill sets and the people we need to do them, whether it's talking, like you said, to the planners, the engineers, the architects, our peers, which again, as Roy said, we trust people of our own type. So that's something we should all be able to do. We don't all have to be able to do everything, but find our niche and then try and organize ourselves to have a coherent message. But anyway, I've been talking too long. It's been fascinating, the discussions. Love to hear what everybody else is doing. And thanks for roping me in, Sarah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Maeve. Now, I'm getting messages from the main lecture theatre. I can see that Ruth has already taken her post on the podium. Pauline, if I may, can we hold on to your comment for the coffee break? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's a question for Maeve, actually, so I don't mind.
We can take it in the online chat room. So there we go, multitasking. So with that, everybody, I hope everybody in the physical lecture theatre has had a lovely lunch. I hope that Nick has stopped choking on his pineapple. Hopefully he's still alive at this precise and now he's choking on it again. But I'm going to now pass across to the fantastic Ruth Allington to welcome our keynote speaker for this afternoon. Thank you very much, everybody, and see you in the next break.
Everybody online. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ruth Allington. I'm the president designate of this wonderful Geological Society. And I'm very glad to be chairing the, we'll have a discussion later on geoscience skills, but before that, we have a keynote presentation from Natasha Dowie, who will be online. Here she is. Hello, Natasha.
Hiya, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, yes, you can be heard. I'm
Excellent.
just going to introduce you properly. So Natasha is a senior lecturer at Sheffield Hallam University, and following her PhD in volcanology, Natasha worked as a research geoscientist in the oil and gas industry for 7 years before returning to academia. She was based first at the University of Hull as a lecturer in geology, and now she's at Sheffield Hallam, where she's course lead in environmental science. In 2020, she set up Geoscience for the Future, which is an initiative that showcases diverse stories of geoscience's vital role in a more sustainable future. What could be more opposite to this conference? For the past 2 years, she has been involved in a range of projects to increase access and participation in geosciences. I repeat my earlier comments. So you're very welcome, and over to you, Natasha.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Thank you for having me, Joel Sock. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell. That's the bio. My name's Natasha Dowie, and today I've got this talk titled Ensuring a More Sustainable and Equitable Geoscience for the Future. Now, as was just explained, I've had quite a varied career path. I've spent 7 years as a research scientist in industry, but I've also spent a great deal of time in academia as well. And I currently spend a lot of time thinking about equity and sustainability in geoscience. And in this conference, there's been some really good discussion so far. I've been dipping in and out in amidst marking dissertations. And we spent a lot of time discussing what geoscience needs to do to help achieve net zero, why geoscience is crucial, what kinds of geoscience needs to be done. And we've touched a couple of times on this idea of perceptions of geology and on geology and social science. And in this talk, I really want to discuss people. What I want to discuss is who is going to do this work and the mindset needed to achieve it, particularly focusing on the UK with insights for other countries in the global north. I'll discuss equity in geoscience, the sustainability of UK geoscience, and why this is all relevant to the theme of this next session on skills. It's worth starting any talk about people with an explanation of who I am. I am a white, able-bodied cis woman from a working class background, but now living a pretty middle-class lifestyle. Some of the issues and barriers I'll discuss today, I've not had personal experience of, but I have worked with a number of collaborators over the past couple of years who have really informed me of these issues, who've shaped my understanding. We've worked together on a number of projects, some of which I'll discuss in this talk. Too many people to mention, but hopefully you might be able to see your name on this massive list if you're one of them. So these kind of talks always involve a lot of collaborators. So just to acknowledge those folks up front. So it's well documented that our subject is crucial to many of society's significant challenges, not just the energy transition and net zero, but to all of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and to other global frameworks like the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And geoscientists such as Joel Gill and Flo Bullough of the Geological Society and Ian Stewart have published on these links and on these kind of synergies between geoscience and these frameworks. And I'm sure that many of you will be familiar with this excellent GeolSoc poster that was created in collaboration with Geology for Global Development, which helps showcase many of these connections. However, it's important to understand that this beautiful picture of possibility is not a given. For us to tackle these challenges, we need to work across communities in an equitable, sustainable, and ethical way. How can we best do this? To create a just transition and a sustainable future, I would propose that we need to ensure that our own practices within our discipline are also equitable and sustainable. So what do I mean when I talk about equity? So sometimes when people are working on equity, diversity and inclusion, you might hear the phrases EDI or JEDI, justice, equity, diversity and inclusion. And there are many versions of this cartoon, but I quite like this one from the website link at the base. Equality is when you give everybody the same, but this doesn't account for additional barriers that some groups may face. Equity is when you account for those barriers in your interventions to ensure that everyone has the same experience regardless of any barriers. And justice is the ideal. Justice is getting rid of those barriers altogether and can sometimes take a lot longer and involve a lot more resource. So why are we talking about equity here? Well, it's clear, unfortunately, that geoscience in some of the richest countries in the world is not equitable. Key articles in the past few years have highlighted inequity in geoscience. In the USA, Rachel Bernard, Emily Cooperdock and Kahaley Dutt have published on this about how people of colour are dramatically underrepresented and that these trends aren't changing through time. So myself and some collaborators looked into this data on racial diversity for the UK. It's actually quite difficult to do for the rest of Europe because of data protection laws and because of the way that data is gathered. But in the UK, the data is available. And to be honest, it was similarly shocking. You can check out the full paper on the QR code. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can pause and scan. It's also available on the reading corner. That's the same for all of the QR codes that I've got in this talk today. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to summarize some of the key findings from that work here and explain why it's important. So our paper looks at Higher Education Statistics Authority data from 2014 to 2019. And now that's obviously already out of date. So more recent HESA data is now available. And I've presented that data for 2020 to 21 here. And it's safe to say the picture isn't improving with time. You can see that even though over 18% of 18 to 24-year-olds in the UK identify as Black, Asian, or minority ethnic, so that's based on census data that's 10 years out of date, the new census will probably show that that's increased. And over a quarter of science students in the UK come from ethnic minority backgrounds. In the geosciences, our figures are dramatically lower. And what's more, we have in earth science particularly, we have this poor retention from undergraduate to postgraduate research. Now, this is important because obviously those students who go on into postgraduate research are the lecturers of the future. They're the academics and role models of the future. They may go on into industry to be research leaders in industry. So this is a pretty worrying state of affairs. If you're interested in looking into this data, I've popped some notes here about how you can find it on HESA yourself. And in fact, when you look at this mind-boggling diagram, this is 44 physical science subjects listed on the HESA website. Our 5 geoscience-related topics, so I've picked them out here. These are all the scientific versions of geoscience, so it separates geography into science and human social streams. You can see that our 5 topics are actually in the bottom 9 subjects for undergraduate racial diversity. Only lower is naval architecture and maritime technology. So again, pretty bleak viewing. It's important to also note that although I've presented data on race here, we can think about intersectionality. So people's intersecting identities may mean that they face discrimination and barriers on more than one front, leading to heightened representation. So for example, during the period 2014 to 2019, there were 2 years for both geology and physical geography in the UK where no Black women took up full-time postgraduate study. So why are the geosciences so disproportionately white? Many factors have been reported to account for this disparity. Today, we are discussing the amazing possibility of geoscience and how it's crucial for our future. But it's important to also recognize that our discipline has roots deeply entwined with imperial expansion. Geoscience has been a tool of colonialism, and those colonial legacies persist in some areas, particularly in terms of mapping and surveying and resource exploration. Because this legacy is still felt today, this has led to distrust in some communities. There are also very unhelpful stereotypes of our subject, which still exist even today in 2022, of white able-bodied men being the people who do geology. You only have to search for geologist online to see that this perpetuates. And looking at the diverse range of genders in the panelists today, we can see that obviously it's not all men doing geology. However, it's quite clear that the higher proportion of the panelists and the speakers we have today are white. It's also been suggested that career perceptions are not as strong for the geosciences as for topics with clear and stable career goals. I say clear and stable, like medicine, for example. Anecdotal evidence shows that that's a factor. And accessibility of natural environments to certain communities may also play a role. So in a recent unpublished Geological Society of London survey, 60% of undergraduate geology students mentioned a lifelong interest in the natural environment. And it's a known fact that natural environments are less accessible to children from urban settings and from children from low economic setting households. So in the UK, over 98% of Black African, Pakistani and Bangladeshi people live in urban locations, and low-income households are more likely to be Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Chinese or Black ethnic origin than white. A DEFRA report in 2019 reported that Black and Asian families are the least likely group to visit rural areas. So there's a lot of factors there at play before students even come to university, even join geology degrees. But when they are at university, they're faced with challenges that aren't necessarily experienced by their white peers. And these are factors that may put off students from coming if they, through word of mouth, they know of students experiencing these things. They're also factors that might prevent students from being retained in their degrees or prevent them from continuing with geoscience as a career. So these factors are laid out for academia in general in reports such as the Leading Routes Broken Pipeline report, which is an excellent deep dive into the problems that face Black students, particularly working their way through academia. There are things like a proven access gap to high tariff Russell Group universities. For example, Black, Asian and minority ethnic applicants to mathematical, physical and life science subjects at Oxford are 5.8% less likely to receive an offer than their white counterparts, even if they have exactly the same prior attainment. And in the year 2018 to 19, Black students made up just 3.9% of students at high tariff universities compared to 12% at low tariff universities. Many universities are now recognizing that they have a degree awarding gap where students of color consistently score less than their peers due to bias. And within geoscience specifically, a heightened lack of diversity can lead to feelings of isolation. So across the UK, 10% of professors identify as Black, Asian, minority ethnic. But in 2018 to 19, only 3.9% in earth, marine and environmental sciences identified as Black, Asian or minority ethnic. And our low retention of ethnic minority students into postgraduate research obviously won't help this. There are reported incidents with fieldwork. There's issues with residential co-ed trips, potentially. Alcohol culture has been cited as an issue, harassment in the field, racial harassment. And there are also issues around this colonial discipline, a traditional teaching that hasn't really modernized for a long time in some departments. I focused on issues within academia here, but many of these issues have parallels in industry and other geoscience organizations. So what can we do about these significant challenges? Well, first of all, we need to try and work to remove the structural barriers and implicit biases that predominantly detriment underrepresented students. This means making meaningful efforts to decolonize and to address power imbalances, to change application practices to make sure that they're based on merit and not on access to resources, to make fieldwork a more inclusive place to be. We can aim to address long-lived inequity by providing ring-fenced opportunities for students of colour. These interventions have been proven to be successful in the USA by geoscientists like Cahaley Dutt. We also need to make meaningful steps to broaden participation, so ensuring that all students from all backgrounds have opportunities to see the careers that geoscientists have to offer. We need to develop more inclusive curricula that are relevant to all cultures. And we need to see this as a whole pipeline issue, from school to undergrad to postgraduate research, out into industry, up into lectureships, ensuring more diversity in those high visibility role model positions. So what I'd like to do in this talk is just take a really brief look at a couple of projects that I've been involved with to look at these issues, and I can point you towards further reading on them, and then we'll move on to talk about something slightly different. So decolonizing means different things to different people. I'm not an expert in decolonization. I'm not an expert in post-colonial studies, but it's really important for us as geoscientists to work with people who have specialisms in this field. Decolonizing means different things to different people. It's often misinterpreted within geoscience. It doesn't mean that we should shame individuals for what they teach or ban the work of those from the past and pretend our history didn't happen. Decolonization is an attempt, decolonizing the curriculum is an attempt to explore the origin, the development and the use of knowledge. It encourages us to question who created that knowledge. Why do we use that particular knowledge? Who has access to it and why? Who may have been involved in creating that knowledge but actually isn't recognized or acknowledged for their contribution? A decolonized curriculum acknowledges the colonial legacy that was involved in knowledge creation and gives credit to those hidden characters, hidden figures, minoritized individuals who deserve it. And geoscience really badly needs this approach to ensure not only that people from all backgrounds see their cultures recognized in its global legacies, but also as a lesson to prevent further harm in the future and to ensure that geoscientists work ethically within communities all over the world. There's a lot that could be said about this topic, and I'm not going to go into it in masses of detail here. What I can do is point to a paper led by Steve Rogers at Keele, which is basically a crib sheet guide for geologists, breaking down what DTC is, breaking down decolonizing the curriculum, that's been written with Lisa Lau, a post-colonial scholar. So I would recommend that you go and check that out, and that's also in the reading corner. And also keep an eye out for a new AHRC NERC funded project led by Rebecca Williams at Hull called Hidden Histories, which is working with the Geological Society, the British Geological Survey, the Royal Geographical Society to unpick some of these hidden histories and create new curricula. Another thing that I want to look at is fieldwork. So we all know the value of fieldwork in geoscience. It's been debated a great deal over the last year, over 2 years, with many students not being able to access it due to COVID. We need to ensure that we are implementing best practice in the field that supports students from underrepresented backgrounds. There are now many publications out there on how to make fieldwork more accessible, including an excellent checklist for improving field trip accessibility by Sarah Green and co-authors. That's a preprint on Earth Arvix. And University Geoscience UK also recently hosted a great workshop on this theme through the JOLSOC. The image here is from a piece my PhD student Anya Lawrence wrote for the journal Area, aiming to highlight how fieldwork adjustments don't need to be stressful or difficult. With a bit of thought and planning, fieldwork can become a dramatically more enjoyable experience for all. If you're interested in learning more about how you could change your own practice to be more equitable, and again, there are learnings here not just for academia, but also fieldwork carried out in industry, site visits carried out in industry, you can check out the paper by scanning the QR code or looking in the reading corner. And the last project I'm going to talk about is a project that's aiming to tackle a few of these issues. It's a 6-month project that has been funded by NERC that I'm PIing, and it's called Equator. And what it is aiming to do is to remove barriers, increase participation, and improve retention of ethnic minority students in geography, earth, and environmental science. And it's really focusing on trying to improve the amount of students we're getting into postgraduate research, trying to improve student experience, make sure that research careers are more accessible to everybody. And to do this, we brought together a group of really amazing researchers with lived experience of the issues that we're trying to tackle, and also a steering committee comprising students, professional bodies, grassroots organisations, various universities, and EDI specialist Anjana Katwa. And we've brought representatives from geography, earth, and environmental science today together, as the challenges faced within these disciplines are actually quite similar. So there's a lot of synergies between the three and a lot of learning that can be done between the three. And we've developed 3 strands of work in this 6-month project. So a research school, which I'll talk about in a second, a mentoring network, and a doctoral training working group. And the working group is really working with doctoral training partnerships and trying to understand best practice in their applications, how to make metrics for applying to PhDs more equitable, and making sure that everything is more transparent. And that's been ongoing at the moment. But if we look into just the research school as a kind of short case study, basically our school involved 30 participants. 10 were already doing PhDs and 20 were undergraduates at a range of undergraduates or master's students at a range of levels. And before the school, we asked these students what was holding them back from a research career. And almost 50% of those students expressed fears that their ethnicity, their socioeconomic background and or the lack of representation in our fields would present a barrier to them. So this is the kind of comments that we received. The lack of representation of people who look like me in research, barriers between the types of people in this industry and me. So really seeing themselves as separate from the types of people in our sector. And this one here, speaking about how they couldn't fund the opportunities. They weren't able, they're worried that they're not able to fund and participate in the opportunities that they need to develop their CVs. So what we set out to do was to create a ring-fenced, fully funded opportunity. So paying students to attend, reimbursing them for their time, paying their accommodation. And we set out to create equitable access to training, to facilitate networking, to broaden awareness of the value of research degrees, and aiming to enhance application success and to strengthen that sense of belonging and community. We were doing this on a backdrop of understanding that there are barriers there already, that inequitable structures and discrimination that we're not necessarily addressing with this particular project. We were really focusing on bringing the students together so they felt more confident in tackling those barriers and in navigating these structures of academia. Many of the students explained that they were one of the very few students of colour on their course at their home university, maybe even the only student of colour on their course. And this is our group. This is our amazing group of students who came from all over the UK. We brought in speakers to talk to them. So we brought in people like Francisca Rocky from the Black Geographers Network. We brought in Grantcraft trainers to teach our PhD students about fellowship applications. We had networking events and mingling events. At the end of the week, all of our participants took part in a research conference day, which was a really positive experience. They all did science communication workshops, and the group bonded so well that they took themselves off to explore Edale and the Sheffield surrounds completely voluntarily one evening. So they had a really, really positive experience together over those 5 days. And following the school, the responses from the participants has been overwhelmingly positive. So we've got, this is kind of hot off the press results from, this only happened a couple of weeks ago, this school. So this is like the initial survey results. So this is very much unpublished raw data. But when asked, how do you feel about these statements following participation in the school? And we gave them a number of statements. So I have improved awareness of geography, earth and environmental science research careers. I have a broader network. I have an increased sense of belonging. I feel more confident at the possibility of moving forward in this career. Overwhelming, strongly agreement with all of these statements, which was really good to see. When we asked them, has the school affected your thoughts on pursuing a career in geography, earth and environmental science research? 92% of participants said that they were now more keen. Nobody said that they were less keen, which was a relief. And some of the comments that we received were really powerful. So to the question, what did you enjoy most? It was really striking how they mentioned the sense of community. So the opportunity to meet with other students who face the same barriers as them, the opportunity to meet with other students who may also be feeling really isolated in their degrees because of the low numbers of representation. Finding a community of Black, Asian, minority ethnic people who are interested in the same things I am and doing similar degrees, a safe and inclusive environment to be in. And when we asked them how important it was to them that the research school was fully funded, that it was ring-fenced for ethnic minority students, that it was discipline specific, again, overwhelmingly, these factors were really important in their decision to apply. So we looked at just one part of the pipeline here. You know, other projects are trialing similar initiatives along different parts of this pipeline. Bethany Fox at Huddersfield, for example, has a similar 6-month project looking at school-age students. But what we can be sure of is that this works. These 30 students were really positively impacted by just 5 days of being brought together to make connections and to be given equitable access to training. What's clear from these findings is that this can't be just a one-off. This NERC funding was a one-off piece of funding, but geoscience companies, institutions, funding bodies need to invest in more ring-fenced, fully funded, discipline-specific events like these. Until we break down the barriers that face these students, we at the very least need to ensure that they're supported to navigate those barriers. So there's more to be said on all of that work, so please watch this space. What I'm going to do now is change tack slightly and move on from equity to sustainability. I started the talk by explaining how crucial geoscience is for every aspect of sustainable development. It underpins society as we know it and will be crucial for a more sustainable society in the future. But as well as needing an equitable subject to achieve this vision of future geoscience, we need to still have students taking it up at university to be sustainable. To have the right skills, we need the students in the first place. We've already mentioned it in this conference. There's been a well-documented decline in admissions to UK geology degrees in recent years. And this has sadly led to a number of excellent geology courses being dropped completely from university prospectuses, often those at smaller or Russell Group universities. This situation looks set to result in geology perhaps only being taught in the larger Russell Group departments, which will certainly not be a good thing for the subject in terms of the long-term sustainability or the diversity of the subject. The causes of this decline are likely closely related to factors playing out at a pre-university level, discussed in the paper by Dan Boatwright and others in 2019. Students are now less likely than ever to be offered a geology GCSE and unable to take a fourth subject at A-level, which may be a cause for the decline in A-level geology. But alongside these structural issues within schooling, which are very difficult for us as individuals to influence, I often hear the comment that numbers are dropping because the media are always painting geoscience in a bad light. There's sometimes a situation that, sometimes a sense that this situation can be out of our hands. So in this conference, the issue of public perceptions of geoscience activities has come up more than once. But when we get to the core of it, it's quite important to understand what the general public think of geology as a whole. How can we influence that? That isn't an easy question to answer. And a group of us, led by Steve Rogers at Keele and Sam Giles of Birmingham, did decide to try and explore this a little with a survey to investigate public perceptions of geology. Now, it isn't completely public because of the almost 600 individuals who participated, many of them are actually studying geology. But in a way, this creates quite an interesting route of analysis. So we can compare the views of those studying geology versus those who haven't ever studied geology. Now, the respondents range from 16 to 79. I must stress again that these are very initial results, so not yet published or fully analysed. But of those 559 responses, it's worth mentioning up front that the word boring was mentioned over 100 times. Another factor to bear in mind of this survey is that the total number of individuals identifying as white is 82%. It's likely to be higher as there are also answers like British or European, so no way of knowing ethnicity. It's an interesting point because we collected the data in a manner sometimes known as snowball sampling, where the survey was shared by people in a network. So the whiteness of the responses could well reflect the whiteness of our geology networks. It could also be interpreted to show that people have a bit of a bias, that geology is for white people and therefore don't share or participate in the survey on that basis. This is something that needs a bit more thought. Also of interest is that we have a majority of female respondents, and again, that could be for several reasons. Could be, again, snowball sampling, but there is also evidence that females are actually more likely to participate in online surveys. So a very quick look at these results, because I'm aware that I'm running down on my time. When asked what is geology, people who had studied the subject predominantly mentioned the earth, they mentioned processes. When asked what is geology, people who had not studied the subject overwhelmingly said one word: rocks. When asked what do geologists do, Those who had not studied geology predominantly said, you guessed it, rocks. We do rocks. Geoscientists do rocks. Ah, I hear you cry. Geology is so much more than rocks. But, and perhaps this is the most interesting answer of all, of those who had studied geology, when asked what do geologists do, many people couldn't put their finger on it. So they said things is the highest ranking word there in the word cloud. There was comments like, it's too broad for a simple definition. It depends on the job. Although these results still need thorough analysis, I think these early glimpses do raise some questions that I won't necessarily answer here, but more that we'll pose and maybe approach in the debate afterwards. Are we geoscientists able to communicate all the incredible things our subject is, all the jobs geoscientists go into? Are we actually the best ambassadors for our subject that we can be? If we aren't able to communicate what geoscience is effectively, the public will not understand it. And we've already discussed trust today. A lack of understanding will certainly contribute to any distrust that the public feels. So coming towards wrapping up here, I guess, why is this all relevant in a conference about the energy transition? You know, we've covered really varied ground here, quite different from some of the other talks that you would have seen over the last couple of days. So let's bring this back to why we're talking about this here. It's clear from this conference that geoscience needs to shift. I would like to persuade you that our discipline needs to shift in many more ways than one. For sure, we need to shift technically towards responsible resource extraction, towards carbon capture, towards net zero technologies. And it's crucial that the content we teach is fit for that purpose. We must ensure that we are adapting to a net zero energy transitioning agenda with clear alignment to the more sustainable future that we seek. For example, as this chart from Jen Roberts' recent TSG talk shows, we have changing degree names through time. More and more geoscience master's courses are now aligning themselves to be more sustainable, focused on the energy transition. This can only be a good thing. But we must go beyond a shift in focus in technical skills and content. We need to shift our mindset. We need to move away from an overly defensive view of the subject's past and traditions, which I believe is hindering our subject from embarking on a new future. We need to shift from focusing solely on technical training for our students. For sure, we need technical knowledge, nobody doubts that, but we must also teach our students other skills. We need to teach students how to build sustainable and inclusive partnerships in all environments of their work, with peers and students, with clients in meetings, as PhD supervisors, with people that they're responsible for. We need to teach our students about equity, about ethics, and about social science, about social justice and social issues. We need to shift towards more inclusive practice that's welcoming to scientists from all socioeconomic backgrounds, all abilities, all genders and identities. We need to shape our discipline from the inside out. We cannot promote sustainable geoscience technological solutions unless our subject is sustainable and equitable from within. I really think that geologists need a much more holistic, multidisciplinary education. Like Nem described earlier for UEA, I work in the department where physical scientists have the option to take social science modules, and I can really see the massive benefits it brings. Finally, we need geology to survive, and not just in a handful of elite institutions. There may be some things like A-level structure that seem to be out of our hands, but we need to change what we can change in that regard and be the best ambassadors that we can be, seeking opportunities to connect and engage with policymakers and the public, and being able to describe the great possibility that our subject has and inspire the next generation to take it forward. And that's it from me for today, but I'll be in the panel for more chat, so please do add any questions that you may have. At the top of the talk, Ruth mentioned that I run a website called Geoscience for the Future. Again, another QR code, it's also on the reading corner. Please do check it out and find out how you can get involved in promoting our subject. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Natasha. Such a brilliant springboard for our discussion, which I know you're going to join in with. I just wondered if there are any questions in the room or online specifically for Natasha, spinning from her keynote that I could take now. Yes, this one here. And I'll rely on you, Ellen, to be the online person, if you wouldn't mind.
Some fantastic stuff in there, really interesting as an academic. So one of the themes that's been sort of recurrent in the last few years is the decline in geoscience undergraduate applications. And we've seen lots of buzz on social media that because geologists are now perceived as the bad guys. And it seemed from your survey that we're seen as the boring science. Was that sort of concept that we are part of the problem rather than part of the solution? Was that echoed in the survey too, or is that entirely just us beating ourselves up?
It's really, oh, sorry, what was the name of the person who asked the question?
Oh, Dan Smith, University of Leicester.
Yeah, just
hiya, Dan.
The speaker online can't see you.
Yeah, hiya, Dan. Thank you. It's a really good question.
When people are sitting here, so.
It's a really good question, Dan. And to be honest, I totally went into that survey thinking that people would be like oil, gas, mining, extraction, rah. But actually rocks. Like, I don't know what's worse. Yeah, it was surprising. As I say, this is just initial analysis. Definitely there were mentions of extraction, but in terms of the most common answer, that idea that what geologists do is rocks and the mention of boring so many times was a surprise to us. And I think it is really hard because it's so difficult to get data on public perceptions. Every individual is different after all. You could ask 100 people in the street and they might give different answers, but any data we do have then becomes that bit more valuable. So this survey may not be perfect, but it's still over 500 people. And yeah, that high number of boring is shocking. And I think it does mean that we maybe need to get off this. We've used this idea that, you know, it's the media painting us in this terrible light and extraction, oil and gas. Maybe it's something just far more simple and actually more worrying, that we actually have the power to change, and we just need to make it as exciting to others as we see it ourselves. And maybe that's a bit more scary because it is something that we can change by just putting ourselves in those right conversations and finding the time for public engagement. And that's not always easy. I know as an academic myself, having time for outreach, and same in industry, but we're getting to this point of existential crisis. So, but yeah, it's a very interesting part of that particular survey.
Maybe the survey respondents were just, you know, very tuned into how much we depend on drilling. And that was
clearly.
It's interesting that gap. What's coming up for me is this huge gap between a sort of general perception and what happens when one is introduced to somebody who is not a geologist. They say, oh, what do you do? Oh, I'm a geologist. Oh, I don't know anything about geology, but that's an opportunity for interpersonal engagements. But we won't get very far unless we're doing it all the time with that, because you know, those are very fruitful ways of getting people to understand. Where was the next question? Yeah.
I'm Kate Moore from the Camborne School of Mines. And on our campus, there's lots of people that are interested in mining and lots of modules that are run in different faculties on mining, which we can't necessarily access for our students. So I'm really excited that your students are able to take social science modules. And you mentioned in your answer to the last question there that we've got the power to make that change. I would like to ask you to reflect on the process of implementing that option for your students, that they could take modules from other faculties, and where was the power in making that change? Who were the decision makers, and how challenging was it to do that?
Yeah, so there's a caveat here. So what I will say is that at Sheffield Hallam, we don't actually have geology as a degree. So I was at University of Hull as a geology lecturer, and at Sheffield Hallam, it's environmental science BSc geography, and then human geography. And I will totally accept that it completely depends often on the shape of faculties, the way faculties are made up, as to how straightforward that process is of enabling geoscientists to become more involved in social science topics. But I think it's something that we can at least start a really meaningful conversation around, and perhaps something that could be driven by the GeolSoc in terms of accreditation and how that works. But from being on both sides of the coin, so by being at a geology department that was within a geology, geography and environmental science department at Hull, and then coming to Sheffield Hallam, where we have environmental science, geography and human geography, really it shouldn't be that different. They were both, they both had the subjects, the science subjects alongside human geography modules, but at Sheffield Hallam, the students are able to do it. Whereas at Hull, the geology degree didn't have any social electives, as far as I can remember. So I know from academia that it's going to vary dramatically from university to university, and how easy those conversations are to make changes is going to vary. But if we don't try and start having those conversations and start pushing against those boundaries that are often quite arbitrary, then we won't know.
So this is highlighting a structural issue and disparity between institutions.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Ellen, do you have an online question?
So I have a couple of more comments than questions, if I can read those out, Ruth.
Yeah. Can you hear this, Natasha?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first comment is from a gentleman called Jonathan. And he said it would be interesting to do a control comparative study of other subjects to see if they are also seen as boring.
Yeah, it would. I mean, I guess in a way, yeah, I guess it would be interesting to see if we are seen as more or less boring than subjects that have maybe higher intakes. I guess it still doesn't take away from the fact that we probably should try and do something about it in our own backyard. But yeah, it would be interesting to see how much that perception, and that's always the caveat with these kind of surveys. You can go out and get these perceptions, but we still can't prove that there is a link between the perceptions that people have in the public and whether that is actually playing out in their choices for universities. It's a very, very difficult area, but it doesn't mean it's worthless. It still means that there are some valuable things to be taken from it and some valuable learnings to be understood from that kind of data.
Okay, so the next one, just kind of on the topic of perceptions, has come in from Rachel, and she said, do we need a rebrand? Using earth science instead of geoscience might make our work more accessible to the public.
I mean, I can hear the whole of Twitter letting out like a collective, like, oh. So this topic has been, I've heard so many different universities kind of go through this process. I've yet to see data that shows name changes having an impact on numbers, but equally, I personally feel that earth science or geoscience is actually a better reflection of the subject. So I'm a bit torn because I actually prefer earth science or geoscience. But equally, I don't know if there is data available that actually shows that the naming makes a difference. I do know that some universities have changed the name for that reason. So for a kind of rebrand, for a reboot. So it definitely is happening. I also know that there can be, so for example, I did environmental earth science at Aberystwyth not long after, years after it had changed its name from geology and changed the course. And even when applying to PhDs, I heard people saying, oh, well, Aberystwyth doesn't do real geology. So even within the discipline, there are still people who find those names they're very attached to those names and what they mean. But yeah, it's an interesting question. It's a debate that is rolling on, and I don't have the answer, to be honest. But personally, I do prefer ones that say science.
I'll come to you next. So, yeah.
Great. Thanks, Natasha, for a great talk. I'm Taya Torval from University of Leeds.
Hi.
Just maintaining the discussion on the how do we attract people to geoscience courses, and particularly people from diverse communities. I mean, traditionally, obviously, we all love fieldwork, at least I'm sure people in this room, and we would emphasize that when we market these things to prospective students. But it is becoming increasingly apparent that this strategy doesn't work for all the communities. And there was a really interesting paper last year by Carter et al. In Nature Communications, Earth and Environment, about highlighting altruism in geoscience careers aligns better with diverse communities and diverse students than emphasizing fieldwork. So it's about target audience and understanding what these communities value and what these diverse communities value. And do we need to then start looking into how those values map into the geosciences and how we can use to sort of take out those bits of geoscience and sort of selectively market those bits to the community. So we need to become much more selective in our marketing strategies.
I think there's some really, really interesting and important points there. I think the fact is that because geoscience has been dominated by, well, particularly in the UK and in the US, has been dominated by one type of person, by one culture, that is the people like me view that we've had. So we haven't been listening. We haven't been listening to other views, and we haven't been influenced by other views, because people who have other views, who are from different backgrounds, haven't been at the table, haven't been involved. So I think there is a lot of work to be done in making meaningful efforts to listen, engage, work with, collaborate people from a range of diverse backgrounds, from a range of underrepresented backgrounds. And I'm not even sure if it needs to be selective marketing. I would just say it needs to be better, more inclusive for everybody, and just more thought out to welcome as many people as possible. And I would agree that, you know, really heavily promoting fieldwork, we always see that as a big positive. And no doubt for some students that does play a part. But if you only go with one thing, then inevitably you're going to not appeal to all. So I think for me, it's about showing a more holistic view of the subject and showing a better rounded view of the subject, because I worked in industry for 7 years. I spent maybe 4 weeks in the field during that time. It's just not realistic, actually. Fieldwork is incredibly important. And I mean, I am a field geologist by training, but for the vast majority of careers that you go into in geoscience, you're not necessarily going to be in the field every single day. And in fact, there's a huge amount of high technology research and skills that go into geoscience that, particularly for the modern generation in general, may be far more appealing. So it's not just about underrepresented backgrounds, it's also about the new young generation. What are they interested in? What do they want to do with their geoscience degrees? And I guess it's just, again, it's this idea of having a bit of an overhaul of who are we talking to? And like you say, it's all about target audience. Who are we talking to and how are we talking to them? But yeah, some really important points there.
Okay, we're just going to take one more question, and then I'm going to invite our other panelists to join in, because I think, you know, this will keep rolling on. Ellen, if you obviously keep an eye on the questions, and they can be fed in to the discussion. Over to you.
Thank you, Natasha. For Pete Carragher here from Rosen Associates. I was interested in seen as boring and perceptions, because one of the things that that I have to do pretty much as a geologist is to explain geology to non-geologists all the time. And you do that with pictures, with diagrams. And we don't talk about it. We show people things. We think about things in 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions, which is another little skill we have, I think. But, you know, actually showing people stuff visually is often a much more inclusive and in fact easier to get your point across than talking forever because they just switch off because they can't follow you. So I just wondered whether you'd actually thought about any sort of research in the visual side of geoscience and geoscience communication. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, so admittedly, not in terms of research, but I would completely agree that, you know, from the work that I've just done, even just like outreach work with kids, for example, you know, if you show kids a video of a volcano erupting, it's much easier to explain volcanic hazards and why it's important to study volcanoes, you know, on a very basic level. Now, some aspects of geoscience are very visual. Volcanoes are incredibly visual. Some are much less so in terms of easy videos and easy visuals. But as you say, that doesn't mean that that restricts you from being creative. I think visuals in general need creativity. And I think that's another reason in itself for geoscientists to spread our wings and work with other disciplines and take input from other areas. You know, there's people working on filmmaking in geoscience. There are people doing podcasts in geoscience now. There are people who are doing cartoons in geoscience online. There's so many creative people in geoscience and this crossover between science and art. And art is something that everyone can engage with, regardless of your kind of level of knowledge in a topic. So again, I think it comes back to this idea of broadening our horizons a little bit beyond what we've traditionally been used to. And, you know, I would completely agree that we need to be much more creative in how we engage with people. And to be fair, some people have been doing that for a long time. Some people are going in to schools with outreach and going in with models and with things for kids to hold and to sense. But it's ensuring that that kind of work is joined up and it's not just happening here, there and everywhere. And there's a plan to it, and that it's big enough to be sustained.
My one trick with school kids was to take a geophone in and have them dance and record the sound. It was quite interesting. They sort of got seismic pretty quickly after that. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Geoscience through dance. I love it. I'd like to invite Joe Alexander and Ben Lepley to join me. Not just yet. Not just yet. Now, the way I'd like to, I'm glad we've got some light. That's lovely. I'm going to introduce each of you in turn and with a little bit from your bio, and then invite each of you to just give a 5-minute introduction, reflection, whatever you would like to say. And when we've done that, I'll ask you, Natasha, if there's anything you'd like to add with, you know, moving into the panel, as it were, and then we'll have a jolly good old discussion involving the participants online and in the room. So Joe Alexander is Purpose Engagement Manager for BP. She's a geologist who spent 11 years working within BP, where she led assessments of the petroleum potential of basins from Azerbaijan to Australia to the Atlantic Ocean. She also enjoyed her experiences on oil rigs in the field and interacting with BP's exploration community across the globe. And then she says, however, this role was at odds with her passion for the planet, our need to reduce carbon emissions and the impacts of climate change. And so her ambition is to become an advocate for sustainability within the energy sector and help lead this transformation. She has a first-class degree in Earth Sciences from Oxford University and has recently become chartered through the Geological Society of London. So over to you, Jo.
Thank you, Ruth. Lovely introduction. I can't remember writing it. That's great. But it does set the scene really well because I've had quite a kind of varied career, particularly over the last 7 or 8 years. And one of the things I was really delighted to hear Natasha say on the keynote, which was wonderful, was we have to go beyond a shift in our technical skills and shift our mindset, because that's really aligned with kind of the main thing that I wanted to say to you today, because I always get inspired by YouTube videos, and Simon Sinek has his classic TED talk, if you've ever seen it, on great leaders start with why, and his golden circle, which is start communicating with why, how, and then what. And I think we tend to focus in geoscience very much on what we do, the technical aspects, you know, and that's exactly how I behaved for 10 years, you know, interpreting seismic data, creating maps, and it was all very, very technical. But I think when I left BP in 2015, I started, it was kind of exploration in a different sense. I was really using my career as an exploration, like what does it mean to be a geoscientist beyond what you do, and maybe how you do things, and maybe even why. And I think it's really, I want to encourage everyone to kind of value how we work. And I think being visual and communicating in that way is part of that. And then I asked some colleagues, you know, to expand on that, and they said things like, you know, we love learning new things all the time, collaborating across disciplines, communicating complex ideas and boiling them down into simple ideas. This idea of integration, data science, managing risk and uncertainty, and understanding complex systems. So actually, you know, geoscientists have incredible skills in those areas. And then it's really powerful to connect what you do, how you do it, to why you do it. And because I'm purpose engagement manager at BP, I've kind of been on a journey of trying to discover what my purpose is. I don't think I can like give you a sentence right now, but I think connecting what we do and how we do it to something that's bigger than ourselves, something that really matters, feeling part of something significant. And for me, sustainability, I mean, is it. So really, and I thought I'd just illustrate that with kind of 3 quick examples of when I've seen this marriage of what we do, this deep expertise with a real passion for purpose kind of come together. And I think that can be really influential and really build bridges. So 2 of the examples are about me, but I'll start with one which was about a former colleague. He's retired now. And I was at an event with people from BP and Extinction Rebellion and all kinds of other people. And we all thought, oh my God, this is going to be difficult. Yeah, and there was just this lovely moment while we were together for a few days where somebody who'd had deep expertise in carbon capture and storage, but also a real passion for like, we really need to do this. A lot like Miles Allen that we heard yesterday, similar kind of person. And you just saw kind of all the campaigners who didn't have that deep expertise just gather around him and just listen. And it was a really amazing moment, which I really enjoyed. And then, you know, I did some research at an NGO called Share Action, and I think my geoscience background meant that I could do research in sustainability, particularly in kind of the environmental impact of biomass. It's a very complex topic, actually, when you get into it. But I think my approach meant that I was able to kind of build this bridge between the campaigners and, you know, the investors and find some common ground. And then the last things that I got really interested in this idea of systems change. So in complex systems, because they're non-linear, it's just the theory. If you can make small interventions that have massive impacts. So this idea was really appealed to me. So it led to me turning up at BP's AGM in 2019 and saying some things to a room of 200 investors and the board as a former employee about some of my concerns about how the company will adapt and bring the people along with the company. And that led to all kinds of things, but it was a wonderful experience because you just felt like, you know, you could so easily divide into these 2 camps of kind of climate change campaigning and kind of people who are within the system and not listening, but actually, you know, we are all much more on the same side than we think. So this ability that geologists have to build bridges is where I'm really interested in, but hopefully I've just tried to get across that we are so much more than our skills and what we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's grand. Really great. Thank you. And I'd like to introduce Ben. Ben is an environmental consultant. He works in the ESG space, environmental, social and governance. And he has 13 years of international exploration and mining experience. Ben transferred to the environmental social governance team in 2021. having formerly specialised in mineral resource geology. This is in SRK. As part of the ESG team, Ben works on environmental and social management along with audits and reviews of ESG studies as part of mineral resource and mineral reserve reporting. He's worked on a variety of projects for SRK, predominantly focusing on bauxite and iron, but also critical and precious metals, mainly in Europe and Africa. He's a co-chair of the Critical Minerals Association, Public Perception of Mining Committee. Oh, sorry, I'll rephrase that. It's rather a mouthful. Of the Critical Minerals Association's Public Perception of Mining Committee, and regularly provides guest lectures for universities around the UK. Ben.
Yeah, sorry about that very commercial bio there, but
that's right. I should have practiced reading it to myself.
It's quite amusing. I don't know if it was done on purpose, but Joe's path and mine are kind of almost aligned, aren't they? But in fact, that we both started out in the extractive industries as geologists, and then we've both kind of gone, actually our values are not really aligned to some of these things, so I'm going to do something slightly different. So that's why I moved across. So I wanted to tell a little real life story about why I basically moved across from doing resource geology into the environmental space, really. So I went on a trip in 2 years ago to West Africa, where I've spent a lot of time looking at a bauxite project, my favorite thing, basically glorified soil, but it's still very interesting. So I go out there, and it's a very last minute trip as usual with consultants going everywhere, but I got a map of the area. Okay, I'm going there, I'm flying to Accra, okay, get to site and driven around, meet some local people and fantastic local geologists, brilliant. Okay, go out to the field, look at some of the core and the drilling that's been undertaken. So using those geological skills I've learned from core logging at university. And then I did a little bit of mapping, trying to understand where the bauxite, starts and ends, kind of thing. And then fly home and then start to do my work.
Is that Samira?
No, it's Becky.
Oh, hello. I was.
Sorry.
We could
That was interesting.
if you like.
I thought it was going to be heckled, then I was worried.
It's a taxi for
Oh no. So yeah, anyway, so I've got back home. I've created some geological models, so using some of the 3D skills that us geologists need, and 4D as is mentioned, thinking in time as well. And using those computer skills, using the analytical skills, using the geochemistry skills. I then have to talk to my geotechnical colleagues. Then I have to talk about to the tailings team, who also have geoscientists. I talk to the mining engineers about how we're going to mine it. And then finally, I talked to the ESG team, and they just pick up a very small problem and say, that area you went to, was it a beautiful kind of forest? Yeah, it was actually really. And when I then think back to when I went out there, I noticed most of West Africa I've been to has been secondary forest, very small trees, plantations. And then this place was very different. 100-meter tall trees, enormous spaces. And I took loads of pictures thinking, this is actually spectacular. It's because it's a very protected forest and a very important critical biodiversity area. And that's why it looks so beautiful. And as it turns out, we then planned some drilling to verify some historic data. And as the guys that were going into drilling, when they got there, essentially there were protests, and local protests started. It went national and then international. Leonardo DiCaprio even mentioned this project. So, that's how big it got. And then some major manufacturing companies who use this material, use aluminium, that also got involved. So it just shocked me, basically, that as a geoscientist, I've gone in there with good intentions and I'm going to do a good job, and I've got a good rapport with the local geologists, but just the bigger picture was just missing, and I just couldn't believe that I didn't see that. So I just wanted to put that down as a story, and
I still love geology. All those geoscience skills that I've learned are still very useful and valid, and I still work with those guys. But what I want to do now is get some of those maybe softer skills and learn more about the environment and the social aspects. So yeah.
So I think what I'm hearing is the need. You know, neither of you have given up geology.
No.
You haven't given up your passion for geology. You haven't diluted your geological skills. But what I heard you use the word bridge building, Joe, and I've heard from you, you know, that project was clearly done in, you know, from the outside in, from the inside out, rather than looking at the big picture and looking at the no-go areas. You know, what I might call in my world of quarry design, the Stonehenge effect. You simply wouldn't go there, would you? I mean, you wouldn't go to the Yukon Gorge either, but there we are. But it's to do with being in a different part of the system and enabling the system to work more equitably, perhaps, which links nicely to Natasha and where you started with your talk, talking about equity and ethics. I wonder if there's anything you'd like to add before we take some questions from the participants.
Yeah, so I guess I'm part of the same crew, really. You know, working in oil and gas for a fair while, and over time realizing it just wasn't right for me, and not suggesting that people who work in gas are the bad guys. I used to hate that narrative, and I still don't believe it now. But personally, I wanted to be able to talk more about the sustainable aspects, and be more free to talk about issues that I cared a lot about. So I've also kind of had that transition out, I guess. But I think it is important to to bring everyone along together in this, and not have too much of a kind of try to avoid silos, I guess, being built between those in industry and those not, because there's a lot that we all need to do together to face some of these challenges. But I do think it's important that there are people who've experienced both, because I think sometimes that can be really useful, actually. Even just having experienced academia and industry is quite a rarity in academia. So at the research school that we did, you know, to be able to say to the students, so, you know, well, getting a PhD, you're very unlikely actually to be a lecturer. You're more likely to go and do all these cool things in industry and research. And some students just don't get that, because quite a lot of academics have come through academia. So I think having people who've experienced both sides of the coin and who have these different perspectives is really useful. But yeah, in terms of, I guess, my thoughts on how this is going to go in the future, I don't really know. I don't know whether we need more folks to make that transition so that we have more of those voices in the other camps. I'm not sure. I think avoiding the kind of them and us narratives is quite important across different kind of geoscience sectors.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, what's coming up for me when I hear you say all of those things is you know, I heard you mention silos, and I think what's really important is that we don't lose the essence of geology and the really vital research and development that goes on within those silos, but they need to have much more permeable boundaries. And, you know, people work, there's a place for all kinds of different sorts of people, from the very focused scientist to the more specialist generalist, if I can put it that way, navigating the interfaces, and people who sit in both camps, so that there's room for the sort of diversity you were talking about, and diversity in approach also, as well as all of the other forms of diversity you mentioned. So, audience, over to you.
Hi.
Down here, Ellen.
Hi, panel. Danny McNeese. I'm Group Sustainability Manager for a company called Pensana. I think one of the things, this is perhaps partly an observation, it's perhaps partly a question as well for the panel, is I'm sort of coming at this from a slightly different slant. So I came into the mining and metals sector probably 6 months ago, and I came in as a sustainability professional. And I think prior to coming into this sector, I would hold my hands up. I was probably one of those that would hear the word geology and I would immediately start thinking about it's rocks, it's boring. And interestingly, that's despite the fact I have an undergraduate degree in geography and I have a master's level degree in environmental science. But one of the things that I have learnt in this role and going out and talking to our exploration geologists out in the field is that coming from geography and environmental science, I actually have a lot of the knowledge that the field geologists are using. And I think it's perhaps a really interesting observation that whilst many people in some of these academic courses aren't studying geology, they're perhaps not doing modules that are called geology, there's probably a lot of skills that are still being picked up through some of these other courses. So when I'm looking at this from a corporate point of view, there's nothing to say that we can't think about, can we recruit geologists with physical geography degrees? Can we bring people in from other sectors? And I just thought that's quite an interesting observation. And I think we're speaking a lot about geologists learning and moving into other areas within corporate environments. I think the same can be flipped around as well. So I think there's people in other corporate roles, so whether it's environmental permitting, whether it indeed is sustainability roles, that can probably start to move into some of the more geology-based roles as well.
Jo, do you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, sure. No, I think there's this kind of diversity that we're talking about where kind of traditionally we might have thought of, you know, geologists being a deep expert in like sedimentology and reservoir quality or whatever it is. But now actually the definition of geology just seems potentially a lot broader. So if it shows up in, maybe there's a decline, maybe what happens in the future is there's a decline in kind of pure earth science or pure geoscience degrees, but it infiltrates other degrees. And then the same could be true in the professional world, is that maybe there are fewer people who focus on geoscience exclusively, but it could be more part of our skill set as, and you know, I started feeling bad because I became chartered and then immediately kind of moved into this other world. So, oh no, how am I going to keep all my continue professional development up? But I think that should be something we should embrace, you know, people who have that foundation, but then go off to influence and bring geoscience to other spheres. So that I think is a really interesting direction for us to go in potentially.
I just heard you use the word pure. That made me think, that's an interesting word. Ben.
Yeah, what I was thinking when you were saying that was that universities are really designed to make you employable. They're not teaching you how to do a specific job, right? So they're teaching you skills which are transferable across so many different areas and industries. So absolutely, why couldn't you do, if you're doing a physical geography degree in particular, you're learning so many of the correct skills. And yes, you may lack some of the deep knowledge on ore genesis or, you know, sedimentology, but you know, those are the kind of things you can learn on the job. So yeah, and was I prepared for a job when I got out of university? No way. I didn't have a clue what I was doing. There was a guy that said after 18 months I'd been working at SRK, he said to me, you're not unuseful anymore. It didn't quite say you're useful, but nearly, yeah. You know, so it took a long time, and it takes a long time, doesn't it? So yeah.
Yeah, there's something about the transition from education and where training kicks in and how experience it evolves, and it'll be different for everybody, but there's something for me about universities being able to enable that transition much earlier for people, whilst not diluting the educational content, and particularly, you know, the academic content. You know, you really couldn't become a geologist on the job if you started as a geomorphologist. You couldn't become an ore genesis expert if you'd started as a geomorphologist, but you could, you know, you have similar sort of perceptions about the earth, and perhaps acquire that training. Natasha, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I guess I'm a big believer in on the job development of skills and how important that can be. I saw Mike Simmons is on the line today. And I mean, I was not anywhere near a petroleum geoscientist when I started in industry after my PhD in volcanics. But, you know, it was people like Mike who mentored me on the job and who made me a pretty half decent petroleum geoscientist. So I guess my belief when it comes to education around skills is that geoscience skills shouldn't just teach people to be geoscientists. They should teach them how to learn, how to soak up new information, new related information, so that they are ready to be sponges in those job situations and to specialize. I think the part of our problem is that, you know, when people, you know, we mentioned that you are taught not to have a particular job. I think that maybe that's part of the problem. You know, when people do a medicine degree, they know, oh, I'm going to be a doctor. Now, there are doctors out there screaming at me. There are loads of different types of doctors. But the point is that maybe the issue is that it comes back to this idea of people don't know what a geologist is. And maybe we need to rethink how we are selling that and how we are selling geology careers. Barry Brennan in the chat, Barney Brennan, sorry, has said, he's made a really good point. You know, me and the other panelists, all three of us have explained that, you know, well, we decided to move out of extraction, me from the oil and gas industry and Ben from extraction, because we felt that, you know, where we were working didn't really align with our values. But he's made the really good point, you know, well, somebody still needs to work in extraction. How do we make sure that we have those continued people who want to work in extraction? And I think this is all kind of part of this same issue of not just around skills, but, you know, how are we imagining our geoscience education? And it's almost like we need to start at the end. What do we want our graduates to be? Who do we want them to be? And then work back from there of what do we need to prepare them for? What do we need to provide them with? And how do we then market that to a broad audience? And at the moment, I'm not sure we're quite there. I'm not sure it's quite working. So that's an interesting thing just to throw out as a kind of, you know, how do we explain to people? We need to really start with, for example, the energy transition. You're going to be battling climate change. You're going to be at the forefront of high-tech change in the future that's going to create this brand new future. And then we need to think backwards from that. You know, that's the message, that's the goal. But how can we then make people see the connection between that and mining, which is absolutely crucial to that? And so I don't think it's about creating specialists. I think there's definitely ways that people can evolve and adapt in any job to, if you've taught them to do that.
Lovely.
Can I interject there? Sorry.
Yes, sure.
Just on Barney's point there, it's a very good point, and I've thought about this myself. Like, would I go into geology again now? And I think if I had more of the skills that I'm learning now, taught at an earlier stage, so thinking more holistically and thinking more of the bigger picture issues, then I would have felt like I was more comfortable in that role probably. So I have more chance of staying. So something like geology for global development, they're university chapters, which I've spoken at the Cardiff one, and they're a great opportunity to get the kind of social aspect into geology skills that would otherwise be lacking, and having it built into university, you know, having those optional modules sounds amazing. I think it sounds like a great idea if possible, but an organisation such as those chapters could really help facilitate that as well.
So that people realise they don't have to join the antis or the pros. Yeah. You know, they can get an overview. Yeah. Ellen, do you want to do an online, and then we'll come to you? And I think there's a question at the back. A few questions at the back, in fact.
So this one comes in from Catherine Goodenough in the BGS, and it's a question for Ben. And she said, it's really interesting that you talked about mining and deforestation, because these are often linked in terms of public perception. But if ESG best practice is followed, mining can protect biodiversity and forests that might otherwise be vulnerable, e.g. to slash and burn agriculture in developing countries. What can we do to support the development of this best practice and to make the case for it more widely?
Fantastic. I agree, Karen, wherever you are. No, absolutely. And when you compare the footprint of mining with something like wide scale agriculture, it is quite shocking in terms of the surface area. Mines take up such a tiny little portion really compared to other practices, but it's often in key biodiversity areas because of the nature of the rocks and the rural locations. So what we need to do is just, there are so many initiatives and standards out there that the mining companies are signing up to voluntarily at the moment. If there is more of a push to, and there is a push from investors, mainly from investors, but also all other shareholders and insurers in particular, who won't get funding unless they follow certain standards and procedures. So that's that kind of policy direction is driving change for sure. And so companies that don't have those goals won't get funding, quite simply. So I think it is happening, maybe not at speed at the moment, but yeah, good question.
I've got a supplementary to that. Has anything changed in SRK since that experience that you described to us?
Well, yeah. So also the reporting codes, as you well know, PERC and JORC, etc. They're all changing now to be much more focused on. You have to report a lot more information on sustainability credentials. So, and if you don't mention them, again, investors will start to ask questions. What are you doing? Why are you not doing something? So that is changing as geologists now. So part of the reason me changing, I can now go back to the geology team and say, when they do a resource estimate, have you considered this? Have you considered that? And they now come to us and say, okay, what do I need to consider? So it's
now we have a bridge.
Yeah, building bridges. Yeah.
Yeah, Natasha wanted to say something. Oh, Natasha, sorry, I missed you.
It's okay, no worries. I was just going to come in on some stuff in the chat that I've just been kind of trying to keep half an eye on the chat where there's a bit of a discussion going on. So Mike had asked, how do the panelists think industry should attract talented scientists balancing the need of society for energy versus sustainable agenda? And then Sarah had made a point around the onus should be on the companies. And I just wanted to come in and just say, I really agree with that. I think your values, when we talk about values, I actually find personally for me, that's more to do with the company than it is to do with the whole sector. There are so many different types of industries, different types of companies within those industries that, we don't want to run the risk of just grouping everything as extractive. I would never say that I was against extraction, but what I do think is that the values of those companies and how ethical those companies are is going to really impact the appeal of those careers to young people. Young people are very savvy. They very much understand ethics more than perhaps we oldies realize. And I think, as Sarah said, some of these assessments really don't make for pretty reading. And we need to make sure that what we have is ethical companies, and it's a bit chicken and egg, because if you don't have the right people in those companies, then that's going to be really tricky to establish. So I guess it brings us to this conundrum of you need to revolutionize and make sure that the companies themselves are ethical and have decolonized and are working with kind of equitable and sustainable practices to ensure that people want to work for them and share those values.
Fantastic, thank you. We've just got 6.5 minutes left, and I'm keen to come to some people in the room. So, yeah.
Hi, it's Kate Moore from CSM again, Natasha. So I am a big fan of the interdisciplinarity and working at the interface between disciplines. That's very exciting and may very well counter some of the boredom and make things more attractive. But there's a certain amount of balance, I think, that's needed as well. And I know that there'll be some people in the room that would agree with me, about those core skills. So if I think from a critical raw materials perspective for the energy critical elements, one of the big areas that worries me is how many students we're attracting to MScs in minerals processing. So in the current year, as far as I'm aware, there are 4 students doing a taught master's in minerals processing. And of the people I've worked with in academia in minerals processing, a number of them have been headhunted by the recycling industries. So the recycling industries are using a lot of the technologies that have been developed for minerals processing. And they're now requesting us to do more minerals/materials characterization on complex waste streams. So the transferability of geoscience, pure geoscience skills founded in mineralogy and mineral chemistry is really important, and it's getting squeezed a lot.
Yeah.
And we've seen over the last couple of decades how crystallography and mineralogy teaching has been squeezed in favor of these more holistic introductions to the geosciences. So I'd like to hear comments from everybody, a little bit about how we create this balance and really promote internally how crystallography, mineralogy, materials characterization is an area that leads to a gap professionally that needs to be addressed.
Ruth, can I come in on that?
Yes, of course.
Because what I'm going to say is directly leading from what Kate's just. Sorry, for those of you, I'm Andrew Bloodworth. I'm in the BGS corner here. I work for BGS. We're a big employer of geoscientists. We're also quite a big employer of geographers. Actually, we employ a lot of geographers, and we also spend a lot of money on learning and development. So we spend a lot of money developing our staff. But what I want to play is, and it directly feeds on from what Kate said, is all these things are great, but we still need core skills. We still need to have people who understand how rocks are put together. We still need to have people who understand how they move around, what moves through them. We still really, really need those core skills, and we need the universities to teach those core skills and develop those core skills. So it's just a plea. I'm policy director. I mean, I don't know much geology these days, I can tell you, but we still need people to do, as Kate really says better than I do, we still need people to do that stuff. And it's really interesting and really exciting. And we've somehow got to communicate that as well. That understanding how a rock is put together, how a mineral works, is really, really interesting and exciting.
Well, it is, of course, the absolute bedrock. It's the essence. It's what drives the whole science, isn't it? And the trick must be to have a system that that concentrates on that whilst recognizing that you can't put fuel in the engine and then not have a pipe that links it out to the delivery in the real world. And this pipe is this holistic view and an enabling and diverse system. It's not to detract or dilute any of that foundation. Quite the contrary. I think it's to deliver it more effectively. And we've got this chronic shortage of people with curiosity and intelligence coming into our subject. So so many challenges, and it's so tempting to just sit and hold your head in your hands, isn't it? There's a bit of counsel of despair. But there's so much passion, particularly amongst young people who are so passionate about the environment. And I do think that that's where we need to focus, to channel that passion into understanding that if they become educated in these specialist scientific areas that you've so clearly articulated, they really can change the world rather than just kicking against it. One final comment from each of our panelists, really short,
well,
please.
I'll try. It's a brilliant question. And the thing it made me feel and want to say was that I am really sad that I'm not doing geology on a daily basis. It makes me sad. And I was quite good at it. And I think if I'd have carried on, I would have still been quite good at it. But I was a bit ahead of my time. I realized this kind of worry I had around sustainability in 2015. And I was too early. I didn't feel like there was the opportunity out there for me to apply that to something that I had to go on this exploration because I couldn't see what I would do next. And there's this lovely model that UCL talks about behavior change, which is you're going to do something different. You need the motivation, the capability, and the opportunity. And I don't think the motivation or capability is missing in geoscience. We've got that. The bottleneck is opportunity. So I think, and it's not minerals, but I specifically think about carbon capture and storage because I'm in BP and, you know, we're doing some of that, but not enough. I would say, my personal view, we need to do a lot more of it. And it makes me so happy when I see my former colleagues transferring and working in that. Not exclusively, they do a mixture of projects, but like for me now, it feels like my job is to try and create the opportunity for other people to do the thing that I wasn't able to do. Because that deep expertise that we have, I mean, I think I could still do it, but we can't lose it. And I do think that, you know, people who have that big, broader view can come back in and kind of realize the real importance of that deep skill. And it's kind of our responsibility to make sure people have the opportunity to apply it. So yeah, brilliant question.
And the value of those of us who are in late career, mid-career, really inspiring and encouraging.
Oh, and then I also want to definitely just, I know that me moving out of oil and gas and wanting to help people move into CCS, it could sound really judgmental, but I really don't want it to sound that way. I don't think people that work in oil and gas are bad. They are some of my best friends. So, you know, it's just that the impact that oil and gas has on the planet is what's negative, but the people themselves. So I think there is a problem that we've got around people feeling like they're bad, but that's absolutely not.
Yeah,
like they're being told that
we need oil and gas for the transition. We need,
yes,
we need their skills.
You can't just turn the taps off. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, really quick.
Mineral processing, yeah, we've got a couple of guys in our office and they're gold dust. They just disappear and they get snatched up because they're so, so important. I have no idea what the answer is, but the core skills need to remain, obviously. But things like geology for global development, their chapters, it's supplementary to the curriculum. It's not in a core module. So a lot of these things that we're talking about, the softer skills, you know, can be things that students buy into if they want to. They're not mandatory, but if they're interested in some of those areas, then they can do that. So, yeah.
And Natasha, you started us off now.
Yeah, so I'd be really cautious about calling them softer skills. I think that they're all really important skills, but I would agree completely with Kate and you know, the other speaker. I think these skills are absolutely critical. I taught petrology at Hull, and it's a really crucial backbone to understanding the whole subject. And it's gutting to know that geology course is now no more because of low recruitment. Some of these master's courses are absolutely vital in allowing students to become more specialist, to move into certain sectors. Someone's already mentioned it in the chat, the cost of master's degrees is completely prohibitive to many people from many backgrounds. And that is a whole other issue with academia as a whole. But no, I'm not suggesting at all that we don't still teach those core skills, but we still can reimagine how they're taught and how we combine those skills with other important elements that at the moment our graduates perhaps aren't having access to. So I think it is a balance. There's no easy solution, but we need to make the course more appealing. So we need to make geology courses more appealing, and we need to have those conversations with those students to understand what that actually involves. And we need to invest money and resources in having those conversations with young people to make the courses more appealing, coming right back to the start of this panel, you know, and ensuring that we're talking to the right audience in the right way. But also we do need to make sure that obviously geology degrees are still fit for the purpose that they need. And we need to evaluate that with the energy transition in mind. You know, mineralogy and crystallography may well become even more important with more people employed in mineral extraction because of the energy transition. So yeah, it's a really important point to end on, but master's degrees is a real problem, the funding of them and the accessibility of them and the location of where they are.
Thank you so much. Now I'm going to be in big trouble because I've got a piece of paper here telling me there was a hard stop at 3 o'clock and it's 3:05. But it would be remiss of me not to thank our panelists for a fantastic discussion. Thank you so, so much. I'd like to offer you a round of applause. know, having been online yesterday, that the applause sounds really weird, but I can tell you that it was fulsome and appreciative. So thank you very much. It's tea time now. I think you want us back at 15:15? Try to get back at 15:15. The bell will ring anyway. There'll be an audible signal. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Fantastic. So thank you very much to everybody in the room. And yes, we are into the final coffee break. Oh my goodness me, of the conference. And I know that we have got Paul Monks on the line. So Paul, at some point in time in the next 10 minutes, if you would like to turn your video and your microphone on, just so that we can test that everything is working. However, because this is a true hybrid conference, we're just going to keep going. So just warning, we are streaming live to YouTube. So if there's anything that you don't want to be live on there, out there in the real world, let us, or just don't let us know. Just don't do it, I think is the general advice. Paul, how are you doing, sir?
Yeah, very well. Very good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Am I coming through clearly?
We can hear you beautifully. We can hear you beautifully.
Wonderful.
Paul, I don't know how much of that that last session that you caught with regards to geoscientists working within different companies within oil and gas. I don't know if you've got any thoughts with regards to that, and then I'm going to bring Alicia into the conversation here.
No, I think that's interesting, actually. I mean, I think one of the real questions has been, hasn't it? I mean, for my former role before I joined government, I was a dean of a faculty, a pro-vice chancellor of a faculty which had a geology in it, and I've seen the decline in geological sciences, and the answer that was given to me often, I said, well, why is that? And they said, well, young people are very much turned off by the oil and gas industry. But actually, I think, and we're going to talk about it in the next session, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're going to talk about this very question. Well, actually, if you think about the way that geology enables net zero, it's absolutely essential in so many different ways to net zero. So there's two things I would say. One, the point that was made, I think, by Natasha a few moments ago, which was oil and gas are going to be here through the transition, which is going to abate them. Yeah, we're going to use them in a different way. And actually, geology is a key element of that abatement, particularly around CCS and the like. So let's not delude ourselves. Let's not delude ourselves that somehow, fossil fuels are going to go away. I mean, we can have really good scientific-based conversations about how much we need and where we should get them from. I think that's right. But this idea that this slight absolutism that is suddenly going to disappear overnight is absolutely wrong. Yes, we will carry on using them. Gas will be a key transition fuel, and we will abate those fossil fuels. And we have to abate them as quickly as we can.
Yeah. And I think, with this, Paul, there's been some really interesting aspects that have been touched on during this conference, including what is the geological net zero? And so therefore, actually, how do you properly lock that carbon up back in those rocks rather than relying on the biosphere, for example, to do a lot of that work for us, because that's not a permanent solution, as it were. So I don't know if you've come across any of that in your dealings recently.
Well, it's interesting. It's actually another area of the use of geology beyond the net zero sphere where that's come, and that's of course in the radioactive waste disposal area and geological facilities for radioactive waste disposal, where you're trying to work out how materials, radioactive materials, and the containment that you're using will perform over, not quite well, millennial timescales easily. So in some senses, that's where that thinking is. I think you're probably right to say, at the moment, the idea is you can kind of pump it underground and it will stay there. But I think all of us know that, geology is not kind of a perfect balloon to capture this sort of stuff.
Do you mean?
The world is imperfect under the surface, and kind of understanding that is going to be a critical element to that storage capability, capacity, and timescale. And you're probably right to say the geological community is probably in one of the best places to think about timescales. That they are the people often best suited to really think about what long term means.
Yeah, no, exactly. Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Paul. Now, we are going to be coming back to you, I think, in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. So
I will be here.
So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. But what I am going to do, I'm going to just bring Alicia into the conversation. Alicia, do you want to introduce yourself to everybody online?
Sure. Hi, I'm Alicia Newton. I'm the Director of Science and Communications here at the Society. So that's overseeing our policy work, our scientific work, events, all the wonderful things that are going on to support the geological community and build awareness around everything that geologists are doing to meet this net zero challenge. I think, we see the same thing. Geology seems to be a dirty word, but we're actually the ones doing all the groundwork to make net zero happen. So it's, how do we change that misconception, really?
So I think, Alicia, I mean, you've been sitting here being a part of the conference over the last few days. Have you got any have there been any really cool aha moments or any areas where you're like, oh yeah, we keep talking about this area and we still can't quite crack it?
I think the thing that's really struck me over the time I've been here is the motivation, and I'm going to steal Joe Alexander's mention of this change model, but the motivation to deliver this just seems to have changed dramatically. It was always like maybe 3-4 years ago, even it was always a nice to have. But now I think we're all deeply, deeply motivated to make this transition. We've seen that, and of course, fossil fuels are going to continue for a while, and they need to bring in all of the other technologies. But we see now a real vulnerability in that system. And I think the last few months have really brought that to light in a way that having local energy sources, and it's going to be this huge, wonderful mix depending on the location you're in. That's so important. And I think we're so motivated to make that happen. And I think the things that are now coming up are not this will. It's not that there's not a lack of will. It's not that industry isn't interested, isn't ready to invest. It's bringing all of that now together to get the regulatory processes right, to get a framework that's going to enable this to happen in the local areas to provide that energy solution we need.
And so with that, I mean, this is something that requires a huge amount of change. And quite a lot of the conversation that we've had in the chat here online over the last, I guess, half an hour or so has almost been one of the reasons why people don't go into the likes of geoscience is because there's a lack of job security. But then what we've actually heard from actually all of the panelists in the last session was that everybody's changed jobs quite considerably. So I'd almost suggest that, you don't realize this almost until it happens to you. Your career is never mapped out for you. You actually need to go and create those jobs and create those opportunities. So I don't know what you think, Alicia, about actually the onus is on us as geoscientists to go and create that change to say, with regards to oil and gas, moving across to say hydrogen, CCS, etc. It's on us to make that change. Nobody else is going to make that change for us and grant us those jobs.
Exactly. And this is something that came up when we were looking at the subject benchmark statement, actually, for Earth and Environmental Sciences and Environmental Studies. It's the skills we're using, we're learning. They have a specific term for what we do in maybe ground engineering or, soil management. But actually, if you get beyond the terminology, these skills are so varied, they're so applicable on so many different processes. And it's a way we have to learn how to talk about these skills. And I guess, look at me, I started out counting forams to try and look at climate change 15,000 years ago. And
you're not that old.
Yeah, preserved my looks. But and here I am talking about energy transition, what we need to do around regulatory processes. And it's about learning the language to speak across disciplines to make our case. Mm-hmm. And we saw that here. Certainly, we're so excited, the diversity of backgrounds that are represented at this event today and yesterday, the industry, the academics, the regulators, the financiers. And we're all starting to come together and realize we are talking about the same thing. We're just using different words, different ways of thinking about it. And it's just about learning how to listen to each other and be like, oh, wait, no, what you're saying is what I think of as this. We're all on the same page. We all want the same thing. And it's learning to talk to each other.
So maybe, Paul, if I can bring you in on this, because you spend, I suspect, every day being very curious with regards to what different people are saying, and then I suspect acting as the translator quite a lot. So being that the chief scientific advisor into one of the main government departments, I guess you're probably that bridge between a lot of the science and the policy setting. Would that be a correct assumption?
No, that's very much my role, is to make sure that policy development and delivery is supported by the best science and the best scientific understanding available, which is often why I come to these sort of things today, actually, to kind of hear those, as you say, that diversity of views. That's really important to understanding that. My challenge, actually, interestingly, on the skills piece is that, I think skills is an area where we can all agree. It's an area that everybody violently agrees on. What I'm quite interested in the science to policy area is, what should we be doing about it? How do you make that actionable? If you look at government schemes that have had success in skills, you could point at apprenticeships. I think apprenticeships are growing. They're good. I spent some time looking at level 3, level 4 recently, and I think there's a lot of options there to maybe grow geotechnical analysis, and those sort of areas, which are probably challenging. Also in HS2, one of the largest infrastructure projects in Europe, there's a skills challenge going to be there as well. What role for the geological skills and geotechnical skills in that area as well? So I'd be really interested to hear about where that specificity is, and what government should be doing to help deliver that.
Yeah, awesome. Alicia, do you have any thoughts initially?
I think some people would say bring back the AS levels, but I think that's very simplistic. And the apprenticeship that you mentioned is exactly right. We're launching in the geoscience community a degree apprenticeship. It's an incredible way to get people to see that this is a career for them. Because I think the issue we have is, a quote unquote normal person. Do you know a geologist like Ross from Friends? That
probably dates us now, though, doesn't it?
Yes, but it was on Netflix recently, right?
Okay.
So it's a matter of really helping to see the importance of this in the community. And maybe it's not so much the government, so much as marketing. It's giving us avenues to reach young people to say, you want strong infrastructure in your community, you want this public transport, you want ground source heating. That's geology. We need geologists to be managing the subsurface to make that happen.
I would agree with Alicia. I would really agree with Alicia there, that I think that we need to almost get the audience that we would want to do those skills training initiatives. We need to make sure that we'd have the people there to do it. And I guess we wouldn't want to put the cart before the horse and have these great initiatives that on the surface look like, yeah, this is exactly what we need, but then nobody does them, because it has to be something that is joined up with young people that really sparks in them what the purpose is. Why should I want that geoscience career? What am I doing for the planet? And I guess that for me is still something that's really difficult to figure out. Who is in charge of that? Is that coming from government with much kind of more focus on geology in big scale marketing campaigns at school level, in school curriculums, really driving geology as a key STEM subject at a really early stage? Is that something that needs to come more at university level or from organizations like the GeoSoc? I think that's the tricky thing. But making sure that those structures are in place and work is obviously a really important part of that, but they kind of have to go together, which is tricky.
So, Paul, learning from other areas. So within geoscience, what we've seen, so between 2014 and 2019, we saw a 10% decrease in people enrolling in geoscientific subjects at university. Now we see a kind of, not to the same extent, but similar decreases in some of the other STEM areas. From your experience, have you got examples of what some of the other areas have done to successfully attract students in? Has it come from industry? Has it come from government? Where's it come from?
So I think it's reframing the subjects. So we talked about the image of geology as petro versus the geology as enabling net zero. Now, and for me, it's also making it real for people. I know a number of organizations, chemistry. I'm a chemist by training. The Royal Society of Chemistry did a thing a number of years ago, which was very impactful, which was that all chemists don't wear white coats. And then it had pictures of chemists doing interesting things. And I think that talk to the fact of can people see themselves as a geologist, where maybe the classical image, and again, you know, I am stereotyping, is a person with a hammer and a piece of rock, where what I know is that is probably the least likely thing you're ever to do in geology, you know, and I think it is taking that question of removing the stereotypes and showing people what an exciting A, science it is, and B, jobs that you can get from it. And geologists are in huge demand, aren't they? I mean, far more than's been turned out by the system.
I guess the question is whose time and resources then go into making that shift. So where does, because for that to be a joined up effort, it needs funding, it needs time, it needs people, it needs marketers, it needs creatives. And I just, sitting in kind of, you know, the ivory tower of academia and swamped in dissertations and with no money to throw at a wall, these are the kinds of questions that are constantly asked. You know, is that the role of the GeolSoc? And if it is, do they have the funding to do that brutally? If it isn't there, you know, is it possible for government to be involved in this kind of thing, because it is such an important aspect of meeting government strategies to have these geologists? So I guess that's always been my question of that one that I'm genuinely not sure on, you know, where does that responsibility sit of really driving that marketing agenda?
Everywhere is the answer to that question. Everywhere. You know, I mean, that's the answer to it. So learning societies, I think, have a key role in that. You know, I think in government, we have a role. So just in the net zero area, we have the Green Jobs Task Force, which has looked at this question, and we're now about to move to the Green Jobs Delivery mechanism. And I think the question is, where is geology, you know, or geological based jobs in that delivery sort of mechanism? And it's out there to industry to promote these as exciting you know, jobs for people to do. I was down a mine recently. I mean, fascinating place. I'm not sure I want to work there, but it was fascinating at least.
Good place for a chemist, Paul. So with regards to that, I'm acutely aware that I think we've probably got most people back in the live area. Natasha, thank you so much.
I'm gonna head. Take care. Good luck.
Thank you very, very much.
Nice to meet you, Paul. Bye, Alicia.
Paul, if you stay exactly where you are, if that is possible, and I'm going to hand over to the fantastic lead convener for the conference that we've been going through over the last 2 days, Nick. Back to your lovely self. Thank you very much. Thanks, Alicia.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you. I guess people are coming in. So the final session. Wow, final countdown. Can I ask the panelists to come up? Who else? Joe, yeah, and Rose, I think, is somewhere in the hobbit hole up there, which is yes, Rose is coming down, I think. So should be around somewhere. Should be down shortly. All right, let's get going. So I'll just introduce our panelists for the final session. A sort of closing session. So first of all, online we have Professor Paul Muntz. Hello, Paul. You can hear us, hopefully. And Paul is the Chief Scientific Advisor for the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, known as BEIS, to everyone. He was Pro Vice Chancellor and Head of the College of Science and Engineering at the University of Leicester, where he remains a Professor in Atmospheric Chemistry and Earth Observation Science. And his research experience covers the broad areas of air quality, atmospheric composition, and climate change that has provided a platform for translation into diverse areas, including forensic science, CBRN, microbiology, and food safety. This was off your website.
Yeah, I think I'd just stop now before we go any further.
All right, perfect. Okay, good idea. Great. Okay. And then to the right of me is Karen Hanghoy, who everyone saw yesterday, but I will briefly introduce you again. So Karen is the Director of the British Geological Survey, and she has extensive experience in research and innovation management in the minerals and metals industry. A PhD from Copenhagen, worked in Greenland. Yeah. And has worked with research on geological processes in the lower crust and mantle and their associated mineral deposits. Next to Karen is Rose Clark, newly minted doctor. Nearly, okay. So Rose, who has just submitted her PhD at the University of Leicester, where she was working with the BGS and Lion ore metals on byproduct mineralogy and recovering gold deposits. and how sustainability frameworks and reporting could quantifiably facilitate their extraction. So Rose co-founded Responsible Raw Materials with Sarah and others, mainly Sarah, okay, who are providing the online platform for this conference. Rose was supervised, I think, by our very own Dan Smith and by Sarah. Good supervisors. Okay. Okay. We'll leave it there as well. Next to Rose is Michelle Benson, is a geoscientist with over 20 years experience working on energy decarbonisation with a focus on carbon capture and storage. She's worked on a large range of decarbonisation projects, working with the research community and industry and government as a senior research scientist and project leader. Michelle is currently head of partnerships and innovation at the British Geological Survey and a member of the senior management board and science strategy group, and she will be taking up the position of chief scientist for decarbonisation and resource management on the 1st of May.
Sunday.
It's ticking. And finally, not least, Joe Alexander, who we met at the previous thing. So your purpose engagement manager for BP, but that's all I'll say. Is that enough?
Me again.
Okay, thanks. So the purpose of this final panel is to sort of bring together what we've talked about over the last 2 days and come back to the idea of what we think geoscience needs to do now for a sustainable transition to net zero. I thought it would be useful for everyone to give a sort of brief overview, but I think I'll start with you, Paul, from a sort of Bayes government point of view, what net zero means, what the drivers are, and how particularly it would relate to geosciences.
Great, thanks very much indeed. Thanks very much for inviting me. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you personally. I'm currently in Birmingham, actually doing energy and the transition. So it's actually great to kind of tie it together. So clearly there are going to be multiple dimensions where geoscience is going to be important to net zero policy. Just on that net zero policy, you know, it's very much embodied in actually the Climate Change Act, and which is, you know, one of the first, was globally one of the first legal tools to tie a government to reducing its emissions. Originally in what was it, 1998, and then 2017 it was taken to 100% of 1990 levels by 2050, and in a way, you can see the rest of the government policy through the net zero strategy published last year, the 10-point plan more recently, the energy security strategy, and actually of application to this audience as well, the research and innovation framework that we put out around the COP26 time, October last year, with the net zero strategy. And that lays out, if you will, the research and innovation space and the net zero space. So just a few comments about the sustainability of transition to net zero. Net zero is a pervasive problem. It runs through everything that we do. It's also a systems problem. And actually beyond that, it's a systems of systems problem as well. And that makes it very challenging to deal with. And one of those systems that is absolutely core to that is, of course, the subsurface geoscience, which is important part of that. And there are clear examples. I'm sorry if you can hear my email, it's gone wild for some reason. There's some clear examples of that. So recently, you know, we've got the decision around fracking and the evidence base around that, clearly informed by geology, thinking about the optimal locations for the storage of nuclear waste, understanding geothermal potential in the UK and indeed globally. And actually many of these things, you know, we're interested in the global transition, the way that we can facilitate that in a sustainable way. Energy storage and the way that we can use the subsurface for different forms of energy storage, be they hydrogen, be they air, be they any other form of energy that we can use to store. You know, the need for moving to sustainability in terms of our infrastructure and the way that we build that's going to be related to net zero. But really, I guess one of the big examples that I would pull out, and actually very much at the current sort of policy thinking, is the question of critical minerals and the access to critical minerals, and that's really the question of actually the bigger question of raw materials for net zero, and also the question of greening of mining as well, which I know there was a recently very good post paper out on published by a member of your audience as part of his work there. So the net zero strategy last October kind of set out that sustainability of supply. It's on page 237, in case you're interested in reading the net zero strategy. And that made it quite clear that there's got to be this 20 to 40 times increase in demand for many materials over that, but particularly for battery materials as part of that, just in the next 15 years alone. And clearly when we talk about this, it's not just a primary production problem, it's a circular economy. So, you know, the recycles, the urban mining, you know, and primary extraction all go well together as part of this. And really, we want to generate a low carbon infrastructure with zero emission vehicles, hydrogen power planes, fuel cells, hydrogen generation, which are all going to be part of that transition, which are critically underpinned by materials and in particular metals and minerals as part of that. So clearly geoscience is key in a number of different ways. You know, question domestically, how can we access existing resources, be they lithium, tin, tungsten? How do we do that in a sustainable and a productive manner? How do we you know, get the 3D maps of often using, you know, mines that are 100 years old? How do we use surveying techniques? How do we combine satellite aerial photography, subsurface scanning, physical methods to increase the effectiveness, sustainability, and maximize the grade of the minerals that we get back, and also reduce, therefore, the associated life cycle carbon costs? As we do that, I think, you know, what I absolutely recognise, and policy-wise we recognise, and this is where science informing policy is absolutely critical. This is an end-to-end value change here. It's not just about primary. It's not just about primary materials out of the ground. It's working all your way down that value chain, all the way through to reuse and recycle at the other end of that. Internationally, this is going to be critical. There's many minerals and materials that we don't have here in the UK. We need to support the evidence base around that. We need to understand where there are co-products or byproducts and how we can use our mineral resources more efficiently. At the same time, you know, really thinking about that sustainability, it's got to be at the heart of how we tackle net zero. And geoscience has got to play an important, in my view, leading role on that. Where practices are not sustainable, for example, you know, lithium, water conservation, salars, that sort of thing, can we develop and understand processes, practices, and solutions to that? I'm very keen, actually, that in the net zero transition, we talk about science solutions. It's easy to identify the problems, but our scientists really concentrated on the solutions that they can bring to this sort of field. So that just to finish off my very brief introduction, hopefully it was a brief introduction, I recognise that geoscience is a broad field. I'm sorry I haven't scratched the surface, and that's a terrible pun, I realise, of that. But actually I also recognise the geosphere is linked to the biosphere, hydrosphere, atmosphere, and these are linked. And I think actually that in that systems way, you know, often dealing with it on its own in this is not a problem. And therefore it's going to be that multidisciplinary challenge that geoscience alone cannot answer. So I think that I challenge you to go really as far as you can, because it really is a problem that matters to us all. So hopefully, as the non-geologist on the panel there, some thoughts on where the policy landscape needs to be for geoscience. I'll be fascinated to hear from what others have to say as part of this panel and contribute. Thank you very much indeed.
Great, thank you, Paul. Maybe you can work our way through the panelists and guests in the room. We'll start with Karen, sort of reactions the last couple of days, and maybe touching what Paul has said and what you feel about this space.
Yes. So thank you, and thank you, Paul. I think Paul actually said it really, really well. And I got to speak quite a lot yesterday about critical minerals, and even though I'm passionate about those, I don't think I need to touch too much on that now because Paul did it so well. But I think when you look over the last couple of days, what really sort of makes an impression is the breadth of things that we've talked about. And that is talking about decarbonization, which of course at BGS, decarbonization is a big area. And it's an area that will be led by Michelle here. So I'll also leave it a little bit up to her to perhaps touch on some of the specifics of that. But actually at BGS, we do things other than decarbonization as well. We have a big area of environmental resilience, which is all about groundwater and those kinds of things. We have a big area of geohazards. And if you put those three together, it actually sort of comes back to one of my favorite sort of slogans, which is everything starts with a rock. And I think that has been proven here over the last couple of days. Every single solution to every single problem, to stay with Paul's words, starts with the rock. It starts with the geoscience. And I think that just coming out of that skills discussion in the last session, what do we need to do to improve diversity and strengthen skills and attract more people into geosciences? I also think that what is common for all of these things in the decarbonization area, but also in these other really important areas that we haven't talked about in this conference here, is when it starts with the rock, it also starts with actually being able to characterize that rock. And so it's back to those basic skills that also came up in the last discussion. Making a geological map, reading a geological map is a core skill that no one else has. There are other areas where we are bordering, chemists and physicists and engineers, and where we need to collaborate to find the solutions. But there are also actually very specific things that only geologists can do. And I think that we shouldn't lose sight of that, those basic skills, identifying an olivine and a feldspar and making a geological map and actually just characterizing rock, because the characterization of the rock is where it all starts, all the solutions to pretty much all of our problems. So I think that's where geoscience is going to go. And I guess I don't necessarily think it's going to go that far, because it's still going to be centered around those core skills of geology. But I think that the ability to communicate outside of the groups of people of the similar skill set is going to be hugely important for us as a group. It doesn't mean that every single person has to be very good at it, but it means that we have to be able to communicate with people who need our knowledge, such as Paul and other people in government, people in the industry, decision makers in our society, and also the other groups that have to help solve the problems, the engineers, the chemists, and all the other ones. So I think that is really what we need to focus on, is maintaining our core skills while we get much better at putting them into context and communicating it. And I agree with some of the things that have been said about young people being savvy, but also being passionate about the environment, being passionate about sustainability. And geology can do that. Geoscience can do that. And I think that is the message we want to get out there, that this is a field and a subject to be excited about. Yeah.
Sounds good. Can I just ask you one thing? So, I mean, we mentioned sort of the core skills, and obviously there's a little concern about recruitment of the subjects, or geoscience subjects, but has there been a winnowing out of maybe some of those core skills in some of the geoscience courses, do you think, over the last 20 or 30 years? Do you think we're actually still teaching? This is a slight segue.
Not as much as we should. Yeah. No, I don't think so. We discussed it a little bit as well yesterday, and I think it was you who said that you actually, or maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was online. That, do we call it geology? Do we call it geoscience? Or do we call it earth science? And does it matter? And it probably doesn't matter if it contains the same, but if it doesn't contain the same, and there has been a sliding slope, there has been a tendency to perhaps not teach so much those core skills. And I think that I totally get this thing that people think that geoscience is boring. I think when we think that people associated with oil and gas, it's because we associate it with resources and resource management and all those kinds of things. I think the general public barely knows that geologists are instrumental in finding oil, because they don't know where oil comes from, to be honest. So I think that there's a message there that's completely disconnected. And I think that the attempt to be more popular has probably led us to not teach all of the basic stuff to the extent that we have in the past. And I think someone said it earlier just today, that recruitment was down, and so courses were closed. And it is kind of what universities, I guess, have to do. So there is a question about how we get recruitment back up again, but it is not by putting necessarily better labels on it, but it's really about communicating how we are part of the solution. And if that involves different labels as well, so be it. But we shouldn't lose sight of what it is that we actually know what to do and why it's important for the solution.
Thanks, Karen. Rose? So.
I think to build upon that idea of recruitment, actually, I think if the jobs are out there, students will come in. And I think it's over the last few days, we've spoken about all these problems to do with the energy transition, and we've heard the science about how geologists can fundamentally target and solve these problems. But the problems that people discuss are global or international level problems that are acted out through companies, and they don't necessarily have those jobs going or want to pay for it. So we heard from Ben that they didn't have the jobs at SRK that he felt comfortable doing. And we've heard that, you know, carbon capture and storage, the ability to do it is there, but who's going to pay for it? I think the science is there. And as geologists, we understand that. And even maybe policymakers understand that too. But I think there is a gap where the science is there, but the jobs aren't. And the jobs certainly aren't being advertised in a way that people like, you know, Ben felt comfortable enacting them. I, at the start of my PhD, felt very conflicted about the fact it was working with a gold mining company, because we've had the discussion about gold over the last couple of days. And where the funding comes from and how the jobs are advertised is an important way of thinking about it. And it's maybe we need to go and make our own jobs. Maybe it's not about making sure that people are being recruited, because if jobs are there, people will fill them. People will come from other niches to fill geology roles, even when they don't have a traditional geology background, like we discussed earlier. And then uptake will, you know, increase. And I think that's, somebody has to pay for it in the first place, and the jobs have to come from somewhere, and then they will be filled.
Okay, thanks, Rose. Michelle?
I think I'm going to start echoing things that have already been said, but I think one of the things I'd say, what does geoscience need to be doing now is carry on doing what we're doing. We've heard that we've got so many of the solutions for the energy transition, and we're all working on them. In the area that I'll be taking leadership of, we've got critical raw materials, geothermal, carbon capture and storage. I'm going to miss some out here and upset people. Radioactive waste storage. Even some, you know, the traditional hydrocarbons areas we're still working on, energy storage. So that is a huge remit, and geologists working in those areas don't just necessarily work on carbon capture and storage. We can be flexible and move between the two. So on the skills thing, those basic skills are important for all of those different technologies. But I think we've got the solution, so keep doing what we're doing. But I think this is really to kind of, in the research community, I think we need to balance our desire for more research against the need for deployment. I think we're really good at identifying problems because we're interested and we want to research, but actually what sometimes outside of the academic area people hear is, oh no, there's issues with that technology because they don't understand this. So I think we need to get better at saying we're ready. We've said very well in this room that we're ready for many of these technologies. We need to talk how we talk about risk and uncertainty. We need to be very careful about, and we need to sort of change the language to we can help buy, you know, we can help reduce cost of site selection, for example, by using novel technologies. So I think we can perhaps do more in the deployment side and moving these technologies forward, because we've heard how expensive some of them are, and it is an additional cost to your energy bill. The only reason you would store carbon dioxide under the ground is to stop or help prevent climate change. You wouldn't do it for any other reason. So there is a cost. There's no industrial reason or power gain from doing that. So perhaps we need to think about helping on that deployment as well as what's interesting for us. And linking back to what's been said before, and I think Stuart mentioned earlier, is we've got to remember who the ultimate customer is. You stated, Rose, how difficult it is for industry to pay for some of these solutions. It's actually Treasury in the UK that will help facilitate these, and that's our customer, and that's who we need to think about. So we can help de-risk and reduce cost. And I think it's really clear to us in this room how important the subsurface is in the solutions. I don't think it's clear in the rest of society. I think we can promote the role of the subsurface in net zero, and that will capture imagination. And I told this story a few weeks ago, but my daughter came home from school and told me how exciting it was that you can bury carbon under the ground. And I had to turn around and say, That's what I've been doing for 20 years, Eva, trying to do that. And she went, what? It just shows how much she doesn't listen to me. But she was so enthused. She wasn't thinking about it as geology. So when I say geology or show her a cliff or, you know, come and look at this outcrop, Eva, she switches off, but she was really enthused about that. You know, she was working out food, carbon miles on food the other day. So they are learning about it in school. I think how we talk to them is important. And just on the multidisciplinarity, we have to work with everybody. It's not, we can't solve it on our own. We have to work with engineers, economists, social scientists, and I think we do that, but perhaps we need to do it a little bit more. So I'm going to shut up.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Joe?
I'll keep it brief because you've heard lots from me, and I agree with everything that's been said. I think a reflection on the conference was kind of kicked off with Miles Allen talking about the need for geological capture of carbon. And I've heard him talk about that before, but just whenever I hear him talk about it, I think, of course, you know, that is so critically important. And we've got a problem around it in that we have not started to scale it in the way that we need to. So that's the thing that I'm really left with. And I you know, my personal desire is to help as many geologists kind of work on that as want to and can, but it made me realize that we zoom out to the big picture, we don't have the big picture in place. Like, we don't have the policies, don't have the investors on board. So I think something that we need to do, maybe not all of us, but something that some of us need to do is zoom out and engage with the big picture to create those jobs. So to unblock it. And I think the other thing that really I feel is there's kind of like almost a PR problem where people don't really understand. No, they think we're boring and it's all about rocks. But I think I was come back to Simon Sinek, this idea of, you know, when we communicate, start with why. You know, why we need to do CCS or, you know, think about sustainability with our mineral exploration. So I think if we become better at starting with why when we communicate, maybe that's going to help. So those are the two things I get left with. And I just think and I am biased. I was talking to someone in the break and we were reflecting that we're a toe in our bubble. Like, we're in this geoscience bubble here. And I'm totally biased. Like, I think geoscientists are amazing, and their ability to kind of learn and develop and appreciate the big picture and zoom into the detail is really, really important. And how do we help more people appreciate that's what we can do and other people can do? Yeah. So yeah, CCS, let's unblock it from the big picture. Let's start with why when we communicate, and then we're really awesome. So let's let everybody know that we've got an important job to do.
Great, thanks. So you mentioned, I was going to kick off the discussion, I was going to go back to the idea of geological net zero, because it seems to have resonated with a lot of people. You know, this idea of getting to a sort of, yes, a net zero world where we put things back on a geological timescale. And so, you know, it took someone who's not a fellow of the Geological Society to stand up here and tell us this. Is it possible? And what is the roadmap? You know, going back to us geoscientists, you know, is it still geological knowledge, or is it money, or is it people don't listen to us, or is it skills, or what are the, you know, if we had to go out there tomorrow and say, this is the thing that unblocks it and gets it moving, what would you suggest? So maybe we could start with you, Joe.
Well, I say, as much as I can. So I tell you about the cool things BP is doing, but BP is doing a project called Net Zero Teesside, and by 2030 we'll be capturing, I think, 20 million tons of CO2 from Teesside and Humberside combined. So it's a great demonstration of the technology, the business model. That's been the really critical thing. So we're providing carbon capture as a service to heavy industry. So it doesn't even necessarily involve, you know, BP's hydrocarbon. You know, there is a gas power station involved, but yeah, so I think that kind of demonstration that we've got the technology and then we've got the business models that work is going to unlock a lot. I think one of the challenges is that you know, if you have limited resources in a company and you've got to make choices about which projects you're doing, you're always comparing a CCS project with an oil and gas project, and the returns look pretty different. So I think one of the really big shifts that's needed and that BP's making is to kind of this transition from in the past, we've talked about kind of profit maximizing capitalism to kind of purpose-led responsible businesses, where, you know, you're not focused completely on profit maximization, but you're trying to balance the need to make a profit, but also with the impact that you're going to have. So I think if we can shift our mindset in business towards a purpose-led approach, it will open up the possibility to make decisions to do things that have positive impact. They don't just make money.
And do you think, for example, Phil Ringrose's example of the tax in Norway, you know, if there's financial implications if you don't follow the right route, you know, again, this comes from government, you know, is that one of the things that will really kickstart things moving in the right direction?
Yeah, I think in BP we're supportive of a carbon tax, and I know that Miles Allen was very kind of, that's not going to be enough, but, you know, having a carbon tax is going to make carbon capture and storage make even more sense.
Right.
So I think that's going to be important as well. Money makes the world go round, I suppose.
Okay, great. Thank you. Who wants to comment further on sort of?
Again, I can say a few things. I think carbon capture and storage is a specific example. I think the geological side of things are very well developed and we understand it. Site specific, and there'll always be work for geologists because every site's different, but we do understand it and we can do it. And I think it does come down to business models and money. If you're thinking about something like geothermal, particularly for heating homes, it's probably slightly more complicated. Business model is not clear for that either. And, you know, there are technical challenges, but also it's about how users will engage and want their homes to be heated. So there's a societal challenge there. So I won't go through every single different technology, but I think it's slightly different for every technology. And some of them are still at that lower development, I suppose, thinking about potentially storing hydrogen in porous rocks. There's a lot we don't know still, so it depends.
Hi, can I just jump in on the CCS business models piece? I've just pasted in the chat, actually. So this month, as part of the Net Zero Strategy delivery, we've published a whole set of business models for CCS, because I think recognizing this tenor of this discussion about, you know, how do you get a business model that makes it work, because that's what will facilitate it. You know, we've done that. We've done one for auto as well, and some other forms of transport as well. So hydrogen transport, I think it is. So because those business models are actually really important for as part of the net zero transition. So it's in the chat. I've just pasted it in the chat, and it's on the government web pages if you want to read it as well, because it is this is a critical point about making this. It's not only a scientific and technical challenge, but it's also making sure that it's financially incentivized as well.
Great, thanks, Paul. Karen, did you?
Yeah, what I would say to sort of back to your question is that I think CCS is a very, very important part of the solution, but I think diversity is the real solution that and I think it's quite natural coming from an oil company. That is your solution. But it's also societally, it is going to be a very, very important part of the solution, because oil and gas is such a big part of our energy mix still, and will be for quite a long time. But I really think that we need to have diverse solutions. There's not going to be a silver bullet here that's going to make everything green and great. We are going to have to do many different things. And I'm a very firm believer actually in regulation. I think that is the way to go. I don't think it's our knowledge that's the barrier to this. I think a little bit like what Rose was saying, once the opportunities will arise, people will flow into those roles. We'll meet the demand when the demand is there, I think, as geoscientists. And I think that the demand needs to be created by policy on a variety of things, on CCS, on geothermal, on renewable energies, on the mineral side. I mentioned that a little bit yesterday. I think that can we somehow start talking about standards and certification that we demand the OEMs, so the manufacturers, the producers of things that we use? Can we get them to take responsibility for the sourcing of minerals and for the recycling of our things? And there's only one way of actually doing that. We can push as the consumers, but again, if you look at the are we 8 billion now in the world? I don't know. We can make choices in our day-to-day life, but it takes a lot of people making those choices, and they're not going to make the same choices in Africa and in Asia necessarily as we do. So I do think that regulation, and I think actually international regulation, corporations, standards, frameworks, so that we, again, do not end up in a situation, as we discussed yesterday, choosing between using minerals that have been mined at the bottom of the ocean and minerals that have been mined by 9-year-olds in Congo. We need to just, get rid of that choice and make sure that every time we buy something, we are assured that it has been green all the way through, whether it's the minerals going into it, whether it's a company that's doing the appropriate storage, whether it's the way we're heating our homes.
Yep.
Diversity, diversity.
Right, great, thanks. But Stuart, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, Stuart Hazeldine from Edinburgh.
Sorry, just wait for the microphone.
Stuart Hazeldine from Edinburgh. So I just want to pick up on the funding bit for CCS, because I think it's dangerous of us as geologists to go into a financial territory which is outside our expertise, because there are numerous different ways of funding it. A carbon tax or a price on carbon appears quite simple. It's very attractive, but it only gets you a very small way through the whole portfolio of carbon storage. So let's remember that there's been a European trading scheme, there's a U-Trade trading scheme, there's a tax on carbon emission, there's a price support in Britain, which most people don't realize, of £20 a tonne, and none of that drives carbon storage. It's too low. And what drives carbon storage is much more what Karen just talked about. I think we're going to, and what Miles and I work on, is we need to change the regulation to make the companies do that. And actually, we didn't develop the North Sea by subsidizing it with contracts for difference. We developed the North Sea by unleashing the commercial acumen and drive and ability and the greed to make money by the oil and gas companies and other companies. And we need to have a similar sort of unleashing of that for the carbon dioxide storage, because we need to develop huge multi-millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of tons of CO2 storage in pretty much the same time scale that we developed the North Sea. So it needs a similar unleashing of commercial effort. And so from this meeting, I would think unwise to specify a particular mechanism. We need to go away and think about that and talk with other people about that. But it's clear that the business models which Paul's just talked to us about are a great first step, but they're just getting those very first demonstration projects up and running. And in Bayes speak, we need to work out what the enduring regime is, which will automatically attract investment and automatically attract super rapid development and automatically enable that to move from the UK to other countries worldwide which do not have our really ultra complicated civil service. We need to make it very simple to copy what we do.
Great, thank you. Any people want to come back? Reactions, Paul or panel? Or
don't disagree that we shouldn't be going into that territory. I wasn't specifying any kind of regime, just saying cost is a problem. That is the only statement that
cost not a problem, profit's a problem.
Profit, enticement.
Incentivization is the word that we use. If from our severely complicated civil service enduring capability, it's incentivization. But I agree actually that the long-term solution lies in a commercial market. I don't disagree there, because I think that is a way to scale rapidly, as the speaker said.
The other thing that I kind of picked up on was it needs something transformational, because we've had carbon prices for a while and it just hasn't been high enough. So there needs some intervention in the system is needed to kind of scale this, because it hasn't happened yet.
Great,
enough.
great, thanks. We've got another question.
Yeah, Matthew Grimshaw asking another question, sorry. So then I like the end of day 2 now. I like to think that we're kind of all on the same page. We think we should be very good at this. Well, we all know the answers and we've known it for a very long time. That's one of the things that's really come across. I'm used to my, background in the minerals industry, but the CCS and all these other areas, we've talked to each other, fellow geoscientists, about we know what to do. And what we seem to be very bad at is engaging with policymakers. We've got a policymaker on the line. So are we really bad at communicating what we do, and how do we get through to you and the government and force what we're very passionate about doing and make it more effective?
Yeah, so just for clarification, I'm not a policymaker. I'm a scientist that helps policymakers use science to make policymaker. But yes, I guess I'm one step nearer. That's the position. I think, I mean, the critical minerals thing is really interesting. I mean, it's a model where government has stepped out. We've got a critical minerals expert group. Some of the people in the room and online are on that. You know, that's really over a period of 6 to 9 months kind of pushed this thing to the fore. It's at the fore of policy making thinking. I think it's also worth remembering with policy that it's like a wheel, and you have a window when it's really important. And actually critical minerals is in that window at the moment. It's really important. CCS, I think, will enter that window again very, very shortly, partly because of the sequencing that's going on at the moment, and the need to scale that as well. So I think actually, if my advice would be, the bit that we're sort of missing in this often is, and this is what I kind of feel in my position as somebody who has to do that, is packaging your science and your understanding, that you say you really understand that, in a way that policymakers can understand it, who are not necessarily very technical but are very competent, you know, and making those that I talked about in my introduction about science for solutions. In that solutions phase, well, you know, from your perspective, what is that solution, and how should we deliver it? And that's, policymakers really like that. I think if I put you to one example, I think was there was a policy commission that was done out of the University of Birmingham on critical minerals that said these are the 12 things you need to really think about if you're going to do this. We use that heavily in government to help shape our thinking quite rapidly. So those policy commissions where you translate it and take your science and make it understandable and deliverable and actionable to policymakers is really very powerful. And that's the bit that, in my view, is missing.
Great, thank you. I'm well aware of time, Paul. I think you probably have to go very shortly. So I think what we should do is go around the panel and ask everyone, you know, quick fire. We said, what do we need to do now for the geosciences and the energy transition? And we want to get to a positive note. And you know, there is a good way forward. So maybe, Karen, we can start with you. What is your piece of advice?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm definitely an optimist. And I always like to sort of say, I used to work with mineral exploration. You have to be an optimist to work in mineral exploration. And so I really am an optimist. I think that we have become much, much better at actually speaking to people outside of our own field. I agree that that is a really important thing, but we have gotten a lot better at that. I think we do know a lot of the things that we need to do in the next decades. I think we do have to have that kind of perspective on things. You know, there's not going to be a quick fix here. And there's also not going to be one silver bullet. We have to do many different things, and we have to really be in it for the long haul, but we can absolutely do it. And I think that we just need to really enthusiastically share what we know to people who make decisions, important people who make decisions, but also to people who make decisions in the future, because it is for the long haul. So it's interesting to have Paul here and we all chewing on his ears and letting him know what we think, so that he can take that to the policymakers. But out there in the world are little people who will be policymakers in 20 or 30 years, and they'll be journalists, and they'll be bankers, and they'll have all kinds of roles. So I think that we have a sort of wider task with just really, we don't have to necessarily change the core of what we do, but we have to make sure that everyone actually knows where oil and gas comes from.
Right.
To say it very simply.
That's the call to arms. Okay, brilliant. Thanks, Karen. Rose.
Yeah, I think very similar. I think whilst it's very important to be passionate and convey our message, you also have to level with people about what they think is important. I mean, you can take your family to the cliff face and be really excited about it, but if they don't care about the cliff face, whereas if you level with somebody and you say, you know, what do you care about? Oh, you know, when this happens, and they go, yeah, and you can explain it. It's a different way of connecting with somebody, and it's at their level, and it's about something that they care about. When people are invested in something, they're far more likely to listen to you and get on board too, because I can talk about rocks at people all day, but it might not make any difference if I've not connected.
Great, thanks. We should go to Paul next, I think, because you do have to go. So, call to arms.
Yeah. So for me, my call to arms is that take on that last thing, geology is a critical part of the system solution to net zero, and it's got to be there at the heart of it and at the center of it. And if you've got the solutions, you've got to make those policy ready and translate them into ways that we can understand and use readily. So that would be my challenge for you. And I think I'm ready for geological net zero. It sounds great. Might take a long time, I guess, a few millennia, but I'm on for it.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. Thanks for joining us if you have to drop off. So we appreciate it. Thank you. Michelle.
Yeah, I think keep doing what we're doing. I think we are transitioning as geoscientists, and I think we're in all the right areas doing the right things. I do feel that these things are going to start being unlocked. I think we're going to start seeing things happen in the next few years. I'm probably an optimist as well. And once they are unlocked and these technologies are being implemented, the jobs will unlock as well. And I think that we'll have those people coming through, from the little people coming through who do want to make a difference and want to be part of the solution, and will probably be interested in being part of geology and geoscience. So
they will come.
They will come. Not build it and they will come, but they already care. That's the important thing.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I could agree. I think we're doing the right things, and it feels like we just need to work together to make our influence greater. So there's a big community piece and a really important role for the Geological Society to play, because I think together we can have a bigger influence and kind of translate what we know into kind of real world impact. And it just feels like a very exciting moment where actually geoscience is evolving to a new phase. There's quite a lot of change going to happen, but I think it's great to feel like that it's happening in a very positive way. So I think the importance of being in community as we kind of evolve and transition to support each other, rather than feel like we're kind of on our own through change, which is a kind of scary place to be.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. On that positive note, I'd love to thank our panel again. Thank you. Thank you. I think Megan, you want a few minutes.
I give Rose some time to teleport back to her hidey hole up in the AV box. I just want to come back at the very end of our second day and ask you all for a little bit more input. So hi to anybody who's not met me yet. My name's Megan O'Donnell and I'm the head of policy and communications at the Geological Society. And I've been asking everybody some questions throughout yesterday and today to try and get some feedback from you guys about the questions that we're talking about, see where we think we're at the moment. And now I'm here to ask you where to time travel somewhat and to ask you where we think we might want to go next. So if you go to menti.com on your phone or laptop, and if you're in the Geological Society and you need the Wi-Fi, it's GSL public Wi-Fi and the password is sediment, all lowercase. And you enter this code here, you can answer our final question. So first thing yesterday, I asked you guys what geoscience needs to be doing now to achieve a sustainable transition to net zero. Later on in the day, we asked you who we need to be working with, and you'll see the results of some of these questions as Nick and Ruth kindly wrap up our sessions for us in a second. But lastly, I'd like to ask you all, what should we be doing next? Where's the next big thing for the subject? So think ahead, think to the future, frame your thoughts based on the really great discussions and sessions we've had today, and let me know what you think is going to be the next big thing for geoscience and the sustainable transition to net zero. This will remain open until tomorrow, so if you don't have time to feedback now, or the sort of wrap up at the end of the session, or going out for a drink with anybody later and things pop into your head, feel free to feedback at any time. And please share this widely because we'd like as many people's input as possible. And with that, I'll hand back to you.
Great, thanks, Megan.
Can I ask a quick question before Megan goes too far? How far away is next? Because I mean, I had a little existential crisis this afternoon about being boring. And oh, sorry. Sorry, Dan Smith, Leicester. I'm having a little crisis over here. Existential, Dan. Say again. Oh, I am boring. Okay, so are we boring? Because we've spent 2 days. I've really enjoyed the 2 days, but we've spoken about CCS. We've been, you know, we first started storing CO2 underground in Sleipner in '96. We talked about managing mine waste. We've had new technologies for managing mine waste that we've yet to fully implement. First deployed in 1970, and we still talk about them as new. And we're talking about mining more stuff. We've been mining more stuff since, well, when did humans evolve? The Stone Age, basically. What can we do that, as geologists, as geoscientists, that's new? What's our fusion? What's our sort of next big thing? We're actually, really, we've spent 2 days talking about implementing things that we know, talking about our science, and our barriers are things like economics and communication and social license. But what is the geoscience that we can do? We've done 2 days without looking at a rock. You know, despite the only rock that's been on the screen was in the word cloud. That's the only rock we've looked at. So is that what's our, I'm going to cringe as I say this, what's our moonshot? What's the crazy thing that we can do? Is there something different we can do rather than more mining, storing CCS? How far away is our next, and how crazy do you want us to be?
I guess that is the essence of the question. So next means with reference to now. So we've spent 2 days talking about what we perceive to be now, and almost everything that we've been talking about still has about a 15-year time lead. So I wouldn't say next in terms of a time frame, but I mean next in terms of when everything that we've just spent 2 days speaking about is all sorted and we're sitting in a room happy that we've achieved what we're trying to achieve, what then? What do we not know about yet? Hopefully that helps you answer the question. But basically, as crazy as you can take it, because I'm looking really far ahead here, looking for blind spots, because that's what I really want to know about.
Could I just ask, will it be possible to reopen the other two questions? Bearing in mind that I heard you say that you'd like this to be spread far and wide in networks, it would be really nice to think that it could be possible to open those questions and leave them open for a wider audience, even with a different code or something.
Yeah, so we can open the same questions up again, perhaps with a separate code. I don't know about technically how we manage it, but after we've done the sum up, we can open them up and then potentially get the code up quick enough so we can share it with all of you and you can take it away, and then you can answer them again in your own time if your perspectives have changed or if you want to share them more widely.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Great. Okay. Thanks. So I was going to ask Ruth to come up and I guess give us your reflections over the past couple of days. Yeah. So Ruth Allington, you've introduced yourself briefly, but you're the incoming president of the GSL.
I am.
When does that?
AGM. I think that's the 8th of June.
8th of June.
I may have got the date wrong, but
okay.
Sometime in June.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm approaching this big job of being president of this society. And I've been really moved and excited actually in the last 2 days to be back in 3 dimensions, back in Burlington House, and in an atmosphere of dialogue, excitement, curiosity, learning, support, connection, optimism, passion, a little bit of despair, a little bit of anger, a little bit of fear, quite a lot of fear, actually. But I was reflecting on what I've heard, you know, industry clearly is not a charity. We can't expect industry to solve this, to solve the net zero problem without some sort of incentive, without an effective regulatory and policy framework that influences the behavior, you know, the big behaviors, the taking on of large scale carbon capture, for example. The Geological Society, however, is a charity. And I'd like to think that we can build on what we've started or what we've continued in this debate, what we've stirred up in this debate to influence the wider debate and the direction of travel, and particularly to influence this important area of underpinning policy in the various, in relation to the various issues and dilemmas that have been identified. I think the key one for me is the need for effective systems, both for, well, I've got three categories: education and training of geoscientists, deploying expertise, so that's the next step, and influencing policy and regulation. Talked about opportunities in geoscience, and we all know what an amazingly diverse field this is, and then we've got the mismatch between this incredible diversity of opportunities, the diversity of people that we attract into it and retain in it, and the public perception. It's really tough to confront other people's perception of us. And I think it's really touched lots of us to think that other people find us boring, or the concept of geoscience might be boring. So the other issues and dilemmas are professionalism and ethics and diversity, and achieving, doing better in those areas without diluting, leaving aside our science and enabling excellence in science. But in and of itself, excellent science is not enough. And it all needs people. To have an excellent scientist, you need excellent teachers. To have excellent research, you need people who are really well educated, really expert, and moving into research. To have a well-supported applied sector and industrial sector, we need great research that's well communicated, that's well integrated into a low friction system. Timing, incentives, and funding, they've all been mentioned. Interdisciplinarity. But I've heard words such as collaboration, dialogue, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. And I know we think, well, we do. We all do it, but some people do it rather grudgingly. We've got to talk to these other people. Just getting the right people in a room is not communicating with them. Actually listening and understanding. And it's been great to hear so many views today. There's been an element, and yesterday, there's been an element of preaching to the choir. But I think there's such a sort of spring. I feel it, sort of springy and ready to go. Now, you've been asked to respond to 3 questions during the course. I wonder if we could put up the Mentimeter images on the screen. What now, who with, what next, essentially. I think we've got the results slides. I just wanted to, maybe that's not going to work.
No. Can the projectionist please change the screen, because we are sharing.
Aha. Here they come. So a word cloud. Oh, it's there. It's very difficult to see, but what you can see in the room, it'll be easier to see online. Ah, here we are. We've got a blow up. So this is what now? What's the question? Remind me of the question. What are the immediate challenges? That's right. Yes. So what now? And here you see the big words: communication, education, policy, carbon capture, public perception, energy security. But there are hundreds of other words. Brilliant feedback. Oh, what happened then? That was a really exciting sort of flip. And can we go on to the next one? Which was who with? Who do we need to? There we are, government policymakers. Oh, we've got government plural and government singular, and both of those are really big. So government's clearly it. Public, society, Elon Musk. Social scientists. Documentary makers, anti-mining groups, trusted public figures. Yeah, trust. I think that's a really important word for us to just grab onto. I believe that you can request to receive the results on Mentimeter. So once it's closed, if you press that button, you'll be able to see the results. And we might, if we go to the next one, see the emerging word cloud. Whoa, look at this. Lots of sentences. So I think that's just a really rich starting point for Megan and her team to delve into. And I'm certainly looking forward to hearing what you make of that. And I'm sure I'm not alone in this room as in offering more input as and when you want it. So that's the end of my reflections, but it would be remiss of me not to thank the team that has put on such a splendid event. I'd first like to thank the Geological Society team for enabling the event, for being here. Responsible Raw Materials, Sarah and Rose and Ellen and other colleagues from Responsible Raw Materials, you've just been awesome. Thank you so much. And Nick for being the lead convener and bringing it all together. And I know there are lots of other people who've been involved in delivering this conference. It's been a pleasure to be here, and I thank you all very much. And safe home, everybody. I keep saying that on Zoom, and most people are just walking into their dining room, but I can actually say it today. So safe home.
Right. Thanks, Ruth. Thanks, Ruth. I think we're just going to say a few words from Sarah for reactions from the online. I think she's coming, so I can do my as if by magic. There we go. Yeah, talk slowly.
And as if by magic, she appears in 3 dimensions. So thank you very much to everybody who has been engaging online. Your input has been truly fantastic over the last couple of days, especially actually this afternoon. There's been some quite punchy discussions going on actually with regards to some of what we've been talking about. And a massive thank you to the likes of Natasha, Pauline, Damien, all of you who have been contributing loads and loads of information. To remind everybody, the reading corner online continues to be updated. So everybody here in this room who perhaps hasn't been looking at it, go on the conference website when you get home tonight. Not only can you rewatch everything over the last 2 days, which I'm sure you want to do, but the reading, you can zoom through certain sections, but also the reading corner has got lots and lots of fantastic content. Also as well, the chat function, whilst we won't make that public, there's a huge amount of information in there that I'm sure Megan will be using as part of the write-up. And then of course we do have the word clouds, etc., that you've been contributing to as well. So massive thank you to everybody online and for sticking with us through all the hybrid nature of the conference. Thank you very much.
Oh, here it is. Thanks, Sarah. I knew I had my all that's left for me to do is close the conference. I have a list of thanks. Thank you again to our sponsors, SRK Consulting, Geologica, and Pensana. That's fantastic. Thank you to Responsible Raw Materials for again providing the online aspect, which I think has worked fantastically. I've been amazed, and I think this is definitely the sort of future for conferences. I'd like to thank again the GeoSoc and the GeoSoc conference teams, Amelia, Becky, Alicia, Megan, thank you, and the caterers, all the panelists and guests who've contributed over the last 2 days, my co-conveners, and thank you all for turning up in person and online. We really appreciate it and hope you've got something out of it. So safe travels. Thanks very much. So.
So with that, thank you very much, everybody online. As you can see, I'm now back in the studio again. Absolutely fantastic to have all of this lovely engagement with you. Stay in touch. If you've liked everything that we've been up to over the last few days, then just as a final plug with regards to the Responsible Raw Materials Conference, which is happening during the week of the 9th of May. So it is entirely free to come and join us. You don't have to come and spend the whole week with us. You can dip in and out with regards to that. So please do sign up online, share the word as well. We want as many different perspectives, different ideas with regards to how can we find, extract, process and transport all the way through the circular economy, all of the raw materials that we need to make the energy transition a reality, and a just transition at that. So with that, everybody, thank you very, very much. Have a lovely rest of your week and hopefully see you during the week of the 9th of May. Thanks. Bye.